Aloha! Oh, my throat went then. Aloha! Today I bring you a remaster of a very important game from my childhood. I mentioned before when I was going through Bloodborne that this one is always the anomaly of my top 10 like all-time favourite games, because everyone looks at all the rest and like how dark some of them are and then looks at Spongebob and goes, eh? But yes, I adore this game and I always have, and I'm stupendously excited for Cosmic Shake. I will be upfront as we go that this remaster does have problems. It does have a lot of weird things going on with it that weren't present in the original, but as a whole, I do enjoy it. The render distance is kind of awful in this opening scene, where they're trying to make everything look darker.
Wherein our little yellow friend will play the starring role.
And there's also a lot of texture popping in this game. It's running off the PS5, but no, there is a lot of texture popping. Like I said, there is a lot of little things weird with this remake that I'll talk about as we go through it. But the general premise is involving Plankton and all these robots.
One last review of the checklist. Let's see.
Item number one, is Plankton a genius? Answer yes! I've probably played this game more times all the way through than almost any other game in my life. There was a point when I was a kid where I went through this game like every 2 or 3 months. And I still, in full certainty, even now at 22 years of age, say I've gone through either this or the original at least once a year. More so usually the original, if I'm honest, just because the original has like a lot of cool quirks in its design that this unfortunately didn't get to keep.
Another perfect day playing robots and
But yeah, Plankton forgot to set the switch to obey. For some reason he made that, so all the robots he made are now going to run amok across all of Bikini Bottom. Meanwhile, SpongeBob and Patrick make a wish that they get to play with robots. Problem is, when robots are actually going to show up, they're now going to blame themselves and try and think they have to get to the bottom of it, which is the premise of our plot. Us trying to get to the actual bottom of it and deal with it.
It's not just
Any shell, it's my magic wishing shell. I'm going to do this a lot throughout this game.
Wow, that's great, Patrick.
You put that robot in here.
Okay.
Then we say the magic wishing words and shake the magic wishing shell.
Okay.
Then we go to sleep, and in the morning we'll have real robots to play with.
But Patrick,
Patrick,
aren't you going to say the magic wishing words?
words?
You already did.
So, okay, is a magic wishing
I'm an idiot. I
word?
shouldn't be quoting the game so much, but it's...
But I kept forgetting it.
Are you sure this will work?
Sure. Last week I only had one big cookie crumb and I was really hungry. So I put my cookie crumb in the magic wishing shell. Then I said the magic wishing word
Also-
and shook it. And in the morning
I had lots of little cookie crumbs. Patrick, I'm sorry, Patrick, you had one big cookie, you shook it in a hard shell, and in the morning you had lots of crumbs. You moron.
Gonna play with robots, gonna play with robots, gonna play with robots, gonna play with... Wow! Gary, did you do that? Meow.
And there's a lot more load screens in the remake. In the original, it would have just transitioned straight into the gameplay.
It sure looks like we're in a doozy of a pickle. I think I'm gonna have to learn a lot in order to fix this mess. Meow. What a fantastic idea! These signs will provide important tips to help me out. How do I read the sign? Oh,
Yeah, just press
okay.
R1.
Press this button to read
Because
the
the original
signs.
release was multi-platform, and I say this is as well. They never have the characters say, press the X button or press the triangle button. They always say, press this button. So you have to read.
So if I want to come back and talk to you again, just walk up to you and press this button. I'd better get started now, Gary. I think that this is going to be a very...
Oh, I knew. There's a little bit. In the original, the dialogue would have carried on going whilst this is here. It said, explore everything. Here's the basic controls. You know, X to move, X jumps. You can double jump. Square is your basic attack. Circle is advanced attacks, but we'll get to that later. Triangle is aerial, so this is this. Immediately, right off the bat, a little thing that's different from the original. In the original, this was much slower, first of all, but it was very helpful when especially in speedrunning stuff. But the big thing that they changed, and I don't know if it was deliberate, and I can imagine it isn't, is you can do it in the air. In the original, you could only do it on the ground, but in this, if you jump once and then press it, you can do it. It will replace your double jump, but if you double jump, you can't then do it again. Yeah, R2 brings up your HUD. The golden spatulas are the main collectible of this game. Golden spatulas are how you unlock more levels. You need 75 to unlock the final boss. So you need 1 to even leave here. The underwear in the top left corner is our health. The thing in the top right is like a flower, is your currency. And the socks is an alternate collectible, which is tied to like a mini game.
Too pretty. Can't take it.
Oh, here's a note from Mr. Krabs.
Mr. Krabs. And it even smells sweaty, just like him.
Ahoy there, SpongeBob!
Who isn't voiced.
As a faithful crew member of the Krusty
Who
Krab,
isn't voiced by, you know, Clancy Brown.
To head shiny object collector.
Wow, a promotion!
That's right.
And that's kind of a common thing. Like if
So what
I
this here new
if
job
they ever
entails
like
is
re-release
you
or if they
collecting all these
do what I
shiny
hope they're going to do and
objects that
Sony
the
actually
robots are
adds some
leaving
kind of
behind
PS1 and
and bringing
PS2
them to
support,
me.
you'll
Now
notice
stop
that
seahorsing around and get busy collecting.
every single SpongeBob game minus the movie game has someone voice Mr. Krabs that isn't Clancy Brown. He was very difficult to get a hold of for the video games, it seems like. But Mr. Krabs wants shiny objects. I'm telling you right now, don't worry about that yet. But once you've cleared out here, you should have exactly 60, which is enough to unlock this. Then it's also enough to unlock this. And we're going to go this way first. They replaced the artwork around to reference later episodes of the show and different seasons. Like the reference field is a lot more wide in this than the original. This is explaining health. This is SpongeBob's underwear. SpongeBob will lose a pair of underwear every time he gets hit by a robot or touches dangerous objects or surfaces, like this. Once SpongeBob has lost all of his underwear, he must start that area back over again. You may get it back by finding it along the way. Right now, you can only wear 3.
I feel like a new sponge.
But there will be instances later on where you'll get to get more. It can be upgraded.
This is where I keep all my old comic books.
They got rid of that. In the original, there was
Maybe
another...
a little bounce on the old bed.
There was another coin lock here. It was 20 shinies. That's what the currency is. And there's exactly 20 in this room. But they got rid of it in this version for some reason.
Comic books.
Press square, SpongeBob will do the bubble spin. SpongeBob can do a bubble spin. Yeah. Square is attack button.
Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
The cool trick with it, and they kind of... Another... I'm going to bitch about this game a lot. I love this game, but I don't... There's a lot of little things they did weird in the remake. The way it works in the original is that if you do it in midair, it holds your position in the air. But it will only work the first time you press it. In the remake, it will work the first 2 times you press it, because it will do it after every registered jump. Whilst in the original, that one wouldn't have counted. That one wouldn't have held my momentum, that second one. If you break things, whether they be people or boxes, in sequence, you will get higher combos. I don't know if they ever fixed it and put it back, but one of the biggest things that was quite different is they got rid of how high the combo could go. In the original, it could go to Super Ultra Mega Monster combo, and it would give you like 100 extra shinies if you could hit it. Whilst now they lowered it to Super Ultra Mega. They got rid of the 4th tier. But as I said before, that was when the game first came out, so who knows if they fixed that. This game got like 3 major patches after it came out. But one of them was just adding more languages, so, But over here's a secret collectible. It's extremely easy to get.
Boy, Patrick will be glad to have this back. Maybe a little bounce on the old bed.
And the thing is, you have enough time to actually go over here, pick up the gold spatula, and leave before it hits 0. But yeah, your first gold spatula is there, so now we can leave the building and explore the hub.
There's nothing like the
And this is our
sounds
hub
of
world.
your own neighborhood.
As you can already see by all the taxi marks, our entranceway to all the other areas.
You're
And
polluting
Plankton
my
is outside
thinking
immediately
space.
back-chatting us.
Trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula again, eh, Plankton? Well, you won't get away with it.
I've got bigger fish to fry. I've got to figure out how to regain control of the chum bucket from those robots.
Where did they come from?
Where? I don't know. Not for me, though, that's for sure. They just showed up out of nowhere and started calling me rude names and throwing things.
So even without the intro, any
even
kid
bent
ever
all
would
my
know, oh, this is
spoons.
Plankton who did this.
I love those spoons like they were my children.
That's terrible.
Oh, won't you help me stop them? Before they bend all my forks?
Not the forks!
Of course I'll help. But wait, I'm supposed to collect a whole lot of golden spatulas.
Golden spatulas, eh? SpongeBob, if you can get me back into the chum bucket, I'll give you a bucket full of golden spatulas. In your dreams.
You've got a deal.
Oh, you can still hit him, okay. You could beat the crap out of him in the original, I always did. The big difference with the hub world from the original is that the boundary edge used to be a dotted line, whilst in this they made it a drop. And it's also a lot more punishing than the original. In the original, you could go out of bounds for like a good minute or two. I say that. You could go out of bounds for like about 10 seconds tops. And then eventually it would say, no, that's enough. The most depressing thing they patched out from the original, yeah. In the original, you jump on this and you could jump onto the side and there was like a magic pixel and you could jump up to the top of Squidward's house immediately.
Hey, SpongeBob! I just dropped by to give you a bubble hand.
Bubble Buddy,
You see,
coming from
you're going to need
season
to learn some new
1 or
bubble-blowing
2.
moves if you're going to journey to the 9th
He will
dimension.
And he will always show up. I'm going to skip a lot of this. He's your tutorial. If you talk to him, he'll teach you a new. He will explain to you a new skill when you get it, because we will be getting more tricks as we go. New to this one as well is that one of every tiki, tiki being the boxes, are here. In the original, in the hub world, stone tikis, sleepy tikis, and thunder tikis, these red ones, were not in this first zone. They only started showing up in later halves, because their hub world will unlock more as we go. Thunder tikis is, you touch them, they detonate, and if you're too close, they will hurt you. Sleepy tikis is why I'm holding L2, which makes you sneak. You have to approach them quietly. If you try and run around, they vanish. You have to sneak up and then break them.
It shines.
And stone tikis can only be broken by explosives. So if you just whack them, it won't do anything. But these have been added here so you can be introduced to them. But to be honest, I thought the original game had a good enough introduction to them, so it always felt a little pointless to me. Or the fact that the game stops you to have a tutorial to say, hey, press circle to hit things. Like it's terrified you didn't go outside. But I should actually get into why this game ended up like this, and why there's so many little things that seem off and weird with this compared to the original. It's because the game was put together in less than 9 months. This game had an extremely fast turnover when it started development, and it was entirely because of the idiotically high demand for this remake. People have been begging for a remake to Battle for Bikini Bottom for literally years. THQ Nordic got a hold of the license and immediately got to work getting a team together and then making them put it together as soon as fucking possible, even if it was radically unreasonable. And that's what we ended up with, essentially. That's exactly where it ended. This game was put together in 9 months flat, so the fact it's as good as it is a miracle. But there are a lot of little things that are problematic about it that weren't like that in the original, and you just have to, like, accept that. It won't stop me criticizing, though. I will, throughout a lot of this, you've already been able to tell, go, oh, it wasn't like this in the original, or this was different in the original. SpongeBob's jump is a huge one. Let's just go get a second spatula on top of the pineapple. SpongeBob's jump is a huge one. It's something that you wouldn't notice casually, but you notice if you played the original a lot. In the original, it had the good old platformer standard of if you only tap the jump button, SpongeBob will do a slightly lower jump, but if you hold it, he'll jump to the max. They didn't do that in Remake. Every jump will always be max jump. You can't do a little tap hop anymore. And it's like little things like that is like, that would have been nice to come back. Or like this being way faster, the fact that you can do it off a jump. Things like that just feel kind of weird. When we get the cruise bubble, the last ability of the game, that is... Holy shit, that is the pinnacle of something went wrong here. I nearly left the jellyfish field. There's a little bit more we can do yet. If you talk to Mr. Krabs, he'll tell you that...
SpongeBob, but because you're gullible, I'm going to help you out. And of course, make a small profit in return.
He's going to say if you give him shiny objects, which if I bring up the menu is over here, he will give you golden spatulas. When the game launched, it used the beta file costs instead of the intended, but they patched it back to its intended. Which, thank God, because the beta files, it was like 28,000 shinies to buy the last spatula, which is idiotic amount of grinding. There's no reason for it. It's supposed to be like 7,000. But we'll worry about that later. Let's bust into Squidward's place.
First, those
And
stupid
yet,
robots
as I
ruin
said
a
before, the
perfectly
rendering
relaxing
is
mud
weird.
bath this
The
morning.
original game doesn't have
Now
any
you
rendering
show up.
problems, yet
Then
this has a
my
lot
day
of
get
rendering
any more
problems.
dreary.
I am so sorry, Squidward. Patrick...
Oh, I correct myself. I should have known that whole robot problem involved both of you.
Squidward, I don't know what to do. How can I fix everything?
Why don't you move to another town? That should help out more than enough. Move to another town. I cracked me up. But seriously, just jump around like an idiot. That should at least make me smile.
Yeah, that's literally the challenge.
I didn't know Squidward had a lamp.
Jump like a
I didn't
moron.
know Squidward had a lamp.
But while we're here, we're going to wreck everything, and it has to re-render in the alternate version instead of it just appearing on. We had a couple more references, like this over here. But break absolutely everything in this house. Trust me. It will give you a sock. There's a...
Okay.
Oh, that
just
was enough
stop
jumping.
Jumping, will you? If you take this golden spatula, will you please go away?
See, Squidward? I knew that you could help me out. You're the best.
Don't touch me.
So, spatula number 3. And I think that's the last one we can get right now in Bikini Bottom.
Hey, Squidward.
Didn't I pay you to go away?
Alright, we're going. God, I know I always say this in the UK, but it's really raining today. It's raining a lot outside. It's just, I can hear it rattling away on my window. Before we talk to Patrick, I'm going to bust into his house.
Living under a rock. Now that's the life.
That's a, that one's something I will actually credit this game with. In the original, that line of dialogue went unused, so they re-added it to make it used. Break the sofa, you get the sock. In the original, there was actually like a little small, like half a second long cutscene showing that the sock had been added, like once you broke the sofa, but they just got rid of it in this.
Hey, Patrick.
So if you talk to Patrick...
Nice sock.
Nice sock.
What sock?
The one you're standing on.
Oh, that one. It's lost.
Well, if
Patrick will
that
explain
one's
that he
lost, where are
has
your other
lost
socks?
all 80
Well,
of his
they're more
socks.
lost. A bunch of robots.
Every
did
10 you
this.
find, he'll give you a
Okay,
golden
then.
spatula.
For every 10 socks.
You mean...
Bless you.
So we'll be
you.
collecting them as we go.
Patrick needs to do laundry.
I know where all 80 of them are hidden off by heart. So I played this game way too much. The only area that I sometimes like lose my footing in is an area called Kelp Forest later on. But that's because that's the point.
love
That area you're
opening
supposed to be
presents.
lost in. A little. But let's move on to the first actual area. The actual first play space. But despite how much I will be criticizing this, I still have faith in
The rolling
Cosmic
green
Shake,
hills
the
of
direct
Jellyfish
sequel to this
Fields.
game, being developed by
A
the
place
same
to
team that made this
experience
remake.
nature at its most raw. And
Because
sometimes
firstly, they actually had
tender
development
from
time on that one,
stings.
and as I will keep saying during this, despite the fact they had less than 9 months to put this together, the fact they put it together and it's 99% solid is I think is worth crediting. So there are little things that I'm not keen on, and little things that are different that didn't quite get polished up to the same extent the original version did. But it's still it's still based on SpongeBob Bikini Bottom. You know, it's still really fun.
Squidward, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, you barnacle head. Do I look like I'm okay?
Well, your
nose does look pretty big. I mean, bigger than usual, because it's usually pretty big. And you look so clammy, and oh my gosh, you're bald!
Always been bald, but now I'm stung all over.
Well, according to the Jellyfisher Field Manual, severe jellyfish stings can be treated effectively by applying a thick layer of king jellyfish jelly to the affected areas. King jellyfish?
Well, I guess you're
off
the
scale. Spork mounting and die a horrible death under the vicious tentacles of king jellyfish. But that's our primary objective for this area. We need to go defeat King Jellyfish to get a healing jelly for Squidward.
You do that! Don't worry, Squidward. I'll bring back that King Jellyfish jelly.
And hopefully along the way, do as many little things as we can to get more spatulas. As it is a collectathon-esque game. To show here, like I say, there's one spatula and it's getting to there, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spatulas per level. And this applies to every level, even the hub. So as we go, we'll get more. There's 80 socks for another batch, and you buy 8 spatulas from Mr. Krabs. All in all, you'll get exactly 100, because the Chum Bucket Lab is one of the exceptions. Boss levels, where's the other boss levels? Yeah, there it is, beside him. Is a boss that only has 1, and Industrial Park is a boss that only has 1, whilst the Chum Bucket Lab is 2 bosses, so it has 2. But every other level has 8. Anyway. I love the music of this game. It's so simple and sweet, but it does exactly what it needs to do. And in the remaster, they didn't re-record it, they just added little elements onto the original. Because the original stereo audio files for this game weren't found until after this came out. But they weren't dug up from the archive until this came out. This is a cardboard box, literally. It's a teleport box. Another reference to the show. If there is another teleport box opened, you can hop in one and you'll come out the other. So it's a way of like getting around these hub spaces super quick once you've already done your initial run. That sock out there used to be a lot more that way. It used to be a lot more to the right, so you could, with good positioning, jump from there and just barely make it. Whilst now they've pushed it out, so the way you're supposed to get it is now mandatory. I think there is a way of kind of cheesing it again anyway, and I'm half tempted to try with the double tap jump reset. Like, I feel like you probably could make it.
Just my size.
But I am going to try. One go. Ah, no, not enough. Okay, never mind. Goodbye, bots. Ding, ding, ding. Woo! And listening to the full stereo versions of the tracks when they ended up on YouTube, that took me back. Being able to hear it and actually hear it in like better quality, I was like, wow, this is so cool. I know it's an odd little thing, but hearing it in mono all my life and then finally getting to hear the original stereo recordings, it is something else. But the colour of the shinies depends on their value. Red is like the weakest, purple is the highest. So these greens are giving us 5 a pop. Whilst the reds only give you 1. No, never mind. So getting combos will get you more as well. Yeah, these other 3 extras came out of nowhere. That was because of the combo.
I love opening presents.
Oh yeah, I never even mentioned it. When we was at the top of Squidward's house, we picked up a golden pair of underwear, which is why our health is at 4 now. Your health max is at 6. In each of the 3 parts of the hub world spaces, there is 1 golden pair, so you can max upgrade to 6 by that. You just have to beat a boss first, so we're on 4 until we beat the first major boss of the game. In every, like, act, I think I'm going to split it. Like, Act 1 is, like, the first 3 actual levels, and then the Poseidon boss. there's one mini boss and one major boss. The mini boss is in this level, so Downtown and Goo Lagoon both don't have a boss of any kind. There's a sock down here hidden away.
Patrick will be glad to have this back.
How are we doing? Oh, we're doing really well in shinies. We don't have to worry about the first door. And it'll be the same for Act 2. There's a mini boss in it, and then one major boss at the end. And the same for Act 3. There's a mini boss in it, and then near the end, you know, the final boss. But you spend this plane will come the fuck out of nowhere and build a bridge for you. And the game will now introduce you to checkpoints. If you die, you'll be at this instead of getting kicked out or like losing lives. There are no lives in this game, which I appreciate. The only SpongeBob game I can think of that had lives was the console version of Truth or Square, and that game you like genuinely hit 99 lives in about 5 seconds. It's so pointless. I say that I don't hate Truth or Square. Truth or Square was past like prime years SpongeBob games regardless. It's like the prime years, like as much as it's clunky as hell, it's Revenge of the Flying Dutchman and ends at Creature of the Krusty Krab. So it's Flying Dutchman, this movie game, and Creature of the Krusty Krab. Those four are like the four you should play. Atlantis Squarepantis is god-awful. Truth or Square was made by the Battle for Bikini Bottom team, but they had an extremely strict deadline, so they didn't get to do much, and it unfortunately shows. Oh, here's an interesting extra. This flower was slightly higher up, so you couldn't just jump up to it, whilst now you can. And it's part of the reason why that sock now isn't reachable. You have to come back as Patrick a little later on. Because you used to be able to bounce off this, and if the full stretch, barely make it. Whilst now you can't make it. Because, you know, Remake wants to make it that you do things legit instead of being more speedrunner friendly. Which I think is worth talking about, because that's the reason why this remake even happened. It was pulled back from the dead, this game, by the speedrunning community. Because the original version of this game is stupendously speedrunner friendly. It has so many goddamn tricks under the surface, and the fact that none of them made it into this remake is kind of depressing considering the legacy that resulted in this getting in here. And like I'll keep saying, I understand why this game was put together in 9 months. Of course there were going to be things that were wonky, but it is still kind of depressing. Like as much as the demand was stupendously high for this remake to come out, I would have absolutely preferred they pushed it back and this game got the time it needed to be more polished, because there's a lot of just little things that are rough. And I will keep saying it as well, the fact that they put this together in 9 months and it's this solid, despite some of the small hiccups, I think it's worth commending, and it's why I'm still excited for Cosmic Shake, because that has had a much longer development time, and is made by the same team. And it's like, well, if they can make something this solid in less than 9 months, what would they do if given, you know, all the time they need to work on it? And I really hope I don't regret saying that live, and then when Cosmic Shake comes out, we play it and I end up hating it. I like that they made this section a teeny tiny bit harder in the compared to the original, though. Because in the original, those balls shot out a lot less often and moved a lot slower, whilst now they more often and are, well, quicker. The only saving grace is that they put like these little circular spaces where there isn't grass, so you can see where they're going to bounce. But as a whole, it is just that teeny tiny bit more difficult, and I appreciate that, because it was kind of, why is it here?
Hey Gary, what's shaking?
Up here, Gary will introduce you to bungees. You hook yourself onto the hook,
a bungee jump,
and sling your way down. The bungee physics in the remake are skewed. Also, another little oddity, there was a giant rock here, so you couldn't, like where I'm standing here, you couldn't stand here at all. They removed it, so then in the remake, regardless of where you're standing, you can see the wire. But in the original, you wouldn't be able to see the wire from here. There was a big rock. It'd only be like from here you could see it. This is how it works. You jump on the bungee cord and you swing on down. And when you're going down, you can press X and SpongeBob will commit to the stretch a lot more. I do find the controls for the bungee in remake slightly stiffer than in the original, but it's just another little thing. I promise you I loved it. I love this game. As much as I love the original version of it a lot more than this remake, it's still a remake of one of my all-time favourite games. So even if it's got some warts on it, I still love it, you know? As we introduce to a new enemy, we had the basic bots that we've been like smacking away without a care in the world. Now we've got one that's got range on it, so you need to be slightly wary that it can do this. Ding, ding, ding. Break the box, thank you. They still die in one hit, thank goodness. So if you can just get in before they notice you, you're good.
I love opening presents.
The other thing that's noticed as well is the gravity surrounding robots you hit is not as good as it was in the original as well. In the original, if you whacked an enemy, you literally smacked them away. They'd get sent flying. And they had this thing where if it then hit another enemy, it would hurt them as well. So you could like make a chain. Oh, they put an invisible wall here. Wow. And when this game launched, there was an invisible wall here, so you could skip this entire puzzle. I say puzzle. They basically, you go over there and then you follow the string. You can literally just jump on straight on that one and get there. They put an invisible wall so they stopped you from cheesing it. Because in the original, these weren't solid objects. This tree, the leaves weren't solid objects, so you couldn't jump up and over so easily. Over here is something we can't mess with yet. It's one of the instances where we have to come back. We need an ability we don't have to get that. So we can't mess with that just yet. Down here's a few extra shinies. I'm going to be going like shiny mad just so I can try and not reach any point where I have to stop back, go back and grind basically. I probably won't do 100%. Well, I mean, I'll do 100% all level spatulas and all socks. But I probably won't do 100% all the ones you have to buy, just because that does get grindy, and I would want to get a move on eventually. Because I want to try and do this whole game in one stream. It's very possible to do all in one stream. I know I'm kind of chilling here, but as the game goes on, there'll be some sections that I'll just start getting a move on and start pushing through. In fact, I should probably actually start that now. And actually just keep moving. In the original, more rocks were here as well, so you had to actually kind of tunnel through the boxes, but now you can kind of jump around them if you want. You could also, the AI range of this robot expanded out towards here, so it could chase you off the edge into the water. See if I can get you to do it. Ah, no, they got rid of it in the remake. But yeah, they used to just, like, without a care in the world, like, hop straight off the edge. If you trust your platformer, you can go nab this. Also, the other thing, the square attack holding your momentum in the air only works if you're still moving upwards. In this. In the original, it worked regardless, but now if you're going downward and then press it, Spongebob will continue descending. So there are actually a degree of physics. We come over here, turn around and go backwards up to the top here. Because there is another one of Patrick's sauce. I said, once you get 10, you've got enough to bank in a spatula. What I'll be trying to do is go for all 80 and then bank them all in at once. Well, no, isn't this a strange one for me? I'm not playing something that has death, murder, or horror in it.
Patrick will be glad to have this
But
back.
genuinely, I've had this game since I was like 4 or 5 years old. The original, I mean, not this, obviously. And so it's always just been a part of my life, and it was like my first real collectathon platformer. Like, some people had Mario 64, some people had Banjo-Kazooie. I had SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. So this game has an extremely important place in my heart. And so, of course, I'm more than willing to come back to it. I said, even though I'm 22 now, I still come back to it from time to time because I just love this game and what it is.
Pushing a single button is the most satisfying.
That's a Duplicatotron, by the way, that
push,
robot.
push.
It'll infinitely reproduce robots till you break it. They blow up a hell of a lot quicker than they did in the original. In the original, yeah, they kind of break away a little bit, then blow up. And yes, blow up is the key word to use when explaining them. They will hurt you if you're too close when they blow up.
Man, I have all your comics and toys and mail.
Huh? What?
Oh, Mermaid Man's not voiced by his original voice actor.
It's that
Barnacle Boy
Sponge
is, and
kid.
it's really depressing because
No,
both Mermaid Man
what
and
was
Barnacle
I
Boy's
supposed
original
to
voice
tell
actors
you?
have both tragically passed away nowadays.
That Patrick is surrounded by robots and needs my help.
Huh? Oh.
Well, if massaging your
Help! They're making me hit myself!
massaging your feet isn't working, I think I'd better try a more direct approach.
By clipping my toenails?
Here I come, Patrick!
But Mermaid Man is inadvertently telling us Patrick needs help, so we're going to go save him. So then we get introduced to sliding, which is a lot snappier in this than the original. Like, you can kind of just go, and the game just lets you. But hug a right and go up here, because there is yet another sock hidden away for you.
You! Patrick needs to do laundry.
Putting us pretty close to 10, and this jumps wonky as shit in the remake. There we go.
I should do it again sometime.
That is there as well.
Fine for Patrick.
Also, I know I'm playing a kids game, but if you're hopping in when I play this kids game, I'll warn you now, I swear from time to time, so don't let your kids watch it, please. This tutorial isn't necessary. I mean, like, there was always a little cutscene showing these all duplicator-trons, but the fact that they explain it to you now is like, no, I worked it out just fine when I was 5 years old.
I feel like a new sponge.
You're supposed to break these and hit the button. So break that duplicator-tron and hit that button. Also, another little thing they changed, this button was on the ground in the original. I do know a lot of the little exact details from the original game. Because one was on the ground, one was one jump's worth of height, and one was a double jump's worth of height. So it also, like, subtly tested that you have understood how it works. Yeah, like this one. Okay, I take it back then, that one was always on the ground, that one was one jump height, but now it's two jump height. Whilst that one was always two jump height, so they've kind of slightly messed up the intention of the tutorial. And the last one is way, way over here. Break this first before we hit the button. The cutscene will override it so we don't take the damage from the bomb. Woo! When we swap the Patrick, the first thing we'll be doing is backtracking to get that sock.
Hey, SpongeBob!
Whew! Thank goodness you're safe, Patrick.
Well, of course, SpongeBob. Why wouldn't I be?
Well,
the robots?
Oh, yeah, I found this.
Thanks, Patrick. I tell you what, all that running around has left me pooped. Why don't you continue on for a bit?
Okay. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
So now we've got this, so I'm going to U-turn. And now we're playing as Patrick, who kind of pushes forward a little bit in the air when you do his square instead, so you can cover a little bit more ground that way. And it's a lot more aggressive and effective in this than the original. We're going to go all the way back. Hey, Mermaid Man.
Oh, Mermaid Man. You're like a big, heroic prune.
Prunes? What? Where?
If you're just joining me, welcome. Just having a bit more of a cozy stream, returning to, well, the remake of one of my all-time favorite childhood games. I'm gonna try and do the whole thing in one stream, but we'll see how it goes.
Again!
Because I won't be coming back to it tomorrow because, you know, Elden Ring drops and I'm very excited for that, like, you know, most people are. But it's over here. There is a giant ice cube. Patrick can pick up and throw things. So you pick it up, throw it. Because it's ice cube, the entire water is frozen over, so you can run across and get the sock the intended way. As in the original, that flower, that bounce flower, is slightly higher, so you can make it with SpongeBob by just using that. And now we have that, it'll be quicker to go back to the box and get back there, and then we can be right on the main path yet again, like we never left. If you want to know how many socks you got in an area, check it on the map, it'll tell you. So we got 7 of 14. We should reach the end of this with 12, because the 13th and 14th cannot be gotten yet until we get abilities later on. The box wasn't that finicky in the original, I'm sure. But you can see every time I'm pressing square, like, Patrick's getting a little bit more momentum pushing forward, so it is slightly quicker. It's one of the few things I'd kind of actually prefer about the movie game over Battle for Bikini Bottom. Is that in that game, Patrick gets a cartwheel attack, and he moves like twice as fast with the cartwheel attack.
Wooden presents.
And because of that, it's like, it just became my ideal way to move. So when I come back to this, I'm like, oh yeah, right, he doesn't have that. Right, let's get back to the path so we can do Patrick's section.
I will crush them!
There are bus stops that you'll find here, there, and everywhere throughout the game that allow you to swap between playable characters as you go. Every odd-numbered level is Patrick as a partner. Every even-numbered level will have Sandy as a partner. So it'll either be SpongeBob or Patrick, or it'll be SpongeBob or Sandy. It won't be all three ever. This is also introducing to you that you can pick up tikis and throw it. There's your bus stop if you want to swap to SpongeBob, which won't be helpful for you right now. They changed this as well, which I don't like. You auto-lock to these patches of grass, when in the original you didn't. You just throw, you do it all in 2 throws. The first throw you'd throw it right up to here, then the second throw you'd hit the button. And then the seesaw. Stand where the star is, throw it where the target is, it will launch you where it needs to go. It's simple, it's very self-explanatory.
Uh-oh, this one goes boom.
This is what would be your very first Thunder Tiki. Your introduction to the ones that go boom. You can, well, maybe don't throw them right next to you. I was hoping to aim for that, if I'm honest, Patrick, but whatever. But you can pick them up and throw them if you're brave enough.
Hey, you barnacle head! Watch where you're going!
The rock is talking to me.
Patrick's eyes.
Almighty Rock, I am at your command.
Down here, you big pink lummox!
Oh, hi there, Mr. Plankton. Are you going to vaporize me today?
So very tempting. Unfortunately, I found myself in the undesirable position of having to assist you.
I was in an undesirable position yesterday, and now my neck hurts.
Heed my words, my large future minion. Go into Jellyfish Cave. Follow the instructions on the signs that you see. At the end of the caves, you'll still be a big pink idiot, but you'll know enough to help defeat the robots and get me back into the chum bucket.
Well, then will you vaporize me?
I might spare your life so I can force you to work in my sweatshop,
Your
making
sweatshop?
low-quality design and knockoff wallets.
Oh, thank you.
And because this is more of a cozy and laid-back stream, I will be paying attention to chat a little bit more. So if any of you guys are curious about anything, want to ask anything, even if it's unrelated, I don't mind chatting a little bit. If it's stuff to do with Danganronpa, I'll in my playthrough of that, I will, when I go to answer it, at least go like, okay, I'm going to spoil this sort of thing, because some people might be playing this, like watching this, and not be like going, know what's going on with Danganronpa, or watch those streams or videos that I've been working on, sort of thing. This is teaching you that you can repurpose things. Because essentially, if you take too long hitting one button, it will reset for the other one. So it's teaching you that you can actually use the same fruit for both. These spikes weren't... This is one of the things I actually do appreciate. In the original, they came up at complete random, and there was no warning with them creeping up the ground first. In the remake, they have got a pattern, and they creep out the ground first so you can see them. Fuck you, I was going to get that Tiki box. Let's go back. There are physics on the fruits. Well, as you just saw there, never mind. In this, and that weren't in the original.
Where's the whistle?
In the original, they became like solid, unmoving objects wherever they landed. Whilst now there is a lot of little physics and things like that. I like the glow that they've got in this cave compared to the original.
I don't think SpongeBob's
It does make it stand out a lot more eye-catching than the original had it. I also appreciate that the game understands that you want to throw it at the Tiki, so now auto-locks to the Thunder Tiki. Which it didn't in the original. You had to really kind of maneuver it yourself to do it. But that opens that, allowing you to get through, teaching you that you can use them as temporary stands, but they won't last forever. And this is teaching you that you can actually stand on them. And the game puts its own auto-lock here as well, which wasn't there in the original. You had to place it yourself. You just want to say, hey, you can even stack them on top of each other to make like a step ladder. And if you turn around, there's a sock here, so we can have that. And it's teaching you, hey, now that you figured it out that you can stack them up, do it yourself. And there's There's our first box. Now we got a little slide, which doesn't have an obvious transition. You might just walk onto here and be like, oh, we're sliding now, are we? Oh, I'll hit this for the 3 shinies. There's a shop right there.
Better.
And there's your box back up if you didn't want to come down it just yet. There is a sock and a purple shiny in this water. You used to have 20 seconds, but now they only give you 15 for these, so it's a little bit tighter in all the instances. But there's your purple shiny. I should just make both in one. Yes. Well, I hope you're all doing well. I'm aware of, like, some of the things going on in Ukraine and some of the things, you know, the really horrible things going on in Texas right now as well. And my heart breaks for everyone affected. It genuinely is really awful. And I think that's as much as it'd be wise for me to say. I don't want to talk about things that I don't have the personal understanding on, but I do want to show my empathy and care that it is a horrible thing, and I hope there is a turning point. It's why I've got my pinned message saying trans rights are human rights, because they are. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to take political sides for on a country that I don't live in, but what is it, Greg Abbott, I think his name is, the Senate or whatever his name is pushing an extremely anti-trans and ultimately transphobic policy on the people of Texas, to such an extent where children or just people who are, you know, not classed as adults, who are transgendered,
Squidward tells me
are
you're looking for
to have their parents persecuted for abuse, for fuck's sake, which is horrific. It's genuinely horrendous. And so, if you're coming here expecting it to be like a kid-friendly thing because I'm playing a kid-friendly game, I'm sorry, I swear a lot. I'm British, it's a second habit. But it's genuinely horrendous, and it rattles me to my core. And the thing is, it's not even surprising, and I think that's what makes it so upsetting. There has been a lot of transphobia in the US, especially in those kind of core main states in Midlands, for an extremely long time, and a lot of very aggressive views being put forward and being pushed by political officials. Like, this isn't a surprise, but that's what makes it more tragic.
Yes?
All I can say, if you are watching this from Texas, and either you're transgendered or someone in your family is, there are support lines. Get the fuck out of Texas. It's do or die at this point. It's genuinely horrendous what's going on. And even, and like I said, I'm not going to take political sides because I'm, you know, from the UK, so I'm not going to say, you should vote for this in the US, because I'm not from the US. I don't know the inner machinations of what happens in the day-to-day life under their political system. But what I can tell you, as someone who's witnessed things firsthand in the UK, that kind of goes, wow, people voted, that would have made a difference, is whenever there's an election, whether it big or small, use your damn vote. Your voice has power, believe it. Regardless of what you believe in, regardless of what side you take politically, your voice has power, please use it. Anyway, let's actually go on to the fun game of SpongeBob.
I'll see what I can do.
I've said before on stream that I always want my live stream to be a safe space for anyone, and it's why I'm making a point of saying all this, because I want this stream to be safe. If you're transgendered and watching this, you are welcome here. You deserve to be alive. You do deserve human rights because you are a human being. And no one should ever, for any reason, take that from you just because they think differently, because that is horrendously dumb and extremely outdated. And if you have a problem with any of that, you're not welcome here. There's no two way around it. If you're watching this and being like, I don't like what he's talking about, I'm sorry, but no, I'm not sorry. You're not welcome here. You're part of the outdated problem. Transgendered people are people. But I'll stop preaching. I want to play SpongeBob. I love this game. The jellyfish are more aggressive in the remake than the original. In the original, they pretty much almost entirely left you alone, unless you were right up in their face for like 10 seconds straight. Whilst now, they are, you know, jellyfish. They're like wasps in the SpongeBob universe, that they will go for you if you let them.
Hello, Mrs. Puff.
Mrs. Puff is going to introduce another challenge over here to us. Basically, there's a golden spatula out here in the water, but we need to drain the water by destroying these pumps.
You can figure out.
Also, Patrick says show enough, Mrs. Puff, which is okay. But this Duplicatortron is going to constantly produce robots. What you're supposed to do is ground pound near it. And then throw them. It has to be a double jump ground pound though. It's something they did different in this one. One jump does a much quicker and shorter ground pound. Also, don't hit them directly with double pound. They have to be in range of it, otherwise they won't stun. You just kill them. There you go. But yeah, in the original, even one jump was enough to do the big one. But there was an unused animation, and they thought, you know what? Why not use it? Oh, I thought that was the last one. Whoops. There we go. That should be all of them. And then the water will lower, and you can get your spatula. We'll just wrap up the last of these enemies because the Duplicatortron broke when we did that. Ta-da! We're on 8. You need 5 to access the next level for the record. So if you're doing like the bare minimum getting through it, you can go into downtown now. You need 15 for the first boss, and you need 10 for Goo Lagoon, the 3rd level. Like I said, by the final boss door is 75. At this point, you don't have to. You can progress to the next section as either SpongeBob or Patrick, and both are just fine. But I personally would recommend swapping to SpongeBob because it's now going to introduce Sleepy Tikis. This is a shh tiki. Oh, sorry, they're called shush tikis, but I always call them Sleepy Tikis because it bounces off the tongue a little easier. And SpongeBob will have to sneak up on it in order to destroy it. Either use the left stick and gently push, or hold L2. Patrick can break them from a distance if you throw stuff.
I love opening presents.
But yeah, if you either hold the left stick only partially forward or just hold L2, Sponge will sneak. The sneak counts on controller inputs, so even if you're jumping or swinging, it won't count. Speaking of swinging, I always just break that because it just makes a chain and destroys everything for you. These tartar sauce shooting robots take 2 hits to be destroyed from normal attacks, but if you ground pound on them, it will kill them in 1.
I feel like a new sponge.
Additionally, explosive tikis will kill them in 1. Actually, I think I can show what I mean if I tap this and get out of there. Oh no, okay, they're just out of range. In the original, explosive tikis would kill. The other sock we can't get right now is over here because we need the cruise bubble, SpongeBob's final attack. Because to get the sock, you have to break all those boxes. Do you see the problem? You can't get from them from here, so you need the cruise bubbles, because the cruise bubble is an aerial attack from a distance, so you can reach them with it. Open this. Love tap that so it'll blow up when we're away. Love tap that so it'll blow up when we're away. The horror! I do appreciate, though, I know it's a small thing, but in the original game, there was a real lack of subtitles for general dialogue, so the fact that they have done it now for cutscenes and general dialogue is appreciated, because the audio would outpower them a little bit at some points. But now it's the stone tikis. They can't be blown up by ordinary things, they need to be dealt with by explosives, which is why there's thunder tikis near them to introduce that idea. Stone tikis also drop a little bit more shinies than normal, so if you want to grind them up, finding a bunch of stones like this is a very good way of grinding up quick. Oh, the super monster is the highest. He doesn't go to super ultra mega monster anymore. So yeah, they never did change that, so you can't get as high a combo as you could in the original. You don't have to come over here, this is entirely just for currency. There's no sock or anything, it's just, hey, do you want to come over to this little island for something? There's a purple there, which is a little awkward to get, but you can get it. And then there's this, and then you can just turn around and come back. And you don't even have to use the first and third platform, you can skip them. This was lowered. The cost here was lowered significantly. In the original, it was like 1,000. I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it was a hell of a lot more than 150. They've done that for a lot of the game. I guess to try and make it like more interesting for kids, because ultimately that's what this game is aimed at. Get rid of most, if not all, of the grinding. In fact, I'm heavily expecting Cosmic Shake when that launches to not have any of them full stop. They'll probably still have currency for things, maybe have a shop, but I doubt there will be paywalls or the pay shells like that. They'll probably try and keep the barricades just to whatever that game's equivalent of the gold spatulas are. Also, you can reach that from here. You can see from it, it's not a far jump, but I'll show you the way you're supposed to go. You're supposed to go all the way around, and we want to do this anyway because there's yet another song. I'm going to get bonked around a lot in this game, but it's never once bothered me. This game's not hard, believe it or not.
Like a spring breeze.
You're supposed to start from over there and work here, but you can absolutely reach this from here. And this jump is a lot shorter than the original, so that's super easy to reach as well. This will manually put you back here. Oh, that was enough to count as combo. That was generous. Another cardboard box. Is this the warp back?
Tartar sauce.
Yeah, this is here.
I feel like a new sponge.
Let's wait for you to shoot before we navigate around. Oh, what? Usually you hit the water. There we go. But the next one of Patrick's stinky socks is over here to the left. I said we saw it just a moment ago, and you can jump straight from there to here and make it.
Another find for Patrick.
Which puts us on... What are we on? Okay, so we're only missing one more that we can get right now. As I said before, the last two, one of them requires a skill we don't have, and the other one requires a different skill that we also don't have. Also, be careful with the physics. If you're on a downward slope, it will newt your jump slightly. It's why this seesaw is now stiffer, because at launch, it wasn't this stiff. And because it wasn't that stiff, this jump actually was more awkward, because the downward momentum of jumping off a platform that's already descending affected the physics. Can you still reach this? Yes, you can. Oh, you can reach it a lot easier than this in the original. In the original, you just barely grab the edge. Like, well, kind of like that animation, but from there. Which is only for a sock. It's just in case you want to skip that little section. Which I'm going to come back for anyway, because, you know, Explosive Tiki.
I love opening presents. You've just met the Sponginator. Fresh like a spring breeze.
Ding, 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 ding. You need SpongeBob beyond this point. If you decide to take Patrick instead of SpongeBob, this was your end point, because only SpongeBob can wall jump. You can jump by walls when a symbol appears. Jump again and slide wall, press X to jump again. Literally what you think it is. Run at the wall, jump, SpongeBob will splat on it, and then you just keep on spamming X, you'll go up it. In the original, you couldn't spam it as much, but they just cleaned that up, and I think that was a justified cleanup to just make it a lot more consistent. You know, like I said before, it's a kid's game ultimately. So things like that being cleaned up make a lot of sense. For reaching the top of the hill, you're given a free spatula, but this is the last little bit of the area for level 1.
Bubble Buddy! Gosh, everyone is trying to help out today.
Step quietly there. That
I'm
king
gonna approach our
jellyfish
first
is just up at
boss.
the top of this path.
Well, it's just more
Good
the
luck.
mini boss of this
You'll
act, but
need it.
you'll get the gist.
Thanks, Bubble Buddy.
Bubble Buddy wishes us luck. Thanks, Bubble Buddy.
I feel like a new sponge.
But that episode was so annoying. Like, when you watch back on it, it's like, wow, SpongeBob really is just a complete menace for like 15 minutes straight. And blames it all on Bubble Buddy.
I knew the King Jellyfish was big, but who knew he had such a beautiful voice?
I hope Cosmic Shake has a unique soundtrack. The Steam page description doesn't give me much hope. General gist, it's going to float around and cover in electricity, and after you hit him, he will spawn in some jellyfish, so there's a few more hazards, and then do it again. And then do it, and then once you hit him a second time, spawn more dangerous jellyfish, and then do it a third round. But you can, you're supposed to, he will do 2 charges, then wait on that one, and then on this one he'll do 3 charges. But if you time it right, you can hit him after 1 charge each time. These bluish ones, they were more like dark purpley, are super damn aggressive. Like, they will attack you on sight, so be wary. There we go. That's a very easy first boss. So jelly, we can give that back to Squidward. Biz. Yeah, see you around, King Jellyfish. Wait for the water to drain. Last thing you want to do is jump straight in. Well, interestingly, in the original, at that point, it would just say, okay, you've got the jelly. Whilst in this, it gets put there and you have to jump in and get it first. Like, okay. It's a little hidden away, but tap this box, so if you mess up the jump at the end of this, you're not put out of luck, and you have to, like, warp up here or anything. But this is a super long slide, and it immediately highlights one of the biggest issues with this remake, the render distance. Because what on earth happened here? Ah, missed it. Oh, wait, we can do that again. I always try and be cheeky and get that in one, but no, I'll do the way you're supposed to get it. Let me try and get this spatula first. Got ya. Yeah, but that's the last sock. I always try to be cheeky and get it. In the original, socks will magnify to you. I had to think of what the word was for a second. From a much further range, so you're pretty much guaranteed to get it. Whilst in this, it's a teeny tiny bit more precise. Which I get it. You can't BS your way to a sock that way. But the hint is following those barrels that it's supposed to make you drop down to here. And I hit them all purposely for the 3 shinies. And then you go through and you get that. And that's the last sock we can get right now. And if you miss that spatula, Larry will tell you about it. But no, he won't have anything of worth. So sorry, Larry, I'll see you in Goo Lagoon. Actually, no, you're like in almost every level. You'll see you in downtown, actually. Squidward, I got the jelly.
Yeah. Oh, that feels so much better.
Anything for my best friend Squidward. Can I rub some on?
What if I just gave you this?
Goes it to 11, so we can jump straight to Goo Lagoon if we wanted. Speaking of level jumping, though, when we unlock the boss, I'll do the boss, then come back to Goo Lagoon, because then we can get everything in Goo Lagoon in one visit. But that's everything we can do in this area, so let's go. We will be coming back a little later on, but I'll wait until we get both of the required skills to get everything, and then we'll just get them both. So our next destination is the most open level of the bunch, and I really hope this level is used as a basis for at least a couple levels in Cosmic Shake. Because this level is really enjoyable, because it's just a giant sandbox. It's not like a linear progression of things like a lot of the other levels. It's just, you're in downtown, go waddle around, see what you can find.
Once a bustling metropolis, now a debris.
I mean, your path, sorry, through it, will be linear on your first run, because you can see all these fences blocking off. But as you break them, it just becomes like a grid town formation. You can go wherever you want.
All right, but it's gonna take a while to get all this dust.
Not vacuum, evacuate. We have to get everyone to safety.
Can we just load them up in the boats?
That won't do any good.
Why not?
Because the
robots have stolen the steering
wheels.
We will be getting all of the steering wheels.
Couldn't we just drive in a straight line?
No, there are too many turns.
Those fiends, they thought of everything. Never fear, Mrs. Puff. I'll get those steering wheels back.
SpongeBob, if you're involved, I always fear. But
Fair enough,
you
Mrs.
what,
Puff.
if you can pull this off, I'll give you a golden spatula.
How about a driver's license instead?
Nice try.
So, wheel 1 of 11. Wheel 2 of 11. Yeah, the first few are gimme. That's introducing the sponge ball, but we'll come back to that. New robot. These little guys, more often than not, become the replacement of the standard robot because they're just a little bit quicker and a little bit more aggressive, but serve the same purpose. The idea of this bit is that you've got to lure the cannon into hitting the tikis.
I love opening presents.
Which they made more generous in this one. If you're in the right vicinity, the thing will straight up lock onto the explosive barrel. Also, be wary, it can still hit you through it. Let me go nab that sock actually, since I'm one hit off.
I feel like a new sponge.
Because your health doesn't reset between zones like it did in the original. That should be good. And then same again for this one. Hello, there we go. The reason why you're blowing all these up is because you need to hit these buttons. And hitting all 4 buttons will destroy that cannon and give us a golden spatula.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying.
Push, 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 push. Oh, well, I interrupted the line, but... Oh, my original route doesn't work. You have to be a bit more weird with it. Oh, it kind of works, and then you jump from this to this, and then get it. Yep. Oh, hang on. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I've just got a notification saying that a parcel's been delivered, and I'm like, has it? I didn't hear anything. So give me 2 seconds to just check. Just walked into the door on my way back like a moron. Ow. Just literally clocks my forehead on like the door frame as I went past. Ow. But yeah, your health doesn't in the original, your health would reset if you warped to a different zone. It was just a convenience thing that I guess they just, once again, limited development time for this game, didn't get time to put in.
I feel like a new sponge. Boy, Patrick will be glad.
But it's not that bad. I said this game is very easy, so it's not the end of the world.
Too pretty. Can't take it.
The closest thing to a sequel we had for the longest time, the movie game. The late game of the movie game was significantly harder. Like, it actually kind of caught me off by surprise. Even nowadays when I go back to it, just how tough. Like, it's not, like, insanely, like, back-breakingly brutal. But it does kind of make you go, oh, okay, they expect you to do... Oh, okay. Like, it is a little bit tougher than you might think. But this is the sponge ball. You touch it, you turn into a ball.
I'm Rollerific.
In the original, you couldn't jump in the balls. This is actually a very welcomed alteration. The reason why they let you jump is because they were worried they wouldn't be able to get the physics one-to-one for the sponge ball itself from the original. So to make it give you like a little bit more room to breathe, they made it so you could jump. I think they did all right with the physics. It was very easy for them to mess it up, but it could have gone very wrong in a lot of ways. But I feel like they found a really good balance for it. In fact, you can actually reach some crazy speeds with this. I actually kind of like how fast you can go with it compared to the original. Time for a new enemy, the UFOs. And it also introduces how you're supposed to defeat them. You have to come at them from an angle. If you come from the side, you will always lose. You need to come at them from above or below. Well, I say that. To be more accurate,
Somehow
above.
I don't think he needs a hand.
That's how you deal with them. Also, the way you're supposed to get that second wheel there is this way. You jump over that way. But you can reach it with ease without it. Even in the original, this isn't something unique to this. In the original, it's very easy to reach that wheel without doing the way you're expected. It's that sock that's the one that's a little more annoying, because you could kind of bumble your way up the side here and get it, and whilst now you can't. Also, you see this red dotted line? This is what it was like in the original as well for the hub space. This was like your boundary checker. Whilst now they make it so it dips down when you're out of bounds in the hub space. Well, I've got a lot more people watching than I usually do. I appreciate it, guys. I'm looking at the number in the corner and telling me how many people have hopped in, and it's like, is it because I'm playing SpongeBob and SpongeBob's a very popular brand still? But there's a lot more of you guys around. Oh, I'm not going to reach that in one. I want to get this wheel.
Number 1 with the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
And it's also worth coming over here and touching this Thunder Tiki, because it will snap the rope on this so we can pass through it safely. See? So now we can go through there, opening up the space a little bit more. The bots that come in, though, can go away. They're always a little bit more on the annoying side, but what can you do? YouTube clearly isn't doing anything anytime soon about it. First use, we can open that up, and we're in front of the bank. Trying to think, there's nothing up here at all. It's just if you want to get up here, it's like, hey, you can get right up here. The main thing is that it allows you to see there is a sock there, so when you're on your travels, make sure to detour to get it. It's one of the socks that when I was a little kid was one of the few that I missed, because you have to kind of think about it to even realize it's there. If you know it's there already, it's easy. It's just if it's not something that's on your
bringing it
the front of your mind, you might not notice. But hitting this will raise a ramp and make a boat fall down from the sky, allowing you to bounce over. This is where a little bit of the holes in the physics start to show. Because you see how that looked kind of snappy and fast and automated? Yeah, they were nervous on how the physics would work in the remake, and so made that automatic so they didn't have to worry about the physics potentially making that part too hard. Or far harder than intended. Which I get it is a little bit like, no. I kind of like, it was fun to do it yourself, but I also completely understand the fact they were given less than 9 months to put this together. They had to eventually say, okay, we need to put something in place to make sure something is safe.
Another find for Patrick.
I know I'm going through stretches of not talking, but it's genuinely just because, for as simple as it is, I like the music of this game. It's extremely nostalgic for me. This entire game's soundtrack I've known for most, if not all of my life. Like I said, I was like 4 or 5 years old when I got this game. Best game of my childhood? Absolutely, dude. It's one of my all-time favourite games. And I love this remake despite some of its little problems that are in it.
This door is locked from the inside.
Bubble Buddy will introduce something don't worry about this yet. It's just saying, hey, you can only enter this from when we're from elsewhere. And we will get to the elsewhere later. The other thing of note with this is you can see a wheel just over there. So when you're passing by, you might catch it in the corner of your eye that there's another wheel to go get. Which we will, of course, be going and getting. Like I said, I intend to make this 100%. It's just whether or not I do the whole game in one day or not. Because, simply put, Elden Ring is tomorrow, so I won't be streaming this tomorrow.
You! Patrick needs to do laundry.
Oh, that was actually a good showcase of the physics in this game, actually. Because I was on a downslope. When I went to jump, SpongeBob's jump was slanted down. He couldn't jump up as much. Oh, that one's still the original price. I'll come back there later. But I want to do all the rooftop stuff, and then when we circle back round, I'll do that. Let's go get you first. There you go. But this is another, hey, do you know how the sponge ball works kind of thing. Just tap this.
Roll the sponge.
And go through it. It's like it's once again, it's also slightly automated in this version. Oh, sorry, Gary, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, thanks for noticing. I have been working out. Meow. Not done. Doesn't that mean meow?
We need to get up there to where the golden spatula is and access to the rooftops.
Oh, that's the entrance to the rooftops, which leads to the lighthouse? Aha! There's another golden spatula. I could really use that. Meow. Meow. What do you mean, get Sandy to help me? I can get through this.
No, you can't.
Meow. Oh, that gap looks big. Okay, I'm definitely not making that jump.
You probably could, to be honest. In the original and in the remake, just because of how some of the physics and things work. I'm sure if you manipulated it in the right ways, you can make a lot of these jumps.
How is anyone going to get across there? Uh-oh, more robots. Holy Dutchman's ghost!
These jumps, however, I'm not too sure of.
Impossible! Okay, I'll go get Sandy to help me out.
When you destroy that Duplicatotron, by the way, it does snap the rope here, so you don't have to do the sponge ball through it again and ever again afterwards. Before you proceed upwards, make sure to tap this box, just because we'll be nabbing a few collectibles on the side, and it'll be quicker to get back up afterwards with it. And once again, snap this for that rope, hit this to snap that rope. Which makes this area completely open and accessible now. We go to the buttons for characters, we'll now be playing as Sandy. The trick with Sandy is, she might not have as many, she doesn't have a ground pound, but if you press the jump button a third time in the air, she will glide with using her lasso. The glide time for the lasso in the remake is nowhere near as long as it was in the original, so be prepared for that, it just won't last as long. But I love playing as Sandy, and I hope she's playable in Cosmic Shake. There's a lot of, we still don't know too much about the game, but there's a lot of things suggesting that it's going to be more of a SpongeBob-only adventure in terms of playable characters. We know Patrick isn't going to be playable, because they've turned him to this little, this tiny little, companion thing to be a Navi of the game. Which might make the dialogue more enjoyable, because there will always be someone to bounce off, but we'll see how that actually works out. If you press the circle button, you can use the lasso to hit things from far away. Because she doesn't have a ground pound, the UFO robots can't be dealt with in that traditional way. Oh, you have to hold the button in Remake. You have to... God damn it. I forgot you have to hold the button in Remake. That's annoying. Hang on, 1 second. Let me get back over there. There we go. In the original, you just tap the button. Cosmic Shake better be the Elden Ring of SpongeBob. Dude. I'm really excited for Cosmic Shake. I know I have a lot of problems with this remake, just because I said it was pumped out so quickly. But I think the fact that they made it this so solid, despite the fact they put it together in only a few months. So I think it was less than 9 months this game had in full development, which is insanely short nowadays. But the fact that they made it so good, even though it was put together so quickly, makes me more excited for Cosmic Shake, where they've, had time with that one. because there's a lot of things suggesting they've actually been working on it for a number of years. Like, they were actually working on it or started development for it before Battle for Bikini Bottom was out, because THQ Nordic was that confident that BfBB would be that good, be that enjoyable. People would love it that much and it would sell that well. And to be fair, they were right. But because Cosmic Shake's been in development for a lot longer of a time, the possibilities for it, at least to me, are a lot greater. I'm stupendously excited for that game. So you can just reach this, so I might as well nab it now. We will be dropping down because there is a sock we need to get before we move on. Just give me more of a chance, I'll do this. Yeah, we made it just fine. There it is.
Well, I suppose it'll make Patrick happy.
And we're a quarter of the way through all the socks already. Is it a rooftop?
Hey, Larry, what's shaking?
Sandy! Boy, am I
Hello,
glad
Larry.
to see you. I need your
Larry,
help.
as Sandy
My TV
puts it.
reception has been terrible lately. I need to have someone replace my old antenna with this shiny new one.
Yes, sir. That there antenna is shinier than a $3 bill. Well, why don't you replace it yourself?
I'm not really much of a jumper.
So, what's jumping got to do with it?
Because the old antenna is up there.
Woo! That's taller than a glass of Texas iced tea.
The robots have blocked off that building, and I can't do all those fancy moves you and Spongebob do to get across these gaps.
And Larry's like, I'm not
All
a
I can
playable
do is
character, so I
flex.
can't get over there.
Oh, see?
Yeah, great. So what are you gonna do with the old antenna?
Oh, that? It's yours if you replace it with a new one.
Well, I have been getting bad TV reception in the tree dome. Okay, Larry, you got a deal.
When you start, immediately turn around, find a bus stop, and then hit that button. Which is here. Boop. You'll make this pier.
I love opening presents.
Smash like your head through like 10 boxes. And on the very end, there is a sock for your troubles.
Boy, Patrick will be glad to have this back.
Oh, you can make it up here from this. In the original, there's an invisible wall because a golden spatula will end up here eventually. And obviously, they don't want you to get it early, but they flipped it round. They made it so the spatula's not there instantly, but now they don't need the invisible wall. It will only appear when you start the challenge.
Take that!
But we're going to be using Sandy for almost the entirety of the rooftop section. Sponge gets a bit of use near the end, but that's about it. And this is reintroducing You Can Glide. As if like you didn't have to glide to get here or anything. I'm sure she's okay. The enemy seems happy about it. I'm not close enough to reach it from here. You can lasso from in the air in this, which is new to this game. In the original, you couldn't. You could only lasso if you're standing on the ground, so you can have a lot easier time dealing with some enemies. So you can just do that.
Messing with Texas. The shinier, the better.
Oh yeah, right. Sandy's a Texan. Ugh. That's unfortunate timing considering what's going on. Oh, but it's just a video game context. It's not. This game that originally released in 2003 couldn't have predicted what the hell's going on in 2022.
Gotcha!
This isn't a Kojima game, and how that guy just predicts everything. Dude, it's hilarious when I see people playing Metal Gear Rising, and it's like this game came out like was it 2012 or 2013? I think it was 2013, and the main villain, the president, wants to make America great again, and you're like, how did he predict the future? Like, he even says to make America great again in the game. You're like, wait a minute. This game came out in 2013. What? How? Like, Kojima could be a prophet when he wants to. It's a shame I'm not into a lot of his more recent works. I didn't like MGS5 and I didn't like Death Stranding. But I accept that he's just doing a different thing with those games. It's just not my thing, unfortunately. And the people that do like those games, more power to you. Oh yeah, we've got another spatula. Probably should have actually talked about that. That bit's easy though. The only real challenge is, you know, spending the shinies, making sure you have enough. Oh, I wonder if you can do it in the original, which immediately means there's only a 50% chance you can do it in this. You can reach this wheel. Yes. And then from there, you could actually reach this sock as well.
Ooh.
Yes.
Do I really have to carry Patrick's socks?
The fact that that springboard is there is a little depressing, because that springboard only appears once you've done that section originally, to stop you from cheesing it and jumping across and then immediately skipping most of the level. So I'm going to do it the way you're expected to do it. Let's get rid of you before you're a threat. Is it because you can jump, you can deal with the UFOs infinitely easier than you could in the original? Behind the Duplicatotron, though, is a button which will allow you to proceed. But yeah, I've got Elden Ring installed on the pre-install, and funnily enough, I woke up this morning and it's like, oh, there's a patch to install, and I'm like, what? Is that the day one patch? But it's not out till tomorrow. I know it's very imminent, depending on where you are across the sea, but in the UK, it's 10:30 AM, and it's not out till, you know, midnight, so it's a little bit yet. There's another wheel here. What are we doing on wheels? 7 of 11. Okay. Oh, I can just skip and jump straight to this. I'll grab this purple though, because it's a 350. Okay, I did get the robot as well. Nice. Sandy can't sneak, only Spongebob can. So if you want to deal with the sleepy tikis, you need to you need to move away after you touch the Thunder Tiki or Lasso. Yeah, the amount of times I have fallen into the pit from here because of this particular enemy just getting a good enough aim or like a perfect shot is too many times. But that ends this section. It puts us up to 15, so we can access the next boss. Which, like I said, instead of going to level 3, once we're done with here, we'll be going to the boss instead. Because once you beat the main boss, you unlock a new ability, which will allow us to do all of Goo Lagoon in one go. Before you proceed in, do a lap around the place, because there are a few little things to nab.
Another find for Patrick!
Oh, and a box if you want to get back to the start. Let's go. This is a gauntlet area. Every time you defeat all the robots and the Duplicatotron, the floor will break and lower you down 1 level. And you'll keep on doing that for several levels. So, break this.
You just met the Sponginator.
The floor will break. You can hit the next thing. Yeah, the Duplicatotron won't be in the same place every time. Otherwise, it would be very easy for you to just chain destroy it.
Like a spring breeze.
And eventually they're on higher up as well. Pay attention to the stone tikis in the middle, because eventually there'll be an explosive tiki. And you can destroy all of them for a lot of shinies. Oh, the enemy moved. Come back here. You're a floating enemy. Why are you affected by the spinning floor?
I feel like a new sponge.
This one. So wait for it to come down, tap the thunder, and get out there.
I love opening presents.
And enjoy a lot of shinies. Now there's actually, 2 duplicators up here.
I feel like a new sponge.
I love the sound effects when robots hit you. The da 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 da. iconic to me in its own little way.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Is that everything? Yes. Oh, no little cutscene with the thunder going off. Let's get the. We'll come back for the spatula. We'll be coming back down in a second. Oh, we are at full health. Okay. But should I be trying to nab these? No. This is a little weird. When you press the button, it just spawns the sock here. In the original, the sock was above. It was like slightly higher that you couldn't reach it in the jump. So you could always see it and know that you were trying to get it. And this spring would put you just high enough to reach it. But now they just give it to you. It's just there. Anyway, let's go R16. Oh, only 2 wheels left, and I think is it 1 sock or 2? 1 sock left. Okay. And they should all be in the sea needle. Which is why I wanted to do that area first, because if you do the sea needle first, you're backtracking and then doing it, whilst here it circles round, so you just save time. The sea needle's got a little bit of wear and tear on it, so be careful when you're moving around with that. And it's also got a little thing that you can get. You're supposed to come back later with the SpongeBob's last ability, but you can do most of the challenge now, which is what I'm going to do. I'll just talk to Mr. Krabs first to start this
Someone's
quest.
broken the sea needle.
That's horrible. The sea needle is the cradle of Crochet Corner.
Yes, yes it is. But what's more important is that there are tikis and shiny objects just outside the windows.
More important than a landmark being wrecked is that there's money to be made. Of course, Mr. Krabs.
Mr. Krabs, how can you think of money at a time like this?
Easy. I just clear my mind. Money, money, money. Now listen here, boy. You know that I'll give you golden spatulas if you bring me shiny objects. But I'm going to sweeten the deal. If you can break all the tikis here at the Sea Needle, I'll give you a bonus golden spatula.
Why would I want to break the tikis, Mr. Krabs?
Because they were laughing at you,
great
calling
reasoning
you
to
funny
make you
names.
do a quest. I like this animation though of him like hiding his
What kind
mouth.
of funny name?
You know, Spongebob Butt Pants.
That's not very funny.
No. But they said
But they
your
made a
was
mum
ugly.
joke. What?
Ugly! All right, Mr. Krabs, break them I shall. You've got a deal.
Mum joke in 2003. What? Right. First things first. In the original, it worked slightly different, but you can still kind of do it in this. You're not supposed to be able to go this way just yet. But in the original, you could hop on those windows with Sandy and go across it. It still works here. You're using this instead. So it's slightly different, but you can still do it. And you bring Sandy so you can comfort yourself a little bit to make that. And there you go. You can reach this section now.
Someone better make good use of all
Now the
this.
socks, all the socks are done, and then you can open this area.
Happy.
But you can't do this section entirely yet because you can't hit that button yet. But you need an ability that's that Sponge has. So let's do what we expected to do. And we get to talk about how the bungee physics in the remake are not great compared to the original. And so it can make this section a lot more annoying than it has any real right to be. Alright, that's one. Oh, I think I managed. Oh, I didn't get the flyer. If you can get the bottom box, that's all that matters, because the rest will just go when it sinks. Thankfully, they made it so the entirety of SpongeBob counts as a hitbox, instead of just on the descent it counts as a hitbox. Ah! The shell boarding levels were the best part of the game. Yeah, they are really good. The one in Sandy's Dream is crazy. I love that when we get to that. Alright, that's all for that section. Psh. And the one in Kelp Forest, despite being insanely tough when you get there, is also pretty fun.
Take that!
I say, it's not really that tough. It's when they put the time limit on it as well that makes it more
Pushing a
pressuring.
simple button is the most satisfying.
Pressing these buttons will open the door so you don't have to like circle around the whole Needle like every time.
ultimate wedgie experience.
Ow, that was an explosive barrel. Oh, that's 2. Good luck not hitting one. Ouch. Is that all the boxes? No, there's one right at the bottom. Oh, didn't make it. Oh, come on, make it, Sponge. I know you can do it. Why can't you reach it, Sponge? Come on, this wasn't a problem in the original. Let me reset it. And then try again. There we go.
I feel like a new sponge. I'm not afraid of heights. I'm not.
This is a line that was unused in the original that they added in this. I think that's one of my favourite things of this remake. It's the amount of unused lines from the original version that they repurposed and used in this. Alright, we've got all the steering wheel, so we can turn that into Mrs. Puff in a sec. But we've got one more thing to do before we go away. Oh jeez, there's 2 more explosives. Okay, we can afford to hit both of them if need be. With these amazing physics and the the bungee control in the original was so much better. This way is one of the things that unfortunately they just couldn't get down. And I imagine if they had more time they would have been able to polish it out. Ow. Okay, Sponge isn't reaching that bottom one just yet. There's another barrel? Oh, okay, we managed to love tap that slightly somehow. Oh, come on, hit that one.
Boing.
There we go. Now it's just that one at the bottom, which I think is too low again, so we'll have to do the reset, but we'll see.
Boing.
Yeah, we'll do the reset. Psh. Alright, and that should be all of them.
Good
right,
work,
Mr. Krabs?
boy.
Yes, thank you.
Here's the golden spatula.
So I was
like
expecting something to come up and say, you got them all, but it didn't. Now, there should be only 2 spatulas that we don't have right this second. The one that we're about to turn in, and the one that we need the cruise bubble for, which is why it literally says, come back with the cruise bubble. So if we warp, because you can do that, straight to Mrs. Puff, we can turn that in and be done with downtown until we get the cruise bubble.
SpongeBob, I'm impressed. How did you fight?
Well, there were these robots. I met Sandy, and the lighthouse.
Okay. Sorry I asked. Here's the golden spatula that I promised you.
Thanks, Mrs. Puff. Now I'll help you guys evacuate.
But SpongeBob, you don't have a driver's license.
Oh, don't I?
No, you don't.
I was like, no, you never will.
If I don't, then what's
I like the what they put on the library card, because it wasn't like they didn't have a scene for this. SpongeBob just said, "What's this then?" and should go to library card.
A library card.
Oh.
There's the little things, you know. Well, that's everything we can do right now. So before we go to Goo Lagoon, I'm going to do the next actual boss first. Then we will U-turn to Goo Lagoon. Just because then we can do everything in one. Or show off everything in one. So then we'll turn in Patrick's socks when we have all 80. Assuming we do it all in one stream. I hope we do. Let's go to the Poseidon.
I have brought you
the pitch in the background.
I've got nerves of steel and
Muscles of sand. And I'm some jelly.
My Poseidon has been breached by a mighty foe whom you must vanquish.
Bring it on, Your Highness. Bring it on. So I need to stop doing this. The curse of having a game like in the back of your head since you were like 4 or 5 years old. It does that. It does things to you.
And his challenger, a huge murderous robot shaped like a squirrel.
Look, it's a giraffe.
I think I need to get home to feed Gary. I feel like a new sponge.
They made this boss move a lot quicker
SpongeBob has an opening,
than
but will he get the drop on the robot?
than it did in the original, and they did it because that was one of the few speedrunning complaints that I think they actually worked on. Is that yeah, this fight is the slowest part of the game when you're doing a speedrun for it. The only thing I miss is that if you could hurt Sandy in the middle, you could make that top bit break prematurely, whilst now it doesn't. It will just snap off on its own after the 3rd hit. Like, it would never snap off, but you could make it so that the glass dome of it would, like, shatter. It was a nice little, like, environmental detail that if you made them hit, it would happen, and they just... It didn't make it to the remake. After the first 3 hits, you'll swap to Patrick instead. And then for the last 3 hits, you'll be back to SpongeBob. It's a general gist for the next main boss as well.
The old clothesline
I don't
move.
think SpongeBob's underwear fits quite right.
I forgot how much faster that comes out, but no well. So once again,
Looks like Patrick
slam down,
has
the
a
head
big
pops off.
opportunity here.
Throw it at this.
What a shocking takedown by Patrick.
And then back to it again. For the most part, I like what they did to this fight. I don't like the Robo Sandy's design, and I'm not too keen on the hitbox on the spling move, the old clothesline move. It feels like the hitbox is higher up than it used to be, because originally it was you can just single jump underneath the bottom one. Because eventually there's a top one added as well, and you'd single jump so you'd go through it. Whilst now it feels like you have to double jump to get over it. So getting in between the gap requires a little more precision.
Looks like Patrick
Also, you couldn't just slam anywhere in the original. You had to actually be quite close to the thing or on it to make it work.
I've never seen such an electrifying match.
Underwear for health is hilarious. Yeah, especially because everyone wears SpongeBob's underwear. It's not just the sponge. I think that's why they changed it to Krabby Patties in the movie game. I just love the sound effect every time you get one. It goes
Spling! The old clothesline move.
Not that I can consistently whistle. I can kind of whistle, but it's like it comes and goes. Alright, this bit is a huge downgrade though. You might not have noticed it. In the original, you had to actually, make contact with the head. So you had to kind of line it up as you go. What's this? If you're underneath the red circle, if you press the button, it'll register the hit even if you never hit it. They made it, like, stupendously generous, it felt like. So you can just kind of do this and it will just accept it regardless.
Nice move
Like that I kind of disagreed with. I felt like that took away a little bit of the skill that you had to learn. Like I said, if I could do it when I was 5 years old, there's no excuse for them to make it simpler like that. And it's not a matter of get good and all that stuff. Like, it has to be super tough. It's just don't make it brainless. And I feel like they make that last phase brainless. Junior looked better in the original. I'd agree to that as well. It's one of those things. If Sony ever do the Microsoft thing and make their own version of a Game Pass and make it count PS1 and PS2 titles, I'm telling you now, I'll probably live stream this again, playing the original version, just to show how much I prefer it. But as I keep saying, and I will keep saying it, because it is a defense for it, this game was put together in less than 9 months. The original, like, Gamescom demo we saw for it, like, way before it came out, was actually a test build. They hadn't even started proper development. It was a test, like proof of concept build. The main game's development hadn't started, which is why it was so wonky and all over the place.
Yes, what is it?
I was just wondering.
It didn't go into proper development until about a month after that Gamescom showcase.
The chum bucket.
Have they?
Which is
I
crazy,
really
they
haven't
announced it
noticed.
before it even entered development. Where have I heard that one before, Kingdom Hearts 3? But you get the idea.
Yeah. And then there's that big flashing neon sign that says Robot Headquarters.
SpongeBob, I'm your friend, right?
No, not really.
Exactly.
And as your non-friend, I worry about you. Like right now, you're thinking too much.
I'm worried you might really hurt yourself. Tell you what I'm gonna do.
I love the voice cast for SpongeBob.
This way you
I know
won't
I'm
hurt
biased
yourself,
because I grew
and
up
you
with
can
him.
just keep
But the
working on
entire
getting me
SpongeBob
into
voice
the jump
cast is
bucket.
always like you couldn't replace any of them.
Thanks, Plankton. You're the best non-friend a friend could have. No more thinking for me.
But now we've accessed Area 2, the first thing we're going to do is not really explore it. I say that we'll nab the sock for whacking this.
Let me.
Yeah, okay, I know how to use the bubble bowl, the new skill we got. Why did you drag me away from this? I'll explain the bubble bowl in a second. You hit this. This spawns. The bubble bowl is whilst you're on the ground, the SpongeBob circle is preparing this. The most depressing thing, you've just heard it, the sound effect ends before SpongeBob's charge ends.
There's nothing like the smell of
You can
bubbles
release it
in the
super
morning.
quick by just tapping
Smells
it.
like victory.
It's just for aiming, you hold it down.
Can't take it.
And it gets more power the longer you charge it. But it is one of those things where you sit there and go, why didn't they make the full charge? Because it used to just keep on going until you let it go no matter what. Whilst now it only goes for a few seconds. Anyway. Oh, that was the funniest fucking... Sorry, excuse my language. I know it's a kid's game. I know I swear all the time, but I should try and put it back a little bit. But the funniest thing was that IGN, I think it was IGN, review for this game. And they give it like a super low score because they couldn't solve one puzzle that involved a bubble bowl. So I mean, it's impossible because you like nudge forward and it's like, did you think about, I don't know, taking a single step back, you moron? It's not the worst IGN review that they've ever made. They've made infinitely worse. I mean, there's a reason why everyone dunked on them for the Pokemon Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, where one of the reasons why they gave it a lower score was because too much water. Like, it's not the first time that they've... And it won't be the last that IGN make an idiotic review, which is why I always insist, never pay attention to IGN's reviews. If you're going to look at the reviews for anything, try and find something more local to you. Find someone who's actually passionate about the project, because the people that are really passionate about something will break it down more honestly about what's actually a problem with the games and what's actually really good about them. Whilst general reviewers that do it as a job won't care for that stuff.
Just my size.
I like how they remodeled the HD dehydrated
Just met the
SpongeBob.
Sponginator.
Especially considering when it was apparently until very late in development, SpongeBob didn't have this model.
That's much better.
Which I think is terrifying that it nearly didn't happen. That kind of attention to detail nearly went by the wayside. It was only because the test audience they got in, one of the test audience members was a speedrunner by shift. And he brought attention to it very quickly. He was like, no, that's a really appreciated to the deal on the original. That needs to be back in it.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
I like that they kept it that the tree dome is idiotically, stupendously large inside it compared to the outside. Like, it's like a TARDIS from Doctor Who. Because look at it, you come outside. Come on. The police station that's over here, or the Bikini Bottom PD, is how you can review enemies. We were doing that. If I finish it today, we'll come back and do that so I can show it. They put invisible walls here so you can't just jump the fence, because there were ways of fence jumping in the original. It's part of the the speedrun stuff. The retirement home, or the rest home as they now call it, is where the Murmur Lair level is, but we'll come back to that. Let's go to Gur Lagoon. When I was a kid, if I did playthroughs of this game where I wasn't going for 100%, I was just doing a casual playthrough, I'd straight up skip this level. You can do the whole game without touching this level once. It's just this level takes a little bit longer, and as a kid I didn't find it that interesting because it's a beach level. As I got older, I got more appreciative to it, and now I never skip it. Like, the pattern I'm doing is like the standard pattern I do on every casual playthrough. I like how much quicker these snap over in the remake compared to the OG. Alright, no, I think these guys are called the Monsoons. The enemies, when they're introduced, are fine. The enemies, when they show up in rock bottom, are a nightmare. I love that they've got glasses on. They look like little nerds. And they've even got like a tricycle under them that they use to keep themselves afloat. But the way they work is that they make storm clouds that will chase you around. And that's what makes them a nightmare in rock bottom, because they're around platforming sections. And so they can try and catch out your platforming. But the Goo Lagoon theme is like one of the more iconic themes in the game. I don't know if I'd say it's my favourite track in the game. That's a hard one to pinpoint when I'm so used to the entire soundtrack, but it is a good one.
Well, you do look a little red.
Barnacles! That darn robot.
Robot?
Yeah, a big robot stole everybody's sunscreen.
Oh no! Everyone will burn, and then they'll get all itchy and peel.
Exactly! You can't spend a day at the beach without sunscreen. That sun is way too hot. That robot is out on the island. Nobody can get to him.
If you break that robot, that's enough to get the spatula. If you come back with the cruise bubble, you can end that in this challenge almost immediately. Like, just stand at the end of the beach, shoot it over, get him, and you do the challenge. You don't have to go all the way around.
SpongeBob, maybe you can use those sun reflectors to point the sun's rays on that robot. If you hit one of the buttons on the side of a lifeguard tower, the reflector will turn. Connect all the towers and the light will shoot right out of the big reflector on the island. Then all you have to do is swim out to the island and turn the big reflector onto the robot. I'll stay here and protect the babes.
Larry!
But I can't swim.
But we'll find our way over there, don't you worry, Sponge. The general gist is that you hit these, and it will turn these panels to eventually make a sequence of rays that will go over to another lifeguard tower way over where the robot is, over that direction. And then when we're on the opposite end of the level, we can twig that one. Let's get over here. The gap between the little island and the big one is a lot smaller, so you don't need the guy to bounce off. Right, is it... I always forget which sequence it is. Is it... Yes. No. This one. So I always forget the sequence. I think it's then this one. And then that one will shoot out way off into the distance. You skip that one. You don't need to use that one. That one's a bait. So I think this one, you press it this way and it goes out to the beach. To the other island. Or maybe you do. Maybe I'm just misremembering. There isn't a red herring. Ignore me. I remember there being a red herring. Unless this is still the red herring and I'm about to press it and it just neither go anywhere. That's wrong way. Just go out to the water. Yes, okay. Never mind, ignore me. There isn't a red herring. I'm thinking of something else.
I love opening presents.
Before we press on, there is something we can do over here. Let me just give it a this first, though. And then we'll start looking for that bus stop.
Take that!
Oh no, right, they made this more awkward in the remake. There is a bus stop here, like, here-ish, that's not here anymore, so we have to actually come back now. I don't get that change. Of all the changes, why just lose a bus stop? Make it so we have to actually circle around, get Patrick, then come back. Come on.
Oh no! The children's balloons have been overfilled.
Mrs. Buff again. The children have got lost. There's like 5 kids and they've all got balloons. And you need to break them. In the original, you have to actually hit the balloons, but once again, they simplified it in this. If you just make contact with anything attached to the model, whether it be the kid or the balloon, it will count. And because you can jump do it, you can do that. Because you can jump bash, you can turn this into a jump. You can do it super quick. Yeah, we'll wait for the circle round. These platforms do sync for the record.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt 3 years running.
Come back round, we can destroy the duplicator. Get out of here, Monsoon. The problem with not being able to tap jump, the fact that you press the button and Squidward always does the full jump regardless of whether you tap it or hold it, really makes things that shouldn't be awkward. Right, let's go get to this bus stop, and then we're U-turning. So we can go get the collectible on top of the lighthouses. So I genuinely don't get why they got rid of the bus stop here. All it did was waste time. It's not adding to the challenge or anything. And these don't float up from the ground, they just pop in, which is disappointing. They just go pop, 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 and you just have to work your way across. Oh, the spinnies. Well, they're a little bit strict on the time, like 3 seconds. Not by much, it's not like insanely tough, but it is a little bit stricter than what you might be used to. Gotcha.
Another one.
Oh, whoops. Barely didn't make it. Oops, sorry, kid. But we want to stay as Patrick for a second longer anyway, because there's a little challenge we can do now. We might as well. That was lag for a second there. What the heck? I'm playing this on my PlayStation 5. Hello, PlayStation 5. $500 system, by the way.
Woo! Up we go!
Okay, I'm still about full health. Okay. I like how they made it be on an upside down umbrella to make it look like it's like a floaty instead of it just being a random pole coming out of the ground. Let's wait. Okay, the cannon shooting from the sandcastle has got some misfires for that to end up down here. There we go.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
That was another spatula that when I was a little kid took me a while to even realise was there. It's not the most awkward one. The most awkward one that I think every kid didn't realise was there on their first playthrough, or maybe even their second, not until they were going for 100% anyway, was the one in the Flying Dutchman's Graveyard, where you have to use the cruise bubble to hit a random valve, and there isn't a button or anything on it. Now I actually appreciate that of all things, they actually changed that in the remake. They made it more obvious. Well, I say that they didn't make it blindingly obvious. They just made it a little bit more like something you might spot. Better. They still kept it subtle so it could be missed while making it more logical to actually try and deal with. Like, it isn't just something you're supposed to just find by chance.
Oh, I can't swim! You just met the Sponginator. It shines.
Right, I'm going to wait here because I want to try and actually stay on the platform. There we go. Instead of just jumping off and like suicide bomb whacking it. There we go. We saved all 5 of the kids. Let's get back. All the kids get like also thrown over here, which I guess is a nice addition. In the usual, they just sank down, so they just hit the water. We have spatula. 123. We can get over there and actually move to the sandcastle, the next area we're supposed to go to. Now we've danced around this area for like 10 minutes.
I can't swim!
For the next section, when we actually go into the sandcastle, it might be in your best interest to use Patrick instead. I'll use the sponge to see if I can kind of cheese my way through it a little bit. Well, I'll say the bus stop's right there, so it's not the end of the world. But there's a sock that's a little bit more awkward to reach without Patrick. Oh, be quick. This section is a little bit tighter because the Thunder Tikis grow up sooner than they used to.
You! Patrick needs to do laundry.
Actually, you know what? I am going to swap the Patrick. But, Bubble Buddy at the entrance will be like, use SpongeBob. I won't. You shouldn't be using Patrick, but no. Pat is the better shout here. Just because then you can get the sock.
Good presents.
If you miss a line where SpongeBob goes, water rising must get to higher ground. But that's it. So just this, go over here, wait for the water to fill up as much as it's gonna. Ow! Then you can freeze the water. That took a while to take an effect, and you can run over here and reach this sock.
Have you been lonely out there all alone?
And just completely skip this section and run over here. The reason why I want to use SpongeBob is because of the monsoons. They're a lot harder to deal with as Patrick. Well, in the original they are, because you can't slam in the air like this, like I'm doing. He was the only one who didn't have a normal air attack.
Clean as a whistle. Ouch!
Ow! Wow, that was a perfect slide down.
Hey! What just happened?
Nothing, Patrick, don't you worry. God, and that loud sound effect was all of the mirrors that we just did with the lighthouse things over there, the kicking in, all moving back to their intended positions on checkpoint reset. Oh, if you want to see a quick grind spot, I'll show it in a sec, because it's in this section. When the game launched, they had the beta values for Mr. Krabs' spatula costs instead of what they were supposed to be. So they were super inflated. And the quickest way to grind it involved this. Where we are now. You'd come over here and do this as you normally would. Because there's a reward for your troubles coming this way anyway. And the way it would work is that you would love tap this, get off, love tap all these, jump to your death, reset, and it would reset all the boxes. That was it. But because we didn't tap the checkpoint, we're way over here, but that was the idea. You would come from there, so you'd respawn in front of it, so it was easier, and then you just rinse, repeat, die, and build it up, and it was the quickest way. It was boring, but it was the quickest way to build up the shinies. It was extremely boring, but it got the job done.
Now gonna get all wet.
But thankfully they did patch it to the original value, so now it's not you're grinding nearly 60,000 shinies just to try and complete the game. Or 60,000 extra on top of all the door costs.
Uh-oh, this one goes boom. Oh!
They also nudged one of the Thunder Tikis on this bridge slightly further so they would all link up. Because beforehand, the first one wouldn't link to the rest in the original version. Meow. Meow. And Gary's gonna be like,
hey,
bring SpongeBob. Meow. Which we will do. We will need Patrick for a little bit later on, but that's later on.
Hello, Gary. What's new? You don't say. Squidward bought a new sweater. Oh, he's so crazy. And there's a golden spatula at the end of this cave. Wow. Ah, a little shade on a hot day.
I think that's a unique line as well. I say an unused line from the original.
Take that! Fresh like a spring breeze.
There's a sock underneath you. Be aware, though, that the water rises and lowers. So if you try and go to it immediately, you might catch yourself off guard. Ow! Why'd the screen go black? Whilst I was doing the death animation. I thought I was safe.
Boy,
there we go.
Will be glad to have this back.
Always a fun thing with the momentum. See if I can do it. Assuming they haven't patched it out. They might have patched it out. But if you go like right to the end and then jump off. No, okay, I think they might have stiffened it up or changed it slightly. But because of the way SpongeBob carries his momentum with the jump, and the way it angled, you could lean on this like that. And yeah, that was what you're supposed to do. It does still work, okay. And you could jump up there far earlier than you're expected to. But it's only if you jumped off like right at the very edge, and you could make that instead of having to go all the way around. I'm not going to try it again. Ah, no. I'll keep on trying it for a minute, because if I can do it, I did it in my Let's Play I did a few years back. And I did it almost seamlessly, but I think they've at least made it harder.
Just my
Ah, no. Okay, never mind. Alright, let's move on. But I'll show the way you're supposed to do it. But yeah, you can, like, momentum skip and jump up there. Oh, there we go.
You! Patrick needs to do laundry. Ouch!
That's the momentum skipping.
Ow!
Wait for this to lower and rise again. And we're going that way. Because you were supposed to jump on all the floating tikis, go across that path, and it leads all the way around. You can't do it in the original because the momentum didn't work like that in the original. It's just something unique to this. But it is a nice trick. I'm glad they kept it in the end. I was concerned they patched it out because there were like 3 big patches for this game. I'm aware the third one was basically just adding more languages and actually cleaning anything out. But essentially, you would jump across these to reach it over there. Like, you'd do this. Well, I missed the jump. That's why you do it that way. Checkpoint's right here, though, so it doesn't matter. The drop shadow is not very consistent here. That's what I was relying on. And then you could go through this, and that would lead you round to where the sock was.
It shines. Fresh like a spring breeze. Sometimes pushing a single button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
That sock over there you're supposed to use Patrick for, but you can also cheese getting that one as well, because of just how the game works. And I'm going to try and do it as well, because then we won't have to use Patrick for this section outright. We could skip his involvement. But we'll wait till we get to the middle to try that. It's not the dumbest skip in this game. The dumbest one, I imagine they patched it out, but at launch on the PC version, if you plugged in a controller and the keyboard and like pressed pause on both of them at the same time, you could level select any level in the game, even ones you're not supposed to have yet. So you could use that to access the final boss like 5 seconds into the game and finish it in like 2 minutes. So I imagine they patched that out by now, because that was an insane like an insane missed thing that they just didn't notice. But I know it's on 1.0. Anyway, you can get that sock by jumping off these carefully, because all of them don't have like traditional tips. It's a little awkward. I'm going to wait for the water to lower so I can reach it a little bit more easily. There we go. And then you just accept, I should say, you don't have to accept your death. You can get out of here by going that way around, but it's a little awkward. And now we don't need Patrick, because you're supposed to, like I said, freeze the water and use Patrick for that, but you really don't need him. And I wish there was a lot more of that, if I'm honest. I know that it's not intentional, but I love the idea of doing things not intended or finding alternate routes. Like I said, this game got revived because of how heavy the speedrunning community became. It gained like a second wind. And so I feel like they should have leaned into that a little bit more in the remake and just gone crazy with it. I still think a lot of the changes in Rehydrated would have been better swallowed if it came like bundled with like a port of the original. I know that's easier said than done, but you know what I mean? I think that would have been crazy and kind of cool if you could just load up the original from this.
Just my size.
This box as we approach the pier. Oh, for goodness. And we need Patrick for this. There'll be a couple sections where we'll use SpongeBob, but Patrick is your intended.
Sorry, lad, but the carnival is closed. A pesky robot has taken over me ticket booth. And worse, me money. If you help me get rid of that no-good robot, I'll give you a big reward.
He's lying. If you do the ticket booth, you'll say, also, can you deal with another thing? So I'm just going to do everything in one.
So shiny.
In the original, that thunder seeker we just broke up, despite it being on top of everything, it's angled at just a position where you can pick it up and throw it. And what speedrunners do is that they'll pick it up, run off the edge as they throw it, so it will blow up this, but it will register the character hitting the water below, and it will skip the cutscene. Of course, in the remake, they made that you can just skip the cutscenes regardless. But they throw the barrel from there, fall into that, so their death would override the cutscene, but it would still trigger all this. Yeah. If you haven't, I would really recommend. Shift is the one I watch. Watch the SpongeBob speedrun and how crazy they do it. But I think 100% is like an hour and 10 minutes now, and any percent, just reaching the end of the game, is like less than 46 minutes now, or something like 45 minutes. Like, it's insane how many things they managed to like loop around, and they're still finding new tricks. They found one semi-recently that allows you to, because there's a trick that allows you to deactivate the outer boundary hand, so you can run out of bounds safely, that you don't get pulled back in. They found a way to do it even quicker than the original. The original resulted in you dying twice, whilst now you only have to die once to trigger it.
Hard as a rock. Sure gotta carry a lot.
I'm gonna try and do this in the remake. I don't know if you can do it in remake. I doubt it. But I'll at least show you what you're supposed to do if you ever want to do it in the original. Because there's a way of getting infinite money lightning quick, and it involves the rock. Ah, never mind. What you do is that you could throw the rock into this, and then because you've deactivated the hand, you could run into it because it's out of bound, and then use SpongeBob to lock a ball in between a rock and a piece of the machine, so it would infinitely think you hit the jackpot.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning.
Also, the most depressing thing, they got rid of the doodle-dood sound effects. Good. They go doodle-dood. And if you hit the 50 in the middle, it go doodle-dood. And they just got rid of it all. And you only get 30 for hitting the jackpot instead of 50. That's really depressing. Oh no, the 50s are in the corners, okay. So it's just a little thing, you know, just hit it, and it's gone. Oh, I missed that. Another reason why I kind of hope backwards compatibility comes to PlayStation at one point in its entire lifespan. It's going to happen eventually. I think a lot of people say like, oh no, they won't do it because Sony. I think eventually they will be cornered enough that they will do something like it. I think it's a matter of time. It's just how long they're going to make us wait before they do it is the question. Because the amount of money Microsoft's been making off of their Game Pass and their backwards compatibility, no, Sony won't ignore that. They are absolutely aware of how successful it is doing, which is probably why I'm willing to bet they are working on their own version. Okay. You move so much slower on the ice in this game than you do in the original, so this is actually a threat.
That water looks mighty cold.
Leave me alone. Got ya. Destroying that will give you a sock. This is why you want to do it.
Out there all alone.
I'll wait for it to come back. See, there's another spatula there. We'll get that in a minute. I don't think you can do it in Remake, but in the original you can jump on the wiring of this. Or you can. Then you jump from this, and there was another wire here. You could jump from that and jump all the way up to the top instead of having to pay the toll. Like, there was a whole sequence, but they just got rid of one of the wires. Oh well. You can probably still do this trick instead of having to do it the way you legit. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Right. Oh goody, another one!
That's nice that you can still do that trick at least in the original.
Ooh, a present in every one!
You're supposed to go all the way around the slide to get it. Which I'll at least show off. As the rockin' slide music kicks in again. Purposely hit this for the free shinies.
Ooh, that's much better.
And then from here, you would have to steer left to get it.
Smoothies! Yummy. So bright.
We'll come back to this section because the toll to pay is tied to Spongebob, so we need to go get him. I know you can stun the robots and throw them, dude. I've played this game for 20... Oh, I say I'm 22. I've played it for like 19 years. I can almost guarantee you the odds of you being able to present information to me that I don't know is extremely unlikely. Unless it's like developers like stuff. I mean, I've 100%ed this game more times than years I've been alive. And so by nature of a lot of spatulas require you stunning robots, I know that, my dude. I appreciate you trying to help, but it's you don't need to backseat, my dude. You won't get anything out of it. I think that's the thing I'm worried about playing Elden Ring. Any FromSoft game ever. I was a little worried about it with Bloodborne, but thankfully it didn't happen too much. But I will be putting like a big warning on Elden Ring when I stream that tomorrow. Like, I'll put it on the pinned comment, no backseating. That a FromSoft game and backseating will not go well with me. I want to experience it my way. The whole point of blind playthroughs is that we figure it out together. The last thing I want is someone coming up and saying, oh, you know, you can do this and that. Ugh. I'll pass, thanks. So I was nervous because people like to do that with FromSoft games. They'll just shop whether you like it or not. They're like, can you know, you can do this, and I'm like, go away. But thankfully, Bloodborne really wasn't too bad. You can make this in one in the original, but I think you just barely... Oh, if I'd been pushing the whole way, you can make that in one. You absolutely can. It's just it's a little tighter because they give you less seconds in this than the original.
Hey, what just happened?
So I feel like if I did this the whole way through, I could probably do it. Let me try it, actually. Make it a fun challenge. Oh, you absolutely can make it if you boost from the start. Nice. So you don't have to stop in the middle. Try and make it back in time. There we are. And before we go, let's actually turn this into Mr. Krabs. Because after you destroy that little thing, you'd say, clear out this, why don't you? And now he'll get the spatula from him if we talk to him.
Here is your reward.
And yeah. Oh, the sun's shining brightly through my window. 1 second. There we go. Just so I can see my screen a little easier because the sun's kind of bright. Now the rain's gone. Get in the box. Coming this way here, the game will give you your shortcut. And then we just need to hit this and we can wrap this up for Larry. And the beam of sun will overheat the robot and kill it. And when we go talk to Larry, so if I check this, yeah, and then we're all done. 11 of 11, 5 of 5 for the kids, and we talk to Larry, we get that spatula. We're 100% done with Goo Lagoon. It's the first area you can actually be 100% done with, because Jellyfish Fields you can't get all the socks, and downtown you can't get one spatula.
Here.
You have to come back in both instances. The jump from the board didn't look better than the original? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. I do have top of station shells. There's a lot of little things that look kind of rough. I'll definitely agree with you. Right. The next level intention is rock bottom, but I don't like rock bottom that much. I don't hate it. I enjoy a lot of what it is, and I like what they did to it in the remake. It's one of the few levels I think did get a huge improvement. But I want to go into Murmur Lair first, because I love the Murmur Lair. It's such a fun little level. And I can show you the strategy to deal with one specific spatula.
Heroes! Hit me with a water ball. Hit me, hit me, hit me.
Yeah, we don't do that stuff anymore, kid. We're retired.
Is that the TV repairman?
No, it's that excited sponge kid again.
Oh. Are you sure he can't fix the TV?
Mermaid Man, 'twould be my greatest honor to fix your television.
Honor.
Goody!
Hey, sponge kid, you really want to help out?
Well, another NPC clips through.
Oh boy, would I!
Okay then, but lighten up a bit on the enthusiasm, huh? You're making my bowels act up. We've got a little problem with some robots down in the Murmur Lair. Are you sure you're up to this task?
Absolutely, Barnacle Boy!
Well, go over to the couch to access the Murmur Lair. We'll meet you down there.
Is it pudding night yet?
Hint, hint, fix the TV. Get your sock. In the original, you had to hit it a number of times, but in this, you only have to whack it once. A reference to an episode. Normal, normal. A random picture. Concept art. Oh, that's a reference to an episode. That's one of the later seasons. Oh, no more? Where's the concept art of Robot Patrick? That was on the TV in the original.
Glad to have this back. I love opening presents.
Oh well. To the Murmur. And the Murmur, to say it's like, it's the music more so gives it away of how Batcave this is inspired by, and it's always been Batcave inspired, but you really, when the music goes it's like, it sounds so much like Batman.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
You shouldn't sneak up on Mermaid Man like that. His heart's not so good. Come to think of it, nothing on him is that good anymore.
Sorry, Mermaid Man. It's just that I'm always so excited to see you two. Standing in your awesome presence gives me the chills of justice. See? I've got goosebumps on my goosebumps on my goosebumps on my goosebumps.
All right, kid. Knock it off. Just tell us what you want.
Well, I really want a new pair of sunglasses. Patrick sat on my old ones.
That's not what I meant.
Actually, it's a good thing you showed up, young sponge of goodness.
It is?
It is?
Yes! A bunch of evil robots have taken over the Murmulair security system. It's up to you to shut it down and stop them!
Well, why him? We're perfectly capable superheroes.
Because it's Thursday and we have a
Oh no, not it is actually Thursday.
Ah, fish sticks. I forgot.
Go talk to the Murmulair computer in the next room. She'll tell you what to do.
I accept this awesome responsibility, Mermaid Man. You won't be disappointed.
To the doctor's office.
Ashamed maybe, but not disappointed. I accidentally skipped past that bit. This is the disco floors. They're yellow or blue, they're fine. When they're red, they're in danger. The yellow tells you it's imminent danger. But if you stand on them when they're red, they hurt you. Let's get rid of you. You don't give me a sock. You literally only give us shinies, so you're not really worth dealing with. But for the sake of it. Yeah, it just drops a 50 here. That's it. It's just if it's the enemy's annoying you, you can just get rid of it. Where's that going? New enemy! Should have made a spin-off show of the or game for Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in their prime. The reason why they never did a spin-off show is because Steven Hillenburg, the creator, never wanted any spin-offs to SpongeBob. It's why they only happened after he died. And it's one of the biggest points of contention with a lot of the SpongeBob community, that the Patrick Show and Camp Coral, the two SpongeBob spin-offs, only came into existence after Steven Hillenburg died. Because the man himself never wanted any spin-offs. He wanted SpongeBob to just stand on its own 2 feet, and that be it. They could, a game, on the other hand, yeah, I think a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy game in their prime would have been really fun. I think the closest we got to that was the Starfish Man levels in Creature of the Krusty Krab, where you kind of played as a superhero version of Patrick. Like, it probably would have been somewhat similar to that. Oh yeah, the bomb bots, as the name implies, they'll run up to you and after a while they'll blow up, so be wary. Hitting this with the bowling ball. Okay, fine, hitting it from the other angle. Don't be finicky with me, game. There we go. We'll twist the thing, but you want to keep on doing it because there is a grapple way over there. Like the easiest grapple in the world. You don't have to press anything. Then we can run it back to get over to the checkpoint. That's already active for the record. It's set up. If I jumped off, I'd probably respawn there instead. This is depressing. The invisible boatmobile is here, right? But if I hit this... There it is.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning.
It just
Smells
vanishes
like
though. It's hit.
victory.
In the original, it was actually invisible but still there, so you could hop into it. You could actually shuffle down into the driver's seat as well. In this, it's just a model piece, and you can't hop down to the driver's seat. Like the hitbox is above it, and then once it disappears, they just remove it entirely. That's like, oh, that was a nice touch of the detail. You can actually ride in the thing. Yeah, they messed up.
I feel like a new sponge.
But that's another thing where it's like, did they even really have the time to go back and put in that attention to detail, you know? I have to keep on going back to it. This game only had 9 months we put together. There's a lot of things in this game that you have to sit back and go, was it that they weren't aware of it, or was it they didn't have time to deal with it?
Wrinkly superheroes, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
A lot of people, myself included, were optimistic when they said this game was going to get loads and loads of patches because they wanted to try and make it more accurate to the original. And so they were going to keep on patching it and whatnot to try and make it better, but we only ever got 3 patches and then that was done. I think what happened is that the Purple Lamp, the team, definitely wanted to do that and were definitely working on it, but their publisher, THQ Nordic, encouraged them on to put all their focus onto Cosmic Shake instead. And so they were pulled away from this.
But since you're here now, I'll let you do it. It's right over there.
But I feel like if this is going to be like a graphically superior but everything else inferior version of the original should have got a port of some kind.
Space. How did those 2 old fogies make all this?
Oh, that's easy. In episode 27,
I know that's easier said than done. Porting that isn't just emulating it over, it takes a lot more work than people realize. But it still would have been nice, you know, to give the option. This is only really here if you accidentally get Patrick here and get stuck, because you can only move this with SpongeBob.
Right.
Let's swivel this round. And if we swivel it again, we can get back into that little tunnel over there, which I think only has money in it. Yeah, only another purple. The idea of this section is that you're going to work your way up, but you're going to hit more and more of these buttons as you go, because you'll activate bridges and eventually walls for you to get up to the main central computer. I'm not going to worry about that just yet, though. Is there a... Is that the only one? Is there another... I'm looking for a bus stop, because that's for Patrick over there. Like, is that the only one over here? I'm trying to remember if there is another one later on. I think that is the only one in this area. Let's go get that one then. If this game was released one day, we could have had a playable Squidward DLC. Yeah, the only new thing they added is that they were going to bring back Robo Squidward as a boss, because it was scrapped content. They were going to put him in the main game. But something clearly changed in the 9 months of that ambitious development, and it got put into the new co-op mode, which is, I'll be honest, terrible. I'm not a big fan of the co-op mode at all. But yeah, I would have loved to have seen a playable Squidward. You know what I would have done? I would have made him have quad jump, and so you can go. So Sandy has the horizontal extra, Squidward has vertical extra. Make it so he jumps and he kicks up with like an individual leg going from left to right, so he'd get 4 jumps, 1 for each leg. And so then we could make some really like out there platforming challenges based around quad jump.
All you have to do is pick up a throw fruit and throw it into each of those funnel machines.
Because if you tried to make him a ranged attacker, like maybe shoot something out of the clarinet, well, Sandy kind of already covers that with the lasso, and Patrick kind of covers that with throwing things. But who knows how Cosmic Shake will work. Cosmic Shake might have playable characters. I'm thinking it's going to be SpongeBob, but it's instead going to do the Mario Odyssey thing and have it be like alternate costumes on the go. But instead of like consuming the souls of enemies, it's just you have alternate costumes. Sort of like a revised idea of the Revenge of the Flying Dutchman approach, but just with a lot more of the convenience.
You might want to be quick about it. I tend to explode.
But to make the TV work, we need to hit the 3 buttons. This bit is a teeny bit quicker than it was in the original, so be wary of that. They had to do it this way because the fruit breaks quicker than it used to. So if they made it go at normal speed, it would break before you get close enough. This section you can be kind of cheeky on, but be careful. You can just run across all of it instead of having to throw it and then work your way across. And then this is avoid the obstacles. It's going to start shooting at you as you run down. If you hug a wall, you'll be fine usually. Let me get around the pole first before I throw it. There we go. There we go, Mermaid Man. I fixed your TV. Alright, then we're going to buy this and show what I was referring to earlier of a little trick with a puzzle that everyone seemed to get stuck on at first. But when you know the trick, you sit there and you go, God damn it, really?
Woo! Up we go!
But it's my favourite thing to show in this game. So people get stuck in it. It's like, how do you actually solve this puzzle? Is there a quick way to solve this puzzle? And I'm like, yeah, there is.
We're gonna need a lot more power. Do you think you can handle?
I could see Squidward's house from up here. And he's
Now listen up. If you throw something
There's
at the
cylinders.
it'll turn around to the power side. Turn all 8 cylinders.
And you'll say if you can get all of them turning, you will solve the puzzle. Problem is, when you turn one, it turns the 2 next to it as well. So it's a puzzle of trying to make them all go. Oh no, right, this is a remake. You can't butt stomp them. Because why would they keep that convenience? However, the trick to do it, the lovely trick of doing it, is hit every single one just once. You don't need to actually solve the like make a big puzzle out of it. Hit every single one just once, and when you do them all, then break this one. Puzzle solved. That's literally all you have to do. Just hit all of them once, you solve the puzzle. And we'll hit this as well.
Well
Give me your
done.
spatula.
Now there's enough power.
What do you need all that power for?
Why, my foot bath, of course. Here, have a golden spatula.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
And while we're here, there's another thing we can try and get, but it can be a little awkward with the physics and momentum of this game. The sock. There. Oh, God dang it. Alright, back round we go. I'm getting that sock. I'm not leaving till I get it. Hated that part as a kid? Yeah, everyone did. But that's literally that simple. Because at the moment you realise that, the section isn't hard ever again. The only section that is consistently challenging is the ballroom. It's that pole! Okay, I got it anyway, good. The ball puzzle room, that one it can still be quite annoying, regardless. I know what to do, and we should hopefully get that in like 1 or 2 tries, but it can still be a little bit like, oh god dang it, you know when you do it.
Met the
Is it left or right you have to hit? Right, okay. This will stay down for only a few seconds, and then we'll go back up.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Oh, whoa, where's that going? If it's the left wall, the bounce, so we need one more button. And yeah, they take 3 hits. If you got the cruise bubble, it takes less because it does more damage. Because it counts as an explosive. Wait, it should. No, it wasn't the original. I never know some things in this game. Alright, and that's the final wall activated. So now we can ride this all the way back down and go up to the main computer. Oh, and there's your alternate shot to try and get the sock, I suppose. Which would have been a lot easier if I did that from the start, but oh well. Get up there. There we go.
In order for me to retain
I
control,
was trying to see if I could do it before she tells you. There's the last button. Well, no, sorry, that's the second button. I was getting muddled on my buttons. This was Horizon Zero Dawn back in the day. I don't know about that, dude. Coming as... I get what you're saying, like, it was, like, the big thing at the time, but I don't know, dude. There was a lot of games in 2003 that were pretty damn good on PS2, Xbox, and then GameCube. It's just, this meant a hell of a lot to me. Hey, John.
Gary, I see
enjoying
you lay down
welcome to the laid-back stream.
Of the Murmelair.
With all the different machine enemies, I mean. Oh, okay, you meant that way. I thought you were trying to say it was like the big thing at the time. Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's a lot of different robots in this game.
Oh, you took
But now
the
we've got this little area.
Oh, you're right. I bet those tunnels will take me up to the top. Good thinking, Gary.
Oh, we're already 33 spatulas in for 100. God, this is definitely going to be a one-stream game. But it shows how much time I put into it. I know exactly where I'm going, exactly what I'm doing to get everything. That we're just going through it super quick. Be wary of the disco floors, of course. As I said, touch red, bad. Be wary of the bomb as well, because he will aggro and blow up. This section's kind of weird, if I'm honest. I kind of forget it exists. It's just a little bit where you run through two disco floors in a linear path, and then there's a button you press at the end. Like, it's just kind of like, what, do we have to really do all this? So it feels like there should be a little bit more here somewhere along the way, not just this. But that's just another thing that I'm curious to see what Cosmic Shake will do. I'll just take this. Oh, it shoots you back. You have to play it properly. It didn't do that in the original. In the original, you just bounce straight up. No, that shoots you back. That's like, no, you will do it legit. So you won't just, like, damage race through it.
I love opening presents.
I'm glad that the fear animation when you're spotted by an enemy eventually got into this. So I don't think that was there at launch either. But they re-added it. Oh, I managed to cheese through it that time.
Fresh like a spring breeze. Still right.
Damn it, bump in the road. But you just come in, it's like, okay, that section's done. Okay. Whack the button. Tweak this. We can go get the sock in a second. Which is, to be fair, actually one of the more enjoyable socks to try and get. Because it's actually like a little bit of a platforming-esque challenge you have to kind of be wary of here. Like paying attention to these, where they're going, so you don't get pushed off. Being wary of these that come straight at you, so you have to kind of jump clear over them. And then they come at you again, but now this time you've got to navigate. Like, it's a fun challenge. And then you can just tap this and get back easy. And I think that's actually something that is a good addition. I don't think that was there in the original, that spring to get back. I think you have to actually navigate back after you got it. Now for the rolling ball area. The area that was the absolute bane of every kid's existence. And is, I'd say, the hardest spatula to get in the game, just because you have to use logical thinking for it.
Nothing like the smell
but in saying that, I kind of want there to be a spatula, or if it's something equivalent of, in Cosmic Shake. I want there to be one particular challenge that is of extra and makes you think, and you have to place it out. Essentially, this is in this dome, right? To get it, you're going to hit the button that will drop a ball. The ball will go through an obstacle course, and you have to put all the pieces in place as it goes through. Every single piece is on a timer, however, so you can't just preset it up and then wait for it to go on.
All you have to do is get that great big ball into that there cup.
Yeah, you have to get it into the cup and then hit the button.
How do I get the ball rolling?
You start the process by bubble bowling up this ramp to hit that button. Good luck, Spongebob.
And so you have to actually follow the ball and in good timing hit each piece as you go. It'll probably take me a couple because it's been a while since I've done it, but when you're a kid, it's genuinely the bane of your existence because you've got to really pay attention to that ball and know when to hit it. Because like I said, this will only stay in place for a set amount of time. So wait for it to pass over the obstacle, and once it does, then hit this to get it moving, so it will be timed up for that. Then stand on this. This is the bit where the IGN reviewer said it's impossible, because he says, you fall off the button. He says, you fall off the button if you try and bubble bowl, because he tiptoes forward. Not thinking for some reason, for even a second, that maybe you can, oh, I don't know, stand on the edge. He was standing like right here in the review, and he's like, oh, I can't hit the button. Like, come on, dude. Good old IGN and their idiocy. That'll be around good timing, I think. I might be slightly too soon, actually. I'm a bit nervous. Don't be too soon. Don't be too soon. Make it. Oh, it was too soon. Damn it. All right, next one. You need to wait till it passes by your face and then do it. Yeah, ball lost. This crab sounds a bit off. Yeah, they couldn't get Clancy Brown. It's a common trend for almost every single SpongeBob video game across all ages. Clancy Brown is a nightmare to get a hold of. And instead of recording new audio, all the audio in this game is reused from the original. So they couldn't get him in the original, they couldn't get him in this. I think the only time I can think of, off the top of my head, where they actually got Clancy Brown for it was the movie game. Because, you know, licensing with the movie game itself. Better to move back up to the top. And we're going to wait till the ball goes to cross our face and then we'll hit it. Waiting for the audio to like transfer around. Okay, it's there. So as it goes to pass our face, it's like as it comes into view again, I'll then hit it. And that should be good enough. Yes. Oh, it nearly bounced out on its own. What the heck? That would have been a bit BS. But if you stand on this, it makes a panel for it to smoothly go across. But you need to book it, because you need to hit this button, or the hammer's going to whack it off. And then becomes the real challenge for a kid. Hey, how good are you at balancing? You got to literally balance ball this. Don't fall into the hole. And then book it to the other side. Don't fall into the hole. And then it'll go in, and then you have to hit this button before it reaches the bottom. There you go, and that's the ball. That's the ball puzzle. So when you're a kid, when I was like 6, I never did this. I was like, when I came back to it when I was like 8 or 9, I actually finally did it for the first time, and it was literally like the last spatula for 100%. It's so evil when you're a kid. Listen, when you're older, it's a lot more manageable because you can see what you're supposed to do and work it from there. But when you're young, holy hell, is it hard.
Well done, SpongeBob. Now, how's about giving old Mr. Krabs that shiny gold? I'll give you promotion.
A promotion?
Sure. You'll get a whole extra 10 seconds added to your break time.
Woo! 20-second break! Do I dare? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Krabs. As enticing as that sounds, I can't give this to you. I need every golden spatula I can get.
I understand, boy. I'll just dock 30 seconds from your break time instead.
What the heck?
Oh, that means I have a negative 20-second break. Thanks, Mr. Krabs.
Thanks, Mr. Krabs.
Too pretty. Can't take it.
But yeah, Mr. Krabs sounds very off. In, I think it's Creature of the Krusty Krab, they straight up, he's around, but they straight up just don't have him talk. They just have him kind of exist. Because they couldn't get Clancy Brown.
Of the security system. Here is the reward.
Krabs overworking SpongeBob as usual.
You have pressed all the security buttons. Now press the master shutdown button.
Yeah, because isn't his shift technically like the traditional 9 till 5? I'm sure SpongeBob's shift is 9 till 5. So can you imagine doing a 9 till 5 shift with no break? At all. There's a reason why it's a legal requirement to give you a break, because that's murder.
Of bubbles in the morning. Smells like...
Oh god, for a second I thought the game crashed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My heart stopped for a second. I was like, did the game just crash? No. I went to check this. Yeah, we've got all 4 socks. There's not that many here. We hit all the buttons, obviously. All we got left is the boss. But now if we hit the master shutdown, we can go over to where the master shutdown is. The villain containment area. Where we'll fight the mini-boss of this act.
Been shut down, and we got a good checkup.
Hooray for justice in all its multi-splendor glory!
Yeah, well, Justice Boy, you also cut the power to the Mermalair's
villain containment system.
That's villain containment system.
Is that bad?
Does Mermaid Man smell like sour milk?
Yes! Yes, I do!
Oh, no.
Yes, it's bad.
Looks like one of the villains is broken free.
What's that? An evildoer on the loose?
Who is it?
Man Ray! The atomic flounder!
The dirty bubble! I love the episodes in the earlier seasons of SpongeBob where those villains show up. The one with Man Ray, the one with Man Ray, where SpongeBob and Patrick try and convince him to turn good, is genuinely hilarious, even as an adult. The whole, so this is your wallet, isn't it? No. This is your wallet. This is your name. This is your license. So this wallet must belong to you. Makes sense to me, so take it. It's not my wallet.
Everything I own turned pink! Pink!
How horrible!
The first 3 seasons of SpongeBob, and I'll be generous, a bit of season 4 as well. There's a reason why there's like 1,000,001 memes involving SpongeBob, and there's a meme for everything when it's SpongeBob. It's because all of the first 3 seasons are genuinely hilarious and have some really iconic scenes. And so people making jokes out of it is brilliant.
There's a cellular difference. A cellular difference!
Yeah, thanks for the lesson, Dr. Science. See you later, Pinky.
Also, yeah, he's voiced by Plankton's voice actor as well.
Prawn, I shall not
Mr. Lawrence.
rest until you are captured. But first, I shall have to change from my secret identity into Mermaid Man.
You don't have a secret identity, you old coot. Maybe you better take care of Prawn while I take care of this.
I shall avenge you, Mermaid Man.
Alright, it's a simple fight. It takes a while. You're literally just circling the arena, dodging this. No matter what, it'll eventually catch up to you, so know when to turn back and jump over it to run again. Once he's done, the disco floors will eventually give you an opportunity to attack. Because the red... So pay attention. And then hit him through it. A little detail I missed from the original, they would use the yellow floor, like the non-harmful floor, to tell you where they are. Like they'd have like a flashing line say like, hey, shoot something up this line. Whilst they just got rid of it in this, it's not there at all. And then for the second and third hit, they spawn enemies around. The third hit, you know, once you're going for the third hit even there's even more enemies. Whilst this one, the average is 2 or 3. How long do you want to go on for, dude? But there used to be like a yellow line shooting up it. Oh, it took the red. Oh, I ran out of time? No, they really didn't give you much time for that. Alright, never mind. As was it ever so slightly caught the corner of the red on the first shoot. You also can't hear the disco floor like at all in this version. You used to be able to hear the beep 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 of the disco floors as they activated and deactivated during this fight. And it was just a nice little extra bit for the mini boss theme to make it sound more unique, that there was like something in the game that accidentally became another instrument, you know? It's the same with the Act 3's extra boss. There we go, one more hit. So now it's going to spawn even more, so I think now the average becomes 4. Sides. The mini bosses in this game is the only thing I hope get better in Cosmic Shake. Like the King Jellyfish ends super quick, and Prawn and the third option, like mini boss-esque fight, both take forever for like no real good reason. Fuck. Okay, I probably missed my opportunity. Yep. Was it aiming so wonky?
I feel like a new sponge.
I'm sure they gave you more time to line up the shot in the original as well. They made that a little bit stricter in this. Which doesn't help when this fight already takes forever. Come on, Prawn. Get bored. That's all it is. The only reason he gets available, he basically gets bored, and so stops for a second. There we go.
No, no, not again. This is not fair. I got a frozen wedgie for this. Is this the end of Prawn?
Yes.
Prawn is safely locked away again, thanks to you, Frankie.
My name's SpongeBob.
It's not Frankie.
I found this in my sock drawer, next to a bunch of pink socks. It's another golden spatula.
Thank you, Mermaid Man. I shall always live my life by your shining example. Let goodness and kindness.
Are
You still here? Yeah. One of the speedrunning tricks in the original is that it takes a little bit of work, but you can get to that TV by like kind of clipping through the wall a little bit, get on top of the TV, jump out of bounds, and if you jump in the right spot, you'll hit the kill switch for the boss. Because every single boss in the original game has a kill switch out of bounds, so they basically use it for debug in the original 2003 game. So if you can get out of bounds, you can find them and kill bosses instantly by hitting the kill switch. Well, that's everything for here. So let us return, because our next destination will be Rock Bottom and then the Sand Mountain. When I was a kid, I didn't like Rock Bottom, but it was because I had a crappy old TV, so it was extremely dark and impossible to see. Because any daylight would come in outside, the screen would go pitch black, basically. So I had to feel my way through it, which wasn't fun. Nowadays, I don't bother it, and I think the aesthetical overhaul that they gave it in Rehydrated is genuinely one of the better ones. They made it brighter.
Welcome to the dark depths of Rock Bottom. Home of
and they added a bunch of like light beams on like the sides and things like that, so it's easier to actually identify specific objects and whatnot. Like all in all, I think they did the wise way of handling it. This is the Rock Bottom theme is also one of the few themes that you can kind of actually hear a difference of the new instrumentation, because they added a few extra background instruments to kind of flesh it out a bit more, and I like it. I still think the best versions are those stereo rips that were found relatively recently, but it's a good remix that they got for this.
Believe it or not.
I'm glad I'm here too, Mrs. Puff.
The robots have stolen priceless artwork from the museum. If you can return it all to me, I'll reward you with a golden spatula.
Why do you want all that artwork?
Don't ask questions you aren't prepared to handle the answer to.
Consider the artwork saved, Mrs. Puff.
I wonder if this is still in the remake from the original. You approach the candy machine. Yes, they still got it. From the reference to season 1. It goes the wrong way, though. In the original, it goes the right way. It goes this way. This game captures every essence of the first 3 seasons? Yes, it does. It's why I love it so much. Because I lived off the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob as a kid. But in the original, the bus goes the correct way. It's supposed to go up towards that, because it goes straight up. It's the last bus out of Rock Bottom. Yeah, Mrs. Puff? Yeah, don't ask questions you aren't prepared to find the answer to. It's a sleepy time robot. Oh yeah, you have to sneak on them to get up. Another little thing, and it's entirely pointless. In the original, you could jump up the door, jump on that light, jump on that beam, and then get on top of the building.
Time for a little sleepy sneak.
That's how that enemy works. Which means that enemy, as you might have guessed, is more awkward for Patrick and Sandy, because only SpongeBob can sneak in this game. Patrick and Sandy cannot. But we're collecting artworks. There's 6. There's one very easy one to miss in the museum when we get there, but that's about it. The rest are standard practice. Oh, let me move away from these floors. The game's telling you these are breakaway floors. See? If you sneak on them, however, you're light-footed enough that they won't break. But I never do that. I literally just do this. It's just quicker.
I gotta say, Bubble Buddy, for a bubble, you really get around.
SpongeBob, the robots are plundering Rock Bottom's museum, but they've broken the roadway leading up there. You'll have to be clever and find another route to get in.
What if I lick all these stamps and mail myself?
And he actually pulls out stamps in the remake. In the original, he doesn't.
Good work, but perhaps being sneaky would be faster.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory. I love opening presents.
I'll show you what happens if you do step into it. Yeah, the thing just laser beams you, so it's like, yeah, you can't stay in.
Just my size.
There will almost definitely be a point during this where I get stuck somewhere and get laser beamed for a while. Let's hit this, because we need to put that in prep for later, because we're going to be getting Sandy later. And you can kind of actually cheese this and get to this unintentionally in this version. I can't remember exactly how you do it, but there is a way to cheese it and get up there in Remake. But as you go, there's a whole bunch of buttons you're going to be hitting. Because they're going to be opening more and more paths for Sandy later on. Ta-da! Don't know why the music had the reset there. Let's see if that hits. Hey! Should have been a bowler. Is that what the actual term is? Where like, you're like a professional bowling person? A bowler? I want... It was probably going to be something completely different. I just said something really offensive or something now. I'll be the first to admit some of Rock Bottom is kind of awkward. I think, like, for the most part, they got it just fine in this. But in both the original and this, there are some parts of Rock Bottom that are slightly awkward to navigate. Especially on your first playthrough when you're still figuring things out. Ow! What can I hear? Oh, it's that. I was like, why can't I hear like this lasery sound? It's because the billboard's right there.
I feel like a new sponge.
I don't think there's anything else of worth here, so we can go back. Right, the way this section works, and this section was actually pretty tough for me as a kid. I really struggled to keep balance and the timer, but you're going through this as quick as you can. Ta-da! But I'm actually going to not do that. I will do it again in a second because I want to come over here. It's a very easy jump. Get that painting. Hit this button. Because it will make this rotate, allows us to get that spatula over there. Another one that gets missed often, for the record. Gets missed very often. A lot of people go through the whole of Rock Bottom and not know that's there and go, where am I supposed to find that? It's like, no, it's a little bit cheekily hidden. And there is a sock there, and I think... No, okay, we'll need Sandy for that. It really makes you feel like you're lost in Rock Bottom. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
As long as these pants are square and this sponge is
but that's both good and bad,
let
unfortunately. That you sometimes do feel lost and lose your bearings here. Like, it's good in terms of intention, but it's bad in terms of actual, you know, game design. That you do kind of lose your bearings sometimes. Pay attention to the dents on the floor to make sure you don't get smacked. To be fair, those dents were in the original as well, so it was always easy to figure it out.
It shines.
Oppositely to the obstacle and jellyfish fields, though, I remember them being faster in the original. You can come back here and break the thing if you want. There's no real reason to it, and it'll respawn when you die. Or if you leave or come back, but it's there. Alright, but it's time for Sandy's time to shine. Because these are pretty big jumps and there's lasso points. Alright, remember, Rob, hold them in the remake. It's only press in the original. So I don't just descend into the oblivion again.
Ew. Can't believe I'm wearing SpongeBob's underwear.
It's a good position to try and get to there from. I think it's good enough to get there from. And then from here, we can try and reach this, and then we can go get that spatula as well.
Ooh. Do I really have to carry Patrick's socks?
Ah, barely out of range. It's okay. We can use this and get up again.
Bam!
Wait for it to circle round. Now will be good enough. There we go. And I said a lot of people don't realise that's there. It's... Oh, God, what happened there, Sandy? It is genuinely very easy to not even realise that's there. And even when you do realise it, not really know how you're supposed to get over to it. Let's carry on. Go away, Bombot. The fact that you get a new jump every time you do that, you can get kind of crazy height. Just because you can do lasso in the air in this game. And not in the original. And if the game's going to encourage you at this point to swap Spongebob to do the next bit, and I mean, I will, but we'll be wanting Sandy later on during it, and so usually I try and just do it all as Sandy and just tank the damage from having to deal with the sneaking enemy. If they ever re-release or add backwards compatibility properly to PlayStation, when I cover the original, I'll do it that way. Because I'll be a bit more in my comfort zone doing it that way anyway, because I've got so much more experience in the original over the remake.
No, this is my second job. I work security. Now listen, if you want to reach the golden spatula, you need to shut off the museum's security system.
Do you have to iron those pants, or are they wrinkle-free? Unlike you.
Pay attention, kid. This is serious stuff. Now, if we don't get this robot thing resolved, Shady Shoals will shut down, and I'll have to move back in with my son and his wife and his 4 screaming kids.
Oh, Barnacle boy.
Now, you see that
you have it rough.
on the other side of the museum?
Yes, sir.
That's where you exit the museum. Good luck, kid.
I won't let you down, Barnacle boy.
More buttons to press. All the concept art in the museum is different from the original game, and it's something I actually really do appreciate. That they didn't just do it one for one. They let's add a bunch of different concept art. Let's make each one have something crazy and different. Like, what the heck's that over there? What's Squidward doing? I think that one must be one of the developers kids' drawings or something. I refuse to believe that's actual concept art for this game. And I hope, I don't know, I will find out as we go around. I hope some of the original concept art is around here whilst we're going around. Wait. There's no point trying to rush it. Yeah, but that genuinely looks like something I drew when I was 3 years old. Once you've destroyed them all, you can get this sock under here as well, literally underneath Mermaid Man.
Another find for Patrick.
Barnacle Boy, sorry. Wrong half of the superhero duo.
My size.
Reminds me of that episode where Barnacle Boy becomes a villain because he wants to be Barnacle Man, and he's tired of being treated as the sidekick. They make the new superhero team. Do I see you run around that rock? Want to see me do it again? That one.
Sleepy sneak.
I need to watch the old seasons of SpongeBob again. I haven't watched it in a while. I've got all 3 of the first 3 seasons on DVD.
Like
so if I'm ever in the mood, I can just stick it on again. And this is putting me in the mood. I probably will wait though. I'll probably wait until just before Cosmic Shake drops, because then I'll be really buzzing to go for it. that dolphin, I think, is a reference to like, one of the later seasons. I haven't kept up with the modern seasons of SpongeBob, if I'm honest. I tend to stick to like the older stuff, and it's like I think the latest episode I proper sat down and watched was the Truth or Square special. And the show had already radically changed by then, because it was a family show in the first 3 seasons. Although Season 4 got away with it from time to time, Season 4 was when they started to transition into a kids show outright. And so a lot of like the more family-friendly wink humor, I was holding the wrong trigger, vanished, and it did become a lot younger audience focused, like a lot more toddlery. I say it wasn't that bad. There's still a lot of stuff in it, even in the later seasons, from what I've been told, that can be kind of morbid, but it's not as consistent as it was in the original, where it was super cool. Also, his character models, which this I thought was a good idea to have in the museum for this part of the game. Actual like character models, so you can get a better look at them. Oh, you can't jump on them. There's supposed to be a... Is this why I remember going back? There's supposed to be a bus stop here. There's another bus stop that's not present in this remake that was in the original. I swear there's a bus stop around here, because you need Sandy to get through the next section. Like, if I carry on with Sponge, you won't navigate these without Sandy. There's no way around it. God dang it. Let's go back. That seems daft. That seems weird. Well, it's the same as the one of Goo Lagoon. It's like, not all the bus stops are back, and it's really baffling that not all of them are back. Well, of all the little details that you didn't get to put into the final build, you know, the actual things that are important to the level design should have been one of them. So I know they were pressed for time, but come on, that should have been a priority. Because now you're forced to deal with it. I should have just come with Sandy in the first place, save all the trouble. Because now you're forced to do this section.
Unless varmint.
But you can't sneak these guys. You have to jump over their field and then air lasso. So you're playing the original, you'd be screwed because you can only lasso on the ground. And she can't sneak these, so you have to just jump over it because she doesn't have a stealth option. Worth mentioning though, if you want to trigger Sandy's glide off only one jump, L2 will do that. They're alive, they're not models.
Toasted Tiki Texas style.
So if you want to do it after one jump, almost immediately you can. Now here's the section of that kind of sucks. If you're struggling with this section, come back later with the cruise bubble. Actually, I know, say that won't work because there isn't a thing.
Good riddance.
There we go. There is a sock over there, which I actually will try and go back and get. Actually, no, that's the more optimum one to try and get it with. You can completely skip this second half of the puzzle though with Sandy, because there's yet another sock over here. So you can just get this and then circle round.
Well, I suppose it'll make Patrick happy.
To this, and then you're done with this section instead of having to do it the legit way. And then these appear from the ground. From the ceiling, sorry. Why did I say ground? Can these go away? So I can get a better lineup? And you can get this sock a lot easier.
Ooh. Do I really have to carry Patrick's socks?
And you want to come back this way anyway because, you know, there's another painting.
But I'm still coming for you.
I think that's everything. Yeah, that is everything in this area. If there's ever a room where I miss something on a casual playthrough, it's that one. I miss one of those two socks. I just forget they're there. Oh god, I forgot you're immediately thrown into this and forced into playing as SpongeBob. You don't get a choice in the matter.
I love opening presents. Hey, Gary. You're on an awful long walk, aren't you?
Yeah, what are you doing way out here?
The Trench of Advanced Darkness, huh? Sounds dark. Okay, Gary. I'll be extra careful.
The trench can be a little... It's where the awkwardness starts to shine of this level in both the original and this, where you have to kind of figure out for yourself how on earth you're navigating this. We need Sponge for now. So that bus stop will remain that way for a second. Oh, that thing's also protecting a sock, like one of the more obvious socks in the game. Thanks.
You. Patrick needs to do
Hit the button, and then you get around the corner as quick as you can. Which you really don't have time for. There we go. And it's because of that. That spatula is slightly awkward to get to sometimes. We'll get over there as well to get the... How many paintings are we on? The 5th painting. And we'll need Sandy for that section, but we can come over here first. Sorry, I'll just do this. There it is. I was like, I can hear the sound effect. Where is it?
Boy, Patrick will be glad.
Which is only
to
for a
have
sock.
this
It's
back.
quite pricey for just a sock, but it'll be worth it later on. Let's get Sandy in on this. Oh, right, this is the awkward, glitchy one. Got it. 'Cause it registers the box first for some reason and not the bus stop despite the distance of it. So you have to actually approach it from like a little bit of a distance. Because if I go here, it says, you can use the teleport box. Now R1's doing nothing. It's only if you're like back here it
Best not
works.
be stirring up no trouble.
Nonsense! I only want to help.
That's a really dumb glitch in the remake.
You all under my rise to power.
What was that?
Nothing. Say, see those lasers there?
You mean them things that look like fancy washing machines?
To your puny brain, I suppose. You'll need to turn on each one of those in order to cross the last part of the Trench of Advanced Darkness.
This better not be some kind of trick, varmint.
Anyway, there's another sock down there. Before we actually do this bit, just hop way down here.
Well, I suppose
Hard to
it'll
miss,
make
really.
Patrick
Oh, there's a
happy.
button as well. I need to hit that.
That's for missing?
Yeah, because that's what allows you to get your way to it. Which is a little bit easier to miss, because you might just jump straight on the spring. I mean, I nearly missed it. But that's how you get to that spatula. But you can spam the shit out of Sandy's aerial attack in the remake. There's like no recovery frames on it compared to the original. So you can go super crazy and just like kick like a maniac if you want. They got rid of the sound effects with the laser. You just go whoa, 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 when you shoot it. Well, it kind of does, but it's a lot more muted than the original. I keep on saying got rid like it was there and then they removed it. No, it's that they had to remake this from scratch, so they just didn't re-include or didn't get the sound bite or whatever. It's not that they actively like saw it and went, we don't want this, we're removing it or changing it.
Not as good as Texas barbecue sauce.
Alright, and we can get the 6th one because it's only over there in a second.
That's better.
Do you mind, Mr. Tartar Sauce?
Well, that's awful
Come back.
pretty.
So we probably would have reached it anyway.
Ew. Can't believe I'm wearing SpongeBob's underwear.
And before you hit the... Oh no, I gotta say, in the original, there was a little bit of money there if I recall. I was like, before you hit it, get that, but no. And once you've activated all 3 of them, it'll activate this central laser, which should also have a sound effect of it going zzz, but it doesn't for some reason. And that makes your path onwards to get out of the Trench of Advanced Darkness later. Once you do this, though, Plankton has a little line of dialogue. He goes, "Go step in front of the laser now." Hang on. Hang on, let's see if I can get him to say it.
Now go
There it is.
step in front of the laser.
Nice try, Shrimp.
He's like, just go get shot. No, I'm good. Let's get that 6 painting. It's hidden over. It's a little awkward to get with Sandy. Look at all this. But the way you're supposed to do is do that, so then the explosive link gets rid of the enemies for you. You can get up here and nab this, easy. Travel along and nab this. So we've got all the paintings for Mrs. Puff. And we've already done the Trench of Advanced Darkness. But that section genuinely does feel like a lot longer when you first go through it, because you don't know where you're going and what to do. It's like the general consensus of this entire area. Ow.
Oh, what's so great about being quiet anyway?
You're still aggroed? I'm not in your range anymore. Let's back up, see if it'll de-aggro then.
Ew. Can't believe I'm wearing SpongeBob's underwear.
Let's see, if we go back now, is it still aggroed? It is, look! What the heck? Alright, so the enemy AI is glitched out on this thing, so it's permanent aggroed. Let's see if we can find a way to deal with this anyway.
Okay, that's better.
Got ya. That was a nice glitch, that's very welcome. Oh god!
Refresh.
Great bombs. Both of those bombs. Oh my god. Great bomb enemy. Great AI. I jest, but it does depress me, some of the little things that just didn't get finished in this game and are so off cue of this remake, just because I said they put it together in such a small time span. Now, will this force me to play SpongeBob again as we transition through? Because I'll need SpongeBob for this next bit. Because I think I do. Yeah, it does. Okay.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory.
I sound like I'm about to say playing Bloodborne again, but there's your shortcut. Once you step on it, it activates and will go back and forth constantly. How are we doing on everything? I know I'm missing. I know where Ursock is that I'm missing. I'm trying to think where the other one is. We saw it as we passed by. It's not coming to me right this second where that other sock is. Hopefully we'll find it along the way.
Hey, Mr. Krabs.
Well,
down the
go, boy.
Mr. Krabs, it's like there's a spatula down the slide. Hit the button, go get it. And you're just on a time limit, go get it. Oh, I still caught the thing. Whoops. Because there's the sock. Oh, no, okay, I do know where the other sock is then. No worries. But we'll get this spatula first, and then we'll do the slide again and get it. I do know where both socks were missing is because that was that one we just saw was the one I couldn't remember where it was. But the fact it's right there is like, yeah, no. So we don't need to press the button again. We can go just down it like normal.
You just met the Sponginator.
An enemy just died, I'm guessing, for him to say that. Yes. The fact we just got random shinies. Yes, an enemy just jumped off to its death. Something's apparently aiming for us. I saw that target it for a second.
Fresh like a spring breeze. Hey, you.
There we go. Now the only thing we're missing, other than turning this into the paintings into Mrs. Puff, is one last sock, which is at the end of this little section anyway.
I feel like a new sponge.
What time is it? 12:30. Oh, wrong button. You might be able to do this in one. I want to try and do it in one, because I said either way I'm not streaming tomorrow. I won't be streaming this tomorrow.
SpongeBob, it's your birthday.
Oh, I can be right back up here. Alright, let's do it one more time then. Because tomorrow is Elden Ring's launch day. And so of course I want to play that.
I love opening presents.
And for the Danganronpa videos, I have actually started Chapter 4. I'm about halfway through the free times. I've been making slow progress, if I'm honest. So it's just, the more I go through it, the more nervous I'm getting about what Case 5 and 6 are going to be. Because I already kind of have a hunch of who's going to at least be the victim of Case 4. I've like narrowed it down to 3 possible suspects of people that will be dead in Chapter 4. That being Mew, Tsumugi, and Gonta. And the reason why I think Tsumugi is because she's so plain Jane middle of the road. I feel like she could go either way. Like, she could either make it to the end, or she could maybe not make it to the end. Like, it could go either way. But Gonta has made himself a little too plot relevant, and Mew has made herself a little too plot relevant. And it puts them on the radar for me. Like, Gonta's like, I want to do something for all of us. And I'm like, alright, we'll see about that. And Mew's like, no, I have an alternate way. And that's about as far as I've got. Like, I haven't actually found out what Mew's alternate way that she's come up with yet is. And it's like both of them have like, it feels like you've put yourselves on the radar too much.
Last piece of artwork accounted
so one
for,
of you's
Mrs.
gonna
Huff.
die.
I left no
The reason why I'm not
strange,
suspecting
glowing stone unturned.
Kaito, Kokichi, Himiko of dying is because of either plot relevance, character development outside of Case 3, or I just think it would be really, really poorly written if they did do it. Like Maki, I think the way they've handled her character, she's making it to the end one way or another. Kaito, I think the illness thing that's kind of they've been leaning towards, that's going to have something in Case 5. Kokichi is this game's Nagito, so just like Nagito, I expect him to be Case 5. In fact, I expect him to be the victim of Case 5, and it'll be another stupendously elaborate thing. And Himiko is going through a lot of character development, and it's no longer Case 3, so that means that's not a death sentence. But we're done with all rock bottom. See, that's very quick. Back to finish as we go. There's one more level to do before we go into the third and final acts of the game. So that's like the 3 I've narrowed it down to. Is that I think it's either going to be Tsumugi because she's so middle of the road, just there, that they could get rid of her and it not really matter, or it not really be noticed. Like she's yet to make herself that plot relevant, is what I'm getting at. Like every time she shows up in a scene, it's kind of like, oh, you're there. As much as I like her as a character, I have a lot of time for her as a character. In terms of actual plot relevancy, I'm kind of like, nah. Whilst Mew and Gonta, both of them are pushing plot relevancy right now, so it's like one of you's dying. So any of those 3 could fit. But this is how Sand Mountain works. There's 3 doors that you have to buy access to. You need to go into them and beat all their challenges.
Oh yeah, lots of times.
But Squidward will also make its own challenge for you, so there's that as well.
What do I care? I'm a wreck anyways. I try and get some exercise to relax from all this robot mess, and now everything is ruined.
Because of a toothbrush?
No, it's those blasted robots. They've taken over the ski slopes. How can I ski with those ugly things beating everyone up? Listen, SpongeBob, you've got to help me. I'm going to lose my marbles if I don't get some relaxation.
Relaxation!
I found if you keep your marbles in a bag, they don't get lost as often. In fact, I've got mine right here. It's embroidered with this lovely...
Forget the marbles! I've got a better idea. If you
go kill the robots
at the bottom of every slope for me, I'll give you one of those golden spatulas.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to beat the extreme fun of marbles.
Okay, I'll give you one for each slope you clear.
Now that's a
SpongeBob
deal.
just it's not so subtly like manipulated Squidward into getting a better deal out of him. First things first, break this snowman, ruin the kid's day, get a sock for your trouble. It's a sand man. The sand mountain is a replacement of snow, like a snowy mountain.
Oh, sparkling! Just my size.
Gee, I'm so glad they made it this easy to get up to get that. You're supposed to go all the way around, but you can literally just kind of do this and cheese your way up. And I'm sure if you angle it right, you can fiddle your way onto this as well. Oh well, I'll do it the way you're supposed to in a sec. We need to swap the sandy to do it. There's up to 53 socks, so we're not too far off. We're far past the halfway point. But let's actually do what we're supposed to do. Let's go over here. We'll do the... How much? Okay, I've got enough to afford it all still.
Hello
Plankton's like, hey, there's a spatula down in that hole.
Ultimate wedgie experience.
There we go. And he's like, damn, you got it. I didn't mean to skip that dialogue, to be honest. I didn't realize he was going to talk again at me like that. But the point is, you hit this button, it makes all these, which is why we need to go get Sandy. Now. Which the bus stop is for here. And then from here you can reach the spatula. There you go, 47. And now we get to pick slopes. We'll just go 1, 2, 3. It doesn't really matter which order we do in, so we might as well just do in intended. So we go up to the Guppy Mound first. The only one that's like got a bit extra to worry about it is the second one, because there's a side quest going down it as well. And there's also another level where the weird render distance... Also, I don't know why we have warped over there. Where the weird render distance problem of this game really shines through.
Ew. Can't believe I'm wearing SpongeBob's underwear.
Like, it's genuinely, like, really bad.
Shinier the better.
And I don't know why, because it wasn't like this in the original, and there's really no excuse for it here.
Howdy, Miss...
Oh, right, you have to actually do the time trial of SpongeBob. You can't do it with Sandy.
I've gone down the...
So, yeah. She goes down it, so if you can do it faster than me, which she gets 70 seconds for, she'll give you a spatula. Oh, yeah, right, you don't have as many invincibility frames in this as you do in the original. Get that sock, whack this button, then the snowball will come down, hit this, and there's, like you see, there's a top path there, which we'll be coming back for with Sandy, so we're all doing another run of this. When you're in slide mode, you're walking hitbox, so you can smack enemies just fine. Go down the low road for another sock.
Patrick will be glad to have this back.
There isn't 2 socks here though, so it's only the low road on the first one that matters. I'm gonna die if I get hit again. I need to... Oh, never mind. I'll fail the timer. Yeah. Damn, first actual death.
I've got...
Yeah, yes. So we're going down this 3 times then. Because I need to go down it again anyway. So I'll go this way, show off the alternate path slightly. Bonk these enemies around. God, I miss Super Ultra Mega combos and the fact that they give you like 100 extra. The fact that they've reduced it to that is kind of depressing. And I'll take the other part for this as well to show it. So there's nothing under it on the second lap, it's only on the first lap it cares. Bonk, 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 bonk.
Hey, you! Patrick needs to do laundry.
And once you get down here, the thing for Squidward is clearing out the end of the enemies. So if you kill all the enemies, you'll get another spatula anyway, and then we'll return to Mrs. P.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
I want to get rid of that monsoon. I know there's another machine over here, but I want to get rid of that monsoon because it's annoying me. There we go. There, all the robots are dealt with. Let's get our spatula. That at-camera angle is so janky because there wasn't a cutscene, like, really for it, and they tried to make it a bit more interactive this time. So they just messed around with the camera a little bit for it. It used to just be the camera would transition to look at it, you would hit it, and then that would be over. Whilst now they wanted to make it a bit more cinematic and a little bit more engaging, so they've messed around with the camera a bit more.
Congratulations!
Thank you. That's now we're up to 49. Listen, I'll go all level spatulas and all the socks. It's just the buying spatulas I probably won't bother doing with because it's grindy. But we're going to go down quickly with Sandy because there is something we can get with her. And I can't remember if it's just for a sock or if it's for money, but either way, what's the harm in checking? It's for money, okay. So you don't need to do this. There's one where we'll definitely need Sandy, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So, by simple maths, let's go to number 2. And then we'll engage with Valve's worst nightmare and go to something called 3. Flounder Hill. With its awful render distance kicking in again.
Hey there, Sandy!
Howdy, Bubble Buddy.
If you're playing the Switch version of this game, it's even worse. The render distance for this section is genuinely abhorrent. But we're going to need Sponge again. But there's an alternate objective in here. You just saw it. There's 8 snowmen, 1 there, and you have to whack them all. In the original version, you had to do them all in 1 life. If you reset checkpoint or re-enter them, all of the snowmen would be rebuilt. Whilst in this, they made it account as a collectible, so that will stay broken indefinitely. I think that was actually a wise change. It takes off some of the pressure. So you just got to find them instead of actually finding them all and then hit them all in one go. Because there's a secret here. See, there's a snowman there. Not that it's hard to do them all in one life, it was just the nature of you no longer have to. They made it a collectible, so it's a little bit more generous for people who like aren't that fast. I'm going to go right this time, so when we go back down for it, you know I've gone right and we'll go left that one. So I think there is a snowman on both sides, so you do need to do both paths. Yeah, I was going to say, don't make a liar out of me, I'm sure there's another one here. And then it said there's one on the other path if you went left instead.
I love opening presents.
They expect you to crisscross, but I don't think I've ever done that. I just always kind of hug aside. And I also want to keep a lookout because I don't know if it's this one or actual Sand Mountain, Jesus, that has the Sandy collectible in it. I think it is Sand Mountain, which is what the 3rd area is called. I know the level's called Sand Mountain, but still. I'll go low this time. And I will carefully go super low so I can nab this one as well. Oh, I'm actually running out of time. I might not make it. Oh no, I'm definitely not going to make it on this one. I was too busy flubbing around. Oh well. We're lapping anyway.
I feel like a new sponge. You've just met the sponge.
But there are some corners you can cut, and that's what they expect you to do. But it's just because I was too busy just kind of chilling. It's not like the one in Kelp Forest. The time trial slide in Kelp Forest, when we get to that one, that's the one of infamy. That's the one that's actually pretty tough if you're not ready for it. So this one has a cool little scene as well, where the camera like narrowly avoids getting hit by the snowball. Let's get up there again and do the timer again. And of course I'll nab this just for the sake of the extra point.
Like a spring breeze.
Now this time we'll go left instead of that way. See where else this leads to. On that, so there's only one we're missing, which I believe is just taking a left in the next section.
I feel like a new sponge. Cha-ching! Kerplooey! Ow!
Come on, to make a liar out of me. I know there's one around here. There it is, and that's the last one. And our prize will be for our trouble will be at the end. But now I've got 60 seconds to make it down there, so I'm gonna... I just saw a robot was down in the bottomless pit. And alive.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
But you're supposed to crisscross like that when you're doing that section. It's what they expect you to do, but I never do it. I'm still going to be slightly tight. It's a little tighter than I'd like. Need to get higher up. Yep. I need to get that sock on the journey round, and now it's just beeline for the end and hope I make it in time. Got it. Okay. And you get the sock there for doing that. And that sock at the end is for hitting all the sandmen. So in the original, you had to do it all in one life, and it didn't like count it. Like, well, I say it'd count it when you hit it. You'd hit one, it'd say 7 left, but it wouldn't be a collectible counter.
I feel like a new sponge.
All right, now off to the third zone, the one that's literally called Sand Mountain. And this one you have to do 2 runs through, basically, because the time trial, that's that you only do it with Sponge. But there is a sandy-based secret. And it is the longest.
I'm the fastest there is.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
The socks at the end here.
Another find for Patrick.
How many socks have we got left? 2 left to find. Okay. Oh, the pause resets your momentum for some reason. One of them's the sandy one, so there's... And I think I know where the last one is. Because the sandy one is... You can see it, we just passed it to our right, and it goes up on this path. You travel along these, and there's the sock up there to the left. But so when we come back as sandy, we'll nab that then. But if you chase this giant sand ball, it will eventually like bonk into this and snap into the wall and allow you to jump through it. And I believe if you follow the path down and not just jump for the purple right there as we pass it by, there is a sock partway down it. So yeah, we're good on socks. I know where they all are. We've got 20 left in the whole game, and then we're done on sock collecting. And we can bank them all into Patrick. Now it's just a matter of making sure we get to the bottom in time. You only need 40 spatulas to unlock the next main boss, so we're quite a ways ahead of ourselves now. And like I said, it's 75 to unlock the final boss. We'll absolutely get this game done today. I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, there's no way this game will take long enough. The last few areas of the game really aren't that long. You shouldn't really be that... I shouldn't be cheeky this close to the end, but oh well. We made it. Game. God, that's twice now. Why does it keep doing that? Why does it keep on stalling? Oh. That'll make me nervous.
Take that! feel like a new sponge. It shines.
This is one that I think hits the actual... Yeah, it actually fucking hits the camera, which I was like, that's kind of nice. It's a bit daft, but it's nice. Then we'll get back up there. Tell Bubble Buddy the good news, get our spatula, and then swap to Sandy to get that last sock. And then we're literally done with Sand Mountain already.
Congratulations!
Sorry, Larry, not Bubble Buddy. Game! Oh my god! I know it's because it was trying to save as well, but jeez. I'll show the other route whilst we're going down there at least. This is the route you'd normally take. If you didn't take that springboard for starters. And when you get to this bit, it's a little bit awkward with how sandy is, but you kind of just steer, grab, go. And then it's just a matter of, you know, surviving the platforms to get over to that sock. So I think they've adjusted it, but this enemy could aggro to you from like a million miles away. Yeah, they've adjusted it. That enemy would aggro to you when you were still on that platform, so it was a lot more annoying to try and get to. But that is 100%. Alright. Next is the next boss. And which will get us the cruise bubble. And once we get the cruise bubble, we'll be backtracking to completely 100% the first two areas. Because we can get another sock in Jellyfish Fields, but I'd rather wait until we can get the other sock in there as well with the cruise bubble. So you need 40. So when you're ready, enter the Industrial Park checkpoint.
Wow, that robot looks like Patrick.
I don't like the remaster version of Robot Patrick. I felt the thing looked a lot more intimidating and imposing in the original than in this. The thing looks too stiff in this game compared to the original.
You're right, Sandy. But if that robot really is like Patrick, he'll eat us for dessert. What should we do?
And it used to like this, where it's licking the acidic ice cream. He would tilt his whole head and lick more diagonally instead of licking it dead on like that. Like it's a lot. They made the machine look a lot stiffer and move a lot stiffer in this compared to the original. But like the Robot Sandy fight, the boss acts and moves a hell of a lot quicker to try and speed things up for, you know, speedrunners of the game, because it was another slow point of speedrunning. That this fight does take a little while. I love the theme, the Industrial Park theme, especially if you hear the stereo version. This track is amazing. I have a lot of time for this little track. It's the biggest thing that worries me with Cosmic Shake, that on the Steam page for Cosmic Shake, it says it's going to have like iconic tunes from the show, and I'm like, no, give me an original soundtrack, please.
And the robot is down. And the robot is
Especially
down.
because I don't know how heavily copyrighted that music is, and I don't want to have to play the game muted if I live stream it. That'd be really depressing.
Great Barrier Reef.
This section is also a hell of a lot easier because he spins. The thing's sped up. He spins for far less time, and he also shoots out far less of the goo blobs, so it's far easier to avoid it. In the original, you have to be actually on the ball a little bit in avoiding it.
That does it. You pushed this squirrel too far. Get ready for a hot fudge twister, Texas style.
What is Sandy going to do to get SpongeBob unfrozen? Great
I love the
Barrier
talking
Reef.
fish in the fight. That the talking head is present in the boss fights. That genuinely makes the difference to me.
And the robot is
When you hit
down.
the Robot Patrick this time, make sure they get out of the way of the ground, because it's going to start pulling this wire to make the burning hot goo
could melt anything.
rise, and then it's going to use this to try and shoot at you. Another attack that that lasted about a third of the time the original lasted. You can do this to kind of stay way too high in the air. It's ridiculous that you can do this in the remake. You can't do it in the original, but you can just spam circle and it resets Sandy's position each time. And then you just...
One more
like, this game is held together with duct tape, it feels like, at places.
Great Barrier Reef!
I'm outside the hitbox of it up here. Come on, like the camera's not even following anymore.
Oh, and the robot is down!
Alright, face raid. And also, you can't do any of that in the original because it's a lot more polished in the original version. It's why like almost every single speedrunner or like content creator that likes to cover SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom in any sense has gone back to the original because there's so many weird little things. That attack's completely different in how it's handled compared to the original. And I kind of prefer... Oh, I got hit. In the original, it was just a small burst. You would just go... And it would just be a small burst of ice, and it'd have like a low hit range so you could jump over it. Whilst this, they made it that it's a long breath and it has a higher hitbox, so you just got to move out the way. For this final phase, you need to do a fully charged bowling ball and whack it from a distance.
Split by SpongeBob.
A nice 7-10 split by SpongeBob. And they use more unused dialogue. The fish head wouldn't talk about the bubble bowl in the original version at all. But the dialogue was there, like I said, it's unused. So they just brought it back in.
I see a prime bowling moment right here. And the robot is down.
Also, in the remake, and it is another thing that's actually a nice addition, the bowling ball will actually travel across the water. Like if I throw this way, it will actually just go across the goo. In the original, it doesn't. It would disintegrate the moment it touches, so that's why you had to do a full strength pull. God damn it.
Do-si-do, and around you go.
They added a weird, like, destroy all humans, like, sound effect to this fight in the music, which I'm not too keen on personally. But there goes Robot Patrick, and now we have the cruise bubble. The best ability in SpongeBob's arsenal.
I never thought I'd say this, SpongeBob, but I owe you big time.
Thanks, Sandy. We'd still be popsicles if it wasn't for her.
Aw, shucks. You fellers are gonna make me blush.
I think I have fudge in my pants.
Okay. But now we're in Act 3, or have availability to Act 3. And so we're not going to do Act 3 properly just yet. There's a couple things from the
I'm sorry, Plankton.
Jellyfish Field and that one thing from downtown we need to get.
I don't know if I'll ever get enough golden spatulas to get in.
Yes, it's the Chum Bucket security system. I designed it myself. It makes me so proud. It was meant to keep out the hateful throngs of the unwashed. Unfortunately, I never figured I'd be on this side of it.
So what are you gonna do, Plankton?
We, of course
meaning you, are gonna have to go out there and get those golden spatulas.
Or I'll never get back into the Chum Bucket and regain control of my robots.
What was that?
Oh, I said, will I ever get back into the Chum Bucket to stain all my pots? Yes.
Something's fishy here.
You talk to him again.
Keep looking for golden spatulas, SpongeBob. I'm sure that my robots out there have some.
Hey, you called them your robots.
No,
And I saw a plaque on the butt of one of the robots that said, property of Plankton.
Well, maybe, but
And I found this order form for robot parts with your signature on it.
Can I have that back? I need it for my tax write-off.
Tax write-off?
I think you've been pulling my leg this whole time.
Well,
duh.
I'll bet you made all these robots. And after I get inside the Chum Bucket and figure out how to stop them, I'm gonna tell everyone.
Fine, tell everyone. Be a big tattletale. I'm still smarter than all of you.
And you talk to him again, you get a great little dialogue.
Maybe this
day won't be mine. Or the next, or possibly even the next.
Or the next, 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 or the next after that. But the one after the next, after the next, after the next, after that. Well, that one after that, right next to that one, that will be my day.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Anyway, new ability, the cruise bubble. Hold L1, you can aim. Release it, you fire this motherfucker. It's a lot stiffer to control. It's a lot more floaty. It lasts for about 6 seconds and blows up. In the original, it was a lot sharper, but they... Yeah, and Bubble Buddy's going to teach you how to do it. I just taught you how to do it, so that's not helpful.
SpongeBob to mission control, the launch is a go.
In the original, they, you saw the bubble from, like, first person, whilst this they made it, like, you're seeing it from just behind it. Like, they would just be a cursor on screen sort of thing. And to be honest, I kind of miss that. I kind of find it a bit easier. This launches you way up here for some reason, when it only needs to get you here. But there's on top of the chum bucket. And while we're here... It's a little bit of a jump, but you can make it and get your sixth and final pair of underwear.
6 pairs of underwear. I am one unbeatable sponge.
This over here,
like a new sponge.
If you talk to this guy,
help you?
He will let you into the theater for 40,000 shiny objects. Telling you right now is not worth it. The only thing in the theater is concept art. That's how you access the concept art gallery, basically, and it's not even that much of it. It's like 10 things, and then that's it.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning.
Whack this, move it out the... Well, in the original, it moved. The whole bin moved to the right, and the sock was hidden underneath it, but, you know, budget constraints. Because we have the cruise bubble, though, we can blow up these ourselves now.
The launch is a go.
As I said, you need an explosive to blow up stone tikis. This counts as an explosive, so you can now free reign destroy these stone tikis. Anyway, let's go into the Krusty Krab. There's 2 things of note in here. Firstly, it's similar to Sandy's Tree Dome. You need to clear out every single enemy in here, because oh my god, look at this. And secondly, there is a sock if you break absolutely everything in this building, similar to Squidward's house.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Oh, and there's new robots, you can hear them, the laser bots.
Time for a little sleepy sneak.
Ow. Let's do this so I can get over to the duplicator. Destroy all these bots. Ow! I took that right into the snoz. So I need to try and get that sock, so I'll be breaking everything in here.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Break the condiments. Whack that. Oh, there's still a few chairs. Also worth noting, in the original, people weren't in here. They would be eventually, but only after you left, after the threat was dealt with. People wouldn't just be in here. So you had to actually deal with the threat, and then when you like once you was all done, you came back, and they would then be willing to come in. But for some reason, they just changed that. The mimic's still at the window though, which I appreciate. The terrible mimic, he's just there. I got all the... Yes, I have got all the socks, okay.
Phew!
Get that spatula, and then the only other spatula I'm missing in Bikini Bottom before this, the hub world is 100%ed, is actually in the chum bucket. It's not in the level bit, but you can go into the entrance hall of it.
They serve food here, yes.
Oop.
Flash! Authorities have confirmed that the robots running amok through Bikini Bottom are indeed coming from the chum bucket.
Yes, right where you're standing.
Yes,
How do you know that, newscaster?
Right where you're standing. Plankton, owner of the chum bucket, and best known for the creation of robots whose sole purpose is to cause mayhem and destruction, has denied any involvement. And then stomp on your children. And stomp on your children's children. This has been a Bikini Bottom news flash.
I think it's kind of fitting that the only thing in here is tikis. Or thunder tikis, sorry. Camera angle, please. But here's your spatula. It's just tucked up there. It's a bit of a throwaway one, that one. You can't really miss it. But now, Jellyfish Fields. I think Carabunch is closer. We need to get the 2 socks left in Jellyfish Field and then the 1 spatula in downtown that we can get. And then all of Act 1 both 100%ed and we've only got 1 thing left to do.
I feel like a new sponge.
Yeah, okay, this was a good place to start then, I think. It's over there. I will say though, like I said, for how quickly this game was thrown together, it's a nice looking remake. They got a really nice art style with this, I think. Oh, you have to actually play bowling. In the original, you just had to hit it and then it'd count it. But this one, you have to actually kind of play bowling a little bit and hit them all. There we go. And then you get your sock. And the other one would be closest. I think length would be closest, I think.
Fresh like a spring breeze. Oh, sparkling.
Oh, I was hoping that would hit. But yeah, this is close because it's literally just around the corner from here.
There's nothing like the smell.
And then afterwards we've got Kelp Forest.
Smells like
which is arguably the worst area in the game. Just because it's so dark.
bubble collar.
Ta-da!
Boy, Patrick will be glad.
Alright, that's 100%. Where is downtown? The gold spatula, that's a name for it. It literally says, come back with the cruise bubble. Because you need to... Firstly, you need to get over there, which is one thing. You're supposed to use the cruise bubble to navigate it into this corridor to hit that button, which is why it's a button and not a pressure plate. And then once you come through it from the other side, you can then use this to hit this, which will then make a platform and the gold spatula spawn. Then we just need to get back over there. Oh, I'll wait for it to come back.
Solo Ramba.
Alright, so that's all 100%. That's 100%. That's 100%. Yes. So it's literally just now the Kelp Forest, the Graveyard, and the Dream. So let's go to... Where is top of the Tron bucket? So it puts in part 3. In area 3. And although SpongeBob Dream is available to you right away, it's also the area they expect you to do last. So we'll be doing Kelp Forest, then Jutron's Graveyard, then the Dream. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I've got water again. You know, my best friend in all of these streams with my throat the way it is. And let's see if we can get this done. We're almost definitely going to finish this in like the next couple hours. I heavily doubt we're going to be here much longer. Like, Kelp Forest can take a while. I'm more thinking of like the Graveyard and Spongebob Stream. Both of those areas are pretty short when you know what to do. But this is Kelp Forest, in my opinion, the weakest area of the game. The reason why it's the weakest area of the game is because it's because of various little reasons. The biggest one was, once again, when I was a kid, this area was super dark. They made it significantly brighter in the remake. So they made it significantly brighter in the remake, so that's a plus, but it's still... Ow! There's that shit as well, forgot about the leaf. If you see a giant leaf just sticking out of the ground, don't approach it, the thing will smack you. This thing. It will just smack you. You see, like, it kind of waves up when it's like when we approach, like, eh? And I don't find the location just that interesting to run around and explore, personally.
Just my size.
But we did get introduced to a new robot, like the triplets.
Triplicate.
Well, you hit the bottom one, slam up through the other two. You have to kill all three of them in one go. If you only kill one or two of them, the one surviving will come back. Okay, we just made it. The reason why you want to do that is because there's a sock here. Another sock that's very easy to miss. I say that, this level actually it has 7. Okay, is it the Graveyard I'm thinking of that only has 3? Yeah. Oh, speaking of socks, this is another one. This one can be a little awkward, but it's more generous of it. You have to hit all of them. Okay, that didn't work, but it might give us the sock anyway. Yes. Okay, because of registration in this game, the only thing the game's looking for is that they all hit with a bubble bowl. But you're supposed to hit all of them in one bubble bowl, and I didn't. But because the game only is looking for them being destroyed with the bubble bowl, it gave it to me. What I should actually do super quickly is actually put in the chat for people to check that I am, other than you can see it, but just I'm back and we'll be going to finish. There, if I just put that there, then you guys can see it. So if anyone hops in late, they can be like, oh, okay. But over here is the main thing with...
Driving class isn't out here
Mrs.
today,
Puff again.
It?
It's always Mrs. Puff, isn't it? Now I think about it. Downtown was Mrs. Puff. Goo Lagoon was Mrs. Puff. Rock Bottom had a thing with Mrs. Puff. And now this is with her again. Look, she pops up a lot.
No, SpongeBob. Why do you say that? Do you think we'd have class out here just to hide from you? How silly. I'm just
Mrs. Puff.
Gathering twigs for the winter. Yes, that's it.
Oh, can I help? I have a merit badge in twig gathering.
Actually, you can help with something else.
Yes.
These robots showed up and scared all the students, campers off into the forest. Before the ranger arrives, someone needs to go out and find them.
So we got to go find the kids.
Them, Mrs. Puff. I'm the sponge for the job.
Thanks, SpongeBob. I'll make sure to give you a nice reward when you found all of them.
I'm sure this used, as I say, this had more use in the original. You could kind of like cheese your way over to a few things, but you need to actually make a path to him. Because like, you could jump on the porter head and use it to get to locations you weren't supposed to, or like out of order. God, I always have a specific memory of hitting that button, that specific scene, and not knowing what changed at all because of how dark my screen was. I just couldn't see these. So that was the original release, and I said hopefully there'll be a day where I can cover it and I can show you what I mean. The area is super dark. There's a Cadpo. So that's 1 of 6. We are going to need Patrick's help, because Patrick is your buddy for this level, for some of these. Which is why there's a bus stop right there.
I love opening presents.
But we'll see what we can do without it first. Can we make it up this without... No.
Terror in triplicate!
Ah. I know there's a way to kind of cheese it up there and not do it the legit way, but we'll have to go up the legit. I've got an itch on my arm. It's really annoying. It's like flea season for the cats, and so I have to keep on top of it and not do that. And so anytime I get a slight itch, it's like paranoid.
You've just met the Sponginator.
So they've had like their treatment, so like they're doing fine. It's just it's because you know it's that time of year. It gets under your skin. It gets in your mind. You know, that's the only way I can think to put it. Not to make any of you guys itchy as well. I don't mean to.
I feel like a new sponge.
I think I just kind of screwed you guys over a little bit there. I don't mean to. I need to go destroy that duplicator before he keeps on making more of these buzz bots. I think that's what they're called, the lasers.
Here, boy.
There we go. Now we're a little bit more free to go
like
look around.
Smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory.
What, are you going to come back this way? Yeah, I had a feeling.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
And we'll need Pat for the ice eventually, because that's there. So I'm trying to think. Is there a sock by the waterfall or hidden away somewhere that we need the ice for? Yeah, there is. I can see it. Okay, yeah, we will get Pat later. But this is for our cruise bubble. Stand on this. The game's like, hey, that's over there. Like, you can't see. Hit it. It extends this out so you can actually reach the camper the intended way. And then while we're over here, we'll swap the Patrick so we can go get that sock. Let me just go, like, love tap the camper first. Yo. Because, yeah, we need Patrick anyway for that. So, yeah. Let's go get Patrick. Let's go get our boy.
Sure gotta carry a lot of stuff around.
Oh, that was a bit finicky. And you have to kind of be a bit wary with this. Yeah, you have to do that. Which will extend the path there so you can get that fruit to this safely. Which really doesn't take you that far. Makes you wonder why you bother, but it is there. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to hit the end the square button twice. Uh-oh. Okay, no, that's not how that works. Good to know. Wait for that to break. You have to just throw that from there to get it across then. I was thinking, oh, just drop down to there, it'll be fine. Is that broke yet? Come on. Ah! But yeah, that's the general idea. Is there something up down here we can hit or mess with? Oh, there we go. It's, you have to be in the right position for it to auto-lock you over there. Get out of here. There's the camper. And then let's actually just drop down here so we can go get that sock as well. God dang it. Alright, we'll throw it over here then.
Ooh, another one.
68, 12 left. In total. Bing. I think that is everything for this area. Assuming I'm not going crazy and there's like something else hidden away. Let's get old Sponge again. I say that was kind of a waste because we're going to need Patrick for the next area, for like most, if not all of the next area anyway. Oh well, there'll be another bus stop over there. At least they're better. There was in the original. And I also get to actually... no one does this puzzle legit, but I will show you the legit way you're supposed to do it. It's always humoured me that no one does it the legit way because they don't know where they're going in this section. Let's get Pat. The way this works is that there's 3 like pillars here. They can only be weighed down by stone tikis. There's exactly 3 stone tikis in this area. Most people get that one there, get the one that's up there behind that duplicator, stack it on that one, jump on top, just barely high enough to reach that. No one bothers getting all 3.
Hi, Mr. Crab.
Ahoy, Patrick.
As I tell you, but there's 3 stone tikis, and it's your way into the kelp cave, which is one of, actually I say, the only instance of a slightly different track playing within a different area of the same level. Because this is all kelp forest, a slightly different remix of kelp forest will play when we go into the cave.
Pretty sparkly thingy.
So let's put that there to weigh down the first one. Because they count as tikis, they will be moved if you die, so be wary. They will all have their positions reset. So it might actually be in your best interest to get the more awkward ones first, so you're not worrying about those ones later. Nice. Because the second tiki... Oh god, this actually bounces you super high. Okay, alright, here's your tip. It's only on this version. Angle the camera down, because you can't move the camera. I can't move the camera at all. Oh, it's still trying to fight me a little bit, but... it takes away your control, so try and angle it so you'll make it a bit easier for yourself. The next tiki is here. Which I think you just... yeah, you just barely can't make it to this. And that's because there's a branch down there. You can raise that up. There is a button we'll be going and pressing. But that's the tiki that everyone misses or doesn't know exists. Out, there's a camper here, by the way.
Underwear fits quite right.
Which would be number 4 and number 5, because there's another split later on that's the exact same. And number 6 is in the cave. There isn't any on the 4th and final area of this section. Of this level, sorry. For this section, just go across the whole thing, and then we'll activate some things that allow us to go back through it to get everything we need to get.
It's kind of hypnotic. Oof. Well, hey, my back feels better.
Okay, that didn't work out. Ow. Because you need to get onto that to get over there. It's not this one, is it? No, that one's not really helpful. That's just there as a safety net. You do need to actually get up here. So I need to find a bit more of a less awkward angle. Patrick, if you could, please. Uh-oh. Well, we'll go get that other tiki later anyway. Oh. Get out of here, dude. I might be able to just make that from here. No, not quite. Where's that face, Pat? What about from this one? Oh, this one's much higher. Yeah, that's the way you're supposed to do it, not by jumping up. Because this one will allow you to get over here. And this one you can then take across this top route. Get rid of you. Whack the button so it will lift up the thing so we can get the second tiki. Ta-da! But follow it along further, there's a sock here.
A robot go boom! Oh, goody, another one.
And this takes us back to where we were at the end. We'll come back for that guy. We got to deal with this problem first. 2600. Ugh. There's our 5th camper. So now we've only got one left. Like I said, that one's in the cave, and you really can't miss him. Open you, and that's actually get to this last. Oh, they got this bit. It also lowers a hook over here, but that hook doesn't lead to anything. It just leads to money. Like, it doesn't lead to a sock or a spatula. It's just a hook. Which is a real expensive trade-off. You open that to open the door, but you think you get a little bit more out of it than just, hey, here's a little bit of your money back. And this is here because they want you to, you know, throw it at him. That's just money. There's something over there. I had to check. That's just money. There's nothing else of worth. But come around here, I believe there is something for your trouble.
Oh goody, another one!
I need to try and make a better habit. It's a thing that I've been trying a little bit, but it's just where, you know, I'm adjusting and trying to get used to streaming. I need to make a habit of talking about other subjects. Only talking about the game, it gets a bit boring and repetitive. They'll be like, oh, let's go do this here, let's go do that there. You know, like, I need to get into the habit of talking about other things. Like, since I'm super excited about Soul Hackers, I'm really looking forward to Soul Hackers. That game looks great. It looks like exactly what I've been asking for with an Atlas title. Firstly, one with a female protagonist. Secondly, one that has a protagonist with a personality. And thirdly, a game that's where you play as adults for a change instead of just always high schoolers. It doesn't have to be the norm, just, you know, to be something different from Atlas. And I'm super looking forward to it. It looks like a bunch of fun. And as a JRPG fan, of course I'm on board with it, because it's another turn-based JRPG, and the original Soul Hackers came out in '97. And then, of course, to be on topic, I'm really excited for Cosmic Shake. I'm really excited to see what they do with that. The devs have a extremely high amount of confidence about the quality of that product, which can be a little worrying, because sometimes they'll be like, let's hope that's not arrogance. But it's a level of confidence they never showed once with Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. Like, the fact that Sweet Victory literally plays in the trailer for that game, I think speaks for itself of how much confidence they have. I skipped that cutscene because I knew the timer was going to run out on the ice, and then just waste time getting over there. But yeah, there's another little spatula tucked away down here, and there is another ice to get back afterwards. Bang. So that little nudge you get from Patrick really doesn't, like, it doesn't mean anything in the original. Like, I don't think you get the nudge. I think that's only in the Rehydrated. They added it to try and make everyone's jump attack have a little bit more uniqueness to it, instead of it just being Spongebob has the good one.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Well, saying that, you can jump and attack with Patrick in the air full stop, but the basic is only this was your option. While Sandy, her thing, not being momentum based, is instead that she can just kick like 10 times a minute. But that is everything here, I believe. Let me just double check. One in the cave, one on the... Yeah, okay. Let me go get Sponge before we proceed, because we will need Sponge for the cave. If the area gets reset now, it doesn't matter. The vine will still be there. Once you solve the puzzle once, you're good. And it's the same in the original, even if you cheat. If you just put 2 on 1 and jump up to it, when you get the spatula, anytime you reload the area, it will register you've already got the reward, so it will just make the vine appear. But as for the cave, it has a slightly different remix.
I could really use
Ultimately,
your help
it's
if
just
you
that
had
it's
some time
slowed
to
right
spare.
down.
Sure, Barnacle Boy, what do you need?
I'm trying to recover my lost energy crystals that power my new secret superhero power. It seems the robots have found my supply and have hidden them in this cave.
Secret superhero power? Oh, what's it do? What's it do? What's it do?
If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret, would it? Just trust me. It's worth finding these crystals. I'd go searching myself, but my bunions are acting up today.
Well, then you rest those super bones of yours. I'll get searching for these crystals.
Thanks, Barnacle Boy. You don't have to show me that game. I can see.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I missed anyway because the aiming this thing in this game is awful. The cave puzzle is actually kind of nice. When I first played it as a kid, I hated it because once again, super dark. But the idea of it is that you're alternating throughout as SpongeBob and Patrick. You're using both of them to solve the puzzle. So like right now, we need to go get Patrick. So we come back over here and use the bus stop. So we need him to weigh this down.
Sure gotta carry a lot of stuff.
Which will make that vine lift up, which we can then swap back to SpongeBob, stand on the plate, and use the cruise bubble to hit that button. The section's not too long. When you first go through it, if you don't know where you're going, the last piece of this can be a little bit like, what am I supposed to do here? But that's about it. Like, you can find your way through. And I remember being able to solve it all as a kid, even when it was super dark. Even if it took me a while, like, just kind of fumble my way around. Grab you. Yes, I know that one's open. Let's get the cruise bubble there. With its awful aim, I don't think I hit it. It is so stiff to turn. There we go. Now we'll go check first before we swap back to Pat. We will need to hit that at some point. Okay, yeah, we will need Pat for that.
It shines. Time for a little sleepy sneak. I feel like a new sponge.
Okay, so it's another crystal up there as well, which we'll get with Pat in a sec. So now we can go through to the last bit of this. Okay, we can make it cycle round, so I'm going to do that first. But Pat is who we're going to need for the rest of this.
Fresh like a spring breeze. You've just
because we need to open this door and then we're done with the cave. It's a very short area when you look at it. It's just you got to know where everything is and what you're supposed to do to get stuff where you need it to be, and that's where the trouble is. You mind? I'll get that sock in a second. And yeah, it is right there.
Coming at ya!
Oh, I did hit it. It counted. Good. That raises some vines, I believe, in there, so you can navigate it easier with Pat. Let's get you.
Patrick will be glad to have this back.
Alright, firstly, there isn't a stone tiki here on its own, so we need to go nab one and bring it over here forcibly. But firstly, I also want to get this over here, so one thing at a time. God, that was clipping through the scenery. Ugh. Artifacts of this game. Although a lot, to talk about something else for a second, I know a lot of people will go down as, oh great, it's Sonic again. But I am genuinely looking forward to Sonic Frontiers when that comes out at the end of the year. The fact that it was delayed is the reason why I'm excited, because that's the biggest reason why a lot of Sonic games tend to have trouble.
Hard as a rock.
Ow. Well, I need to go get a new rock, because that one's glitched out. But I am looking forward to it. Like, a lot of Sega's management has changed a lot since even Sonic Forces, the last main Sonic game. There's a huge rearrange because Sega weren't happy with the constant quality of some Sonic games. I'm still on the defense, and I always will be, that people are way too damn harsh on some Sonic games. Some of them absolutely deserve it. 06, it is what it is for a reason. But there's a whole host of other Sonic games that people treat poorly, despite the fact they're really, really, really good. But it's just because people don't want to acknowledge it. Unleashed is really fun. Colors is really fun, even though the PS4 remaster is kind of weird. So the modern remaster is kind of weird in general. It's not just on PS4. Black Knight I really enjoyed, even though it was very different. Generations is loved. Mania is fantastic. Forces, as much as I don't like it, the problem with it is that it was only really aimed for like basic kids. It was a very linear, boring adventure if you're any age older than 4. Do you mind?
Where's a whistle?
But the way this bit works, so we can't hit that just yet, is that you follow all this and you eventually try and get the stone block over there. By weighing this down though, we can get access to back here to get another stone block in the first place.
Better.
There's our last camper. Let's nab you, because we're going to need you later. I'm half tempted to go get and go swap the Spongebob the cruise bubble away this monsoon, because it's starting to annoy me a little bit, this thing. Go away! Ah! Alright, let me go get Sponge, actually. And then I'll deal with that, because that monsoon's annoying me. This way. And of course I'm excited for Sonic Movie 2. I genuinely think Sonic Movie 2 looks fantastic. The first Sonic film was a buddy cop film. This feels like a Sonic the Hedgehog film. Find the giant Death Egg robot, having Knuckles in it. And we're having Tails in it, of course, as well. I'm super down for it. And the fact that they've already greenlit a Sonic 3, I'm like, yes. Keep a good thing going for a while, you know? Right, where is that monsoon? There you are. There we go. Now I feel a bit more happy and safe dealing with this section. I'm trying to think what else I'm really looking forward to this year. Like, Elden Ring's obviously the big one when that drops tomorrow. Cosmic Shake I'm super excited for. Sonic Frontier I'm looking forward to, at least for now. That might change depending when we get closer to it and we learn more. Trying to think what else really ticked the box with me that I was like, oh, I'm looking forward to that. I'm not really like that interested in Horizon personally. I heard it was really good and I'm happy for the people that like the new Horizon, but it's not really my thing. Same with Dying Light 2, that's not really my thing either. There we go, that's what I was looking for. Now we need to go get our way up here. Trying to see, is the fruit here? No, the fruit's over here, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Right, it's quite a long stretch for one fruit, but we can do it. You just got to really start running as soon as you can.
Woo! Up we go!
And then not mess around here. Just go 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And that will bring up a vine to the last crystal and our way out of here. So let's go get that last crystal, turn it into Barnacle Boy, and then move on. Because there's that, which will allow us to flick another switch. We need Sponge anyway. But let's go turn this in. See, this section is really not that bad at all once you know what you're doing. It's just when you're first here, this room in particular, especially if it's a kid, you will kind of be like, for like a minute or two trying to piece together what you're actually expected.
Barnacle Boy.
All right.
What happened?
I gained the... yeah.
But this whole me trying to like get better at talking about other subjects is why I put it open in the pinned message, saying like feel free to just talk about anything, because I'll happily bounce off you guys if anyone in chat wants to ask anything or talk about something that they're excited for or whatever. As long as it's still appropriate. Like, if you start talking about, oh, I've had this great time with this one girl, I'm not going to listen, my dude. What you do is your business.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
It's the biggest, like, so if you ask me, like, what I'd want out of Cosmic Shake, out of the sequel to this game, to be honest, I wouldn't be able to give you much other than just make the levels bigger, make there be more puzzles, just, you know, kind of dive into what works in this game better. But I wouldn't necessarily ask for anything new, because I like what this game does, obviously, because it's one of my all-time favourite games. Let me just double check. Okay, one sock. We need to turn that in, which we'll do later, and then these two are tied to the vine. Yeah, okay, we're good. And I think I know where that sock is anyway. I need to stop saying think. I need to have more confidence in myself in a game that I've played like at least once every 3 months to completion for most of my life up until about a year ago, where I finally started slowing down a bit.
Here? Oh, hello, Kyle.
Kyle.
I was trying to find some of our missing energy crystals.
Well, I am
trying.
I did turn in the crystals, didn't I? Yeah, I kind of like was half talking, so I didn't really register that I turned it in, but yeah, I did. Oh boy, you have 101 seconds to do this. This bit sucks. This is like the hardest vine in the game. It's harder than the one that we'll be going to in Spongebob Stream, despite it being a later level on the, and that one treated as more final. I just find this one more difficult because there's a lot more sharper turns. And some of the path is a bit more blocked off with some of the vines of the forest. So there is a sock for us, and so I know whereabouts it is. I'm pretty confident on it. It's just whether the physics of this game will allow me, because it's another one where you've got to rely on the game's physics a little bit. Like that turn there, you have to jump the corner because you're not making it if you just hard steer. Oh my god! No, one death. That one. Thankfully, it just puts you straight back up here, so you can try again. Something that I appreciate with the remake that the original didn't do is if you're doing time trials, it disables checkpoints. So if you die, you can just be taken right back up to the top instead of getting checkpoint halfway up and having to go through another load screen to click on it and be like, yeah, okay, I want to try this challenge again. I'll point it out when we next pass one. Because there is a checkpoint. We literally just passed it when we died. Do this insane twisty turn. It's like just here. You'll see like a... Where is it? Like it's coming up. Like literally on our left. That block. That little wooden block there. Alright, there's some. Let's turn into it because I thought it was automated. The one we're looking for is this one, which is a little bit out of the way. Got ya. And there's our last sock for the level.
Another find for Patrick.
It is a slower path though, so that means it's going to be a bit tighter on the time limit getting there. So it takes us all the way raveling through this. Oh, actually, we're not too far from the end, even if this is like a really like rattling on long path. Yeah, because you can do that. Yeah, we're there. We're fine. Alright, send the Mermaid Man, get a reward, and then we can bank in the other one. Mermaid Man, I beat your time.
Well, now, that's some time you've gotten.
I guess you could say I had that course licked.
I guess I owe you a reward. Take this golden spatula.
Thanks, Mermaid Man.
Right, 65. We're 10 short from being able to unlock the final boss. And at the bottom of the slide, the door... Actually, I'll show you because it's right here. The path takes you back to the first area. It's a giant loop of all of Kelp Forest. So it literally takes you here, like next to the entrance. But let's go turn in the campers.
Wow.
I know I'm skipping dialogue a little bit, but I'm also slightly time wary. I want to get this all done in one stream if I can help it, and it's already like 1:45. So that's it, that 100%. Next is the graveyard. And it's also force of habit of how many times I've gone through this game to skip dialogue. It really is. If you've done a game enough times, it's really hard to fight the habit to skip. Because you get used to just doing it on every other playthrough. Alright, Flying Dutchman's Graveyard. The penultimate level. But for most people, it's the last level, because they usually just go to the dream at some point, because, you know, you can access it any time. But the dream is technically the last level.
A graveyard of ships. Somewhere among this haunted mess, a fearsome specter waits.
And we're at the bit I was talking about earlier, where I said there's a challenge that when in the original game, it's near impossible to figure out. You'll find it on coincidence. Whilst in the remake, they made it a lot more obvious while still keeping it somewhat subtle.
Yes. Who dares disturb the Flying Dutchman?
It's me, SpongeBob, sir.
I don't need any cookies.
But I'm not a Shell Scout.
Look, kid, I'm too disturbed to scare the bejesus out of you right now.
Love the music in this level. Yes, I do too, now that you mention it. The Flying Dutchman's Graveyard theme is really fun.
It's these darn robots.
It's the right balance of haunting while still having good energy and bounce to it. It's a really fun track.
Casual acquaintances. It's a sad, sad thing. Now those robots have got their own pirate ship, and they're blasting away at each other.
Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?
Well, now that you mention
it, little devious Flying Dutchman.
Get up to my ship and use the cannons to single-handedly defeat the robot ship. Any questions?
Is that adorable hat available in a size 3?
No. But
no!
This, a golden spatula be your booty. Now get going.
New enemy, the last proper new enemy of the game. It's a little nightmare. You can't really approach this thing. Well, you can, but it's difficult. Also, it does that, but the enemies doesn't aggro to you. You're supposed to deal with it from a distance, because you can't harm its body without it harming you. And the bubble bowl is only going to save you sometimes, so using the cruise bubble from a safe distance is what you're expected to do. But yeah, the music for this level is great. There's one of our 3 socks, so there's only 3 in this level. That one is, you can see the path you need to get to it, but in the original, I would go onto that bit of the wreckage there, on the edge, and then Sandy jump to it, just to hurry up. But this is a Sandy level.
I love opening presents.
Oh, and there's this puzzle as well. I'm glad they kind of brought this back a little bit in the movie game and did it right.
Is the most satisfying.
But there's one thing I will give the movie game credit on. As much as I don't like it anywhere near as much as Battle for Bikini Bottom, there are a number of things it did right and are worth commenting on. And bringing back some of the puzzles from this game's late game and reworking them and making them more interesting was one of its high points. I think if the backwards compatibility thing that we keep on hearing murmurs about ever does become real, I would do the movie game as well at some point, just to show you what that does. It wouldn't be 100% though, because if I'm being totally honest with you, I've actually never 100%ed the movie game. I've never had an interest to. I do enough to beat it, but there's a lot of do the same challenge again, but under different stipulants that the game does a lot of its run. And so I just was never interested, and it ends at a weird number. Like, it's not like exactly 100 tokens, because that game does its Goofy Goober tokens. It's like 68 or something like that. It's a weird number. But can you see that button there? That's the music. I'll let the music kick in, do its thing for a second. Sorry. That button didn't exist in the original. You have to hit it to trigger something, but that button on it to make it more obvious was not there. It was just a still grate. You had to, by your own morbid curiosity, shoot it. And when you do, it covers the drain, which lowers the goo, so you can get around and get not one, but 2 spatulas for your trouble. The first one is obvious. Well, I say obvious, it's over here. You just jump off, and down this ship, there's a spatula waiting for you. This bit of the track I love as well. Unfortunately, I got the spatula in time with it, but there'll be other opportunities. But yeah, this is absolutely a great track. It's for what it's trying to do, it's brilliant. The only thing to mention another thing, like you could see in the original the outlines of where every slab was, or like where they could go, so you could plan out in advance how the puzzle was going to work, whilst the outlines of where these slabs move to are gone in the remake, so you can't see where they were going. So you've just got to figure it out yourself a little bit. But we can go do this as well now, which you couldn't do until you close the drain. Both of these spatulas were spatulas it took me a very long time to figure out when I was a kid.
Just my size.
Ow! It's also very rocky in this bit, so you get like screwed over a little bit from time to time.
Error in triplicate.
Oh, whoops. Right, it resets all the slabs as well when you die. I'll have to do that again in a sec. Alright, this time try and watch out for random stray rocks that have hitboxes, annoyingly. I'm just spamming jump a little as I go, just to try and be more rock evasive. There we go. Get in there. And this takes us back over here where this monster is, so I'm just gonna... Spare me! Have this. Ow! Also, you get slippery feet if you get hurt by its oils at all. And the shield comes back up. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. You're not worth the hassle. I can't remember if it's this game or the movie games version of it, where... Because in both games the liquid gets left behind after they shoot it. But in one of them, it hurts you if you stand on it. The other one, it just makes you slippery if you stand on it. And I can't remember which way round it is. If this one is just, you become slippery if you stand on it. And it's movie game where it hurts you to even put your foot on it. Or if it's...
I feel like a new sponge.
The other way around. Just like the original, though, you can't actually mess with these until the rest of them move. We will swap the sandy soon-ish to go get that other sock.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like...
So you can do this, but it's awkward and you get hurt for your trouble. You're supposed to handle it at range.
Fresh like a spring breeze. Bubble power.
Oh, for goodness. There we go.
Oh, sparkly.
Let's back up, actually. Let's do you from a safer distance. Are we pushing the piano bit again? Or the chime bit? Yeah. Now we can carry on. Now we've got to listen to it properly.
Just my size.
I think it's move both of these so you can get this one free. Which then allows you to hit this button, and then you can send the middle one back. And then you can... There we go. Which will drop a piece of the ship to make our path. And they added another little weird scene to it. I don't think that was in the original, where they did like from the decks angle. But I might be misremembering, because I usually skip that as well. Did I open the other side? I never did. You can see it, it's over there. I never did open the other side. Oh well. We'll be coming back to this zone very momentarily once we get Sandy. And then we'll come back and get that sock.
I feel like a new sponge.
Also, spatula count. Nice.
Ahoy there, Mr. Squidward. Swab the poop deck.
Yes, hilarious. Don't you have a platinum whisk to get?
That's golden spatula.
Whatever. There's one up there.
Terror in triplicate.
Oh, I was trying to... I don't think that will reach, yeah. You try and break the aerial one so the stone block will be on it so you can get a better score up. Score points out of it. Not points either, shinies, god.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
I know there was a bus stop there, but there's another one right here, which is what I want to get first, because then I can double down.
I feel like a new sponge.
This one, there's another sock as well approaching.
I love opening presents.
So we can literally get this, drop down, and get the other one when we go back to the other area. Because the second sock is... So I'll whip my way over to here a little bit. This, like, carcass of a ship. Swivel the camera, it's inside.
Well, I suppose it'll make Patrick happy.
Right, how am I getting out of here?
Surprising everyone!
Oh, I'm not, so that's the answer. Let's see if I could cheese it out, but no. Sandy actually has the easiest time with the giant oil bots because her lasso will go through the shield. Because, you know, her lasso is, like, indestructible. Oh, yeah. Alright, it resets as a Spongebob, but that's fine because we're going back through this way. We can try this again. There we go, that's what you're supposed to do, so they're all together, so you get a slightly better combo. I need to try and stop myself from humming across along the music. I've been trying to fight it all game, but now it's like more forefront on my mind that I'm humming. Oh, hold, forgot for a second. So I'm so used to the original still, where in the original you just tap the button and Sandy does it, and then you tap it again and she lets go, whilst in this it's hold and release. I get the change, it is more convenient, but it also is kind of like, make it an option or something, please. It's so, like, distracting.
Someone better make good use of all these. That's for messing with Texas.
Then we need to swap the sponge again. Wall bouncing. And there's another instance of what I mean by the movie game ends up doing something a little bit better. We're going to have horizontal wall bouncing coming up. And the movie game has a lot more fun with it than this one does. Also, they made it a lot more controlled in this. And which I don't like. In the original, because it was a lot more loose, you had to deliberately let yourself slide down it a little bit. And then jump across, and then wait, and there was a rhythm you had to find with it. Whilst with this, SpongeBob will bounce like down slightly if he goes too high. Like they made it a lot more automated. So it's like you can just spam it and hold forward and Sponge will do it for you. Which is like, it is kind of feels like a step down, because I did like having to do that yourself. And having to actually pace it a little bit. And we'll get to that one to our left in a second. We got this. There's another 2700. Which is for a spatula, just there. Now we're on 70. 5 left and we can access the final boss. Sandy's most fun to use? Yeah. I think in the original, when you know the speedrunning stuff, SpongeBob's a blast. But in the default kit, no, Sandy's great because her lasso and her glide. And the fact that she can air attack so quickly and so constantly. But when you start doing the speedrunning stuff, you start doing like cruise boosting and shit, and it's like, oh my god, SpongeBob unlocks himself. He gets a bit crazy. But in terms of actual like base mechanics, yeah, I'd say Patrick's the weakest and like least interesting. I shut up for a second because I know that bit can be a little... Case in point, it can be a little finicky for no good reason. There we go. Actually make it this time. Nearly fell off.
You just met the Sponginator.
Get out of here.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning.
Alright, one more
Smells
sock.
like
And then we've only got the last 5 in the dream, and then we're done with the socks. Sitting on this will take you to the judgment. I nearly said, geez, the Dutchman's ship. My English speaking skills is can't be challenged, clearly.
Ahoy there, SpongeBob! Swab the poop deck!
Oh, I already did that joke with Squidward, Mr. Krabs.
Yes, well, it's a good one though, eh?
Oh, sure is.
Here's what you need to do.
There are power
Destroy
generators
all
on the enemy
power
ship, and there's
generators
cannons
robot
on the
ship.
Dutchman's ship.
Once the power is off, you'll
So
be
you
able
need to find
shoot the
2 sets of
Dutchman's
buttons,
cannons to
basically.
destroy
The
the
first button
robot
is
ship.
breaking them, which is not buttons, it's just break them. And the other ones are the buttons. From this angle, in the top right corner, you can see the last sock.
Cannon do, Mr. Krabs. Cha-ching!
Let's activate this one first. I don't think you can do it in the remake, or at least not as well. But in the original, you could jump straight from this onto that and like skip a lot. But I don't think they'll let you do it. I think they cleaned that up, or at least made it slightly higher. Yeah, no, you have to actually do it legit now. But I used to do that so you can get to the cannon that's above us, like, immediately.
Slippery road ahead.
Oh, you oh, there's a bot in chat. Oh, goodbye.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Let's do this from a range then. And hopefully we're close enough that the shield doesn't come back. Yeah, good. To break their weaponry, there's these little generators here. There we go. So you don't have to do it this way, but I always do it this way so I can be quick on the swap. But I don't know if it'll work that way because it's just... Yeah, okay. Then you can do this and every fan can get on the thing before it goes back up safely. Instead of waiting for it to go down, then go back up, then go down, then go back up. Oh, for goodness sake. Of course, iframes.
Okay, well, that's better.
iframe to the lasso. Just because I thought, I'll do the lasso. Didn't think it'd make me iframe through the lift. God dang it. I'm gonna need to respawn anyway. Okay, don't press the circle button, Rob. It's not worth it. Oh, they want you to go this way. You can jump straight from where we were, straight to that next cannon, but they want you to alternate between the two. So I'll do it the expected way for a second. But you can absolutely just jump from that to that and get it just fine. Me sponge for that again. We'll get that in a sec. What I mean is, if I show you for a sec, what I usually do is it just go straight from this to this, and then go that way round. When you destroy the robot side of it, this spring appears, but in the original, it didn't this early. You had to do a little bit more first, but now it just gives it to you now. Which makes sense, because it would take you out of the area as it became available, so now you can do it whilst it's still there, you know?
There's another one. And
you can hit this on the way down, which the other way to it is through these. And then using this, you can then make it to that sock to the side. Just be wary of this enemy.
Well, I suppose it'll make Patrick happy.
Let's get back there so we can press the last button of sponge. So I think there's a way up that's given to you for sponge. So there's a bus stop up there. That's what it is. Okay, we do need actually to get Sandy up there properly. Let's wait for this to respawn for a sec. There's me misremembering. It's because, once again, it's me clashing in my original memory, because I would just jump up the side of the ship, because you can do that. Oh, why'd I go so high there? Not that I'm complaining. That works. There are things to clip on at least. Whoa. What are we doing on spatulas? Okay, sending them away and boss. Loading the cannons will give you the spatula, and that button will take you to the boss, so get the spatula first. We did it! Give us our spatula, Flying Dutchman. Don't mess with us at all.
That you did! But now that I look at it, I think I'll keep
Oh, god dang it, Flying Dutchman. Of course you're gonna mess with us.
So nice and shiny. It reminds me of my first buried treasure.
But what about our deal?
Ah, never make a deal with a ghost. Deals don't mean anything to me. Except for that great deal I got on a butter churn back in 1873.
1873? How long have you been around, Flying Dutch?
Creamy hand-churned butter.
Wait just a cotton-picking minute, Butter Boy. We did all that stuff, and you're backing out like a sea weasel.
Sea weasel? Ah, them's fighting words. If you want this gold thingy so bad, come and get it.
You're on.
Just like in with Brawn, there is a kill switch you can find in this boss in the original version. With Sandy, is literally you can circle this wood and climb up to the top, and if you get to the top, you glide over in that general direction, and the fight will just end. I don't know why the game has to tell you how to fight this boss, but just like the prawn, this mini boss takes a little bit too long. Well, just like some of the main bosses though, they did speed this up a little bit. But as long as you keep moving left or right, you won't get hit by anything. Eventually he'll do this, and you need to get over so you can grapple it from the other side in between. And you keep herding the ghost. But you can get 4 kicks in one jump. That's all I was checking, because that's all you can really do whilst you're doing this. Imagine it was just like a combo system in this game. Wait, hang on a minute. You can get 5 in one. Oh, right, Flying Dutchman. Right, you good to go? That's 2. Trying to see if I can like manipulate it a little bit more, like do a kick, glide, kick, get to an extra kick, and then jump. No, not quite. Oh yeah, how we doing, Flying Dutchman? We doing good? You know what I mean? Like, this is probably like the easiest one of the lot. I mean, it's just annoying that it takes a while. And I think what's more annoying is like, for a lot of people, this is the last area you go to because SpongeBob Stream is available whenever. And so this is like the last thing you do before the final boss. And it's like, why is this so mindless? Which it is. I was. Goodbye.
You dirty ghost.
Dirty? I'll have you know this jacket has been cleaned twice.
Then we get the perfume department on the ship. We have to go through the perfume department. And they're going through it, and like, they got the masks on, and someone just grabs the mask and sprays into it so it poisons them anyway.
Alright, you little rapscallions. Here's the
And then when they finally get out, they've only made it like 5 feet, and the Dutchman's right there. Is that the same episode where it's like, they sent, like, Flying Dutchman sends Squidward into the void, like this hellscape, right at the start of the episode, and it's only until like right near the very end he actually gets him out, and you're like, wait on a minute, he's been in there for like 15 minutes straight. But that is, and let me just double check, that is everything, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so all that's left is the final 5 socks and string, and then we can wrap this up. Oh, and I'll turn in the socks as well, so we'll have 90, I think it's like 92 spatulas. The episode was freaky. Yeah. Because by the time you finish the game, because you know the only spatulas we'll be missing are the ones you have to buy, which I'm really not fussed about. Yeah, the episode was kind of weird. The Halloween ones were also kind of weird from time to time, like the one where they where SpongeBob shaves all his sponge off, so he's just a brain and eyes to be his Halloween costume, and it terrifies everyone. A lot of the Dutchman episodes were pretty good though. Like the one where the Dutchman's ship gets wrecked, so he has to camp out in SpongeBob's place, and SpongeBob gets used to the fear, so doesn't get scared of the Dutchman's tricks anymore.
What mischief can be found in this subaquatic somnambulant realm?
Dream bubbles.
But this is the last proper level of the game.
Dream bubbles. I wonder what that means. Gary, what are you doing here? Oh, so I'm dreaming. Well, then, first thing I'm gonna do is dream myself up a mustache. Thanks, Gary. It does make me look more rugged, doesn't it? More tasks? Well, I could use more golden spatulas, but where should I start?
This is a giant reference to that episode where SpongeBob goes out of his dream and pesters everyone else's dream. You do it again.
I'm ready. Yes, Gary, I'll be careful.
I like SpongeBob's Dreams theme as well. It's got a nice funk to it.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory.
The Dream Hub actually looks better in this game. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's got like a lot of bright colours to it. It's got this weird rainbow effect to it. It does look a lot nicer in this. I would say that the visuals of this game are the visuals of this game are great. It's everything else that's the problem compared to the original. Let me back up and deal with this guy from a range.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, it's quite a distance. I think that shield will come back before we get there. I think we'll have to just try and navigate it. I'll try though. It might just barely be quick enough. Yes, okay. Boom, down, 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 down. Oh, jeez, this challenge. This challenge is annoying. Let's do this. I imagine they made it easier in this. Because, of course, they did. Yeah, they did. You don't really have to touch the ball at all. In the original, you had to nudge the ball to the left as it went. Because it wouldn't stick to the path. And that was the real challenge. You had to nudge the ball, and then at the end... Okay, you have to jump a lot earlier than you used to. In the original, you had to jump as it, like... Because there was a platform there. There's just blocks there now, which is why it threw me off. But there was a platform. You jumped off this, got it, then landed on that platform in the animation. But yeah, they made the Dream Hub look really nice in the remake. And it's ultimately just because it's brighter. I think that's the biggest thing. That they've got colour in the sky in this one, where they kind of did in the original, but nowhere near as much. Got ya. Alright, we can go access the final boss now we wanted to. I'm going to wrap it up and do everything in here first, though. I appreciate they put the spatula there, though, so then you don't have to do this box stuff again. How are we doing on money? I think we'll be okay. There's a lot of little things you have to buy along the way. I'll hold off buying that one because I know it's quite pricey to get a challenge inside.
Take that!
I'm curious if they fixed a bug in from the first release of this. It's because we're going to jump between the dreams. When we go into Squidward's dream, there's actually a spatula on top of his house. And if you climbed into the game launched, if you climbed the edge that did the animation for it, as you hit the spatula, Spongebob would be permanently stuck in place, and you'd have to like save and quit and then reload it to get movement again. Well, let's do Sandy's dream, which is a giant slider-thon, which is supposed to be the actual final slide of the game. But like I said, I find the one in Kelp Forest far harder.
Your dream is massive.
Everything in Texas is big, even dreams.
Then you're just the right person to reach the spatula on top of that golden acorn.
Also, why is Larry in Sandy's dream, Sandy?
That spatula faster than a Texas jackrabbit crossing a 4-lane highway.
Anything you want to tell us? This used to be a good grind spot for the super mega monster combo, but like I said, they capped it now, so you can't.
The shinier, the better.
Halfway through this slide, we're going to break off because there's another alternate treasure for our trouble. I know where 2 of the socks are here off by heart. I can't remember. Firstly, there is a third one in here, and if there is, where it is, but we'll figure it out as we go. Actually, I take that back. I think I know exactly where the third one is, once I take a second to think about it. There's an area later on where we'll hop off the path again, because this is the first hop off over here to the left, and there is a sock back here, which they made infinitely more easier to find in this one compared to the original.
Who puts challenges
by adding an extra platform.
Dreams?
A squirrel and a lobster.
Squirrels? We're tough like that.
Oh, you'll need to be real tough to make this series of swings.
I could do it in my sleep.
You are asleep.
As I said, in my sleep.
Well, there's a golden spatula out there for you if you make it far enough.
I'll do it so fast, it'll make your head spin faster than a horny toad on a merry-go-round.
Faster than a... She means horn as in it's got a horn on it, not horny as in horny.
Why can't I ever just dream normal dreams of world domination?
Just for the record, she just for the record, just putting it out there. She means as in a horned toad, not a toad that is horny. This oil slick looks kind of low res, to be honest. It doesn't look that good quality.
Gotcha! That's for messing with Texas. Okay, that's better.
Let's get rid of this duplicator one. Ta-da! Right, in the original, this here didn't exist. This platform on the side. It would stop like here-ish, and you'd have to do this to get around. And then you could like just barely reach the edge, and then the sock was there. Whilst in this, they've added this big platform to circumvent that.
Ooh, do I really have to carry Patrick's socks? Feeling refreshed.
Alright, let's get back to the Slide-mageddon. So I think I know where the other two socks are in this section. There's 3 here, 1 in Squidward's and 1 in Mr. Krabs' stream. I'd love to say there's 1 in Patrick's streams, but there's like nothing in Patrick's stream. that's the joke, unfortunately. There was originally in scrapped content an intention, but it never made it to the final release. And despite it was something that a lot of people hoped would come back in the remake that they would do, once again, time constraints stopped that happening. I think the closest we get to it is a reference in the co-op mode, where there was actually going to be like a giant food-esque platforming section in Patrick's dream that just got scrapped entirely in the end. And when it got replaced with is hilariously obvious of we ran out of time.
Well, I suppose it'll make Patrick
And I said
happy.
they just left it as is in the end for the remake. They didn't change it, and I really wish they did. I would have loved for them to have changed it, just to like spice it up a bit more. Oh, yeah, these guys, their aim is a lot worse than it used to be. In the original, like, they were, like, dead shot. They do overarm throws, firstly. Overhand, not underarm. Jump directly over this. Here's where the last sock is. For this section. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, there has to be a sock back here too, right? No. I would have put the sock back here instead of there. Like, there's a little section and, like, just had it go around the corner and, like, put it there sort of thing. But I guess they thought it would be redundant to have 2 socks be behind the building you see in one area. This little section, though, used to be kind of tough. It keeps on circling round, right? But it used to get kind of tight after, like, the 4th shiny. Or it's either, like, 4th shiny or 4th box. It'd get super tight. And now in the remake, they, it doesn't get anywhere near as tight. But, like, the path would, like, shrink down, like, around here-ish and be, like, super thin. It was here, actually. Yeah, there was that bit there. It used to be super thin, but now it's not. They barely touched it. They made it a lot more manageable. I also miss in the original that you would keep in the slide momentum when you lasso, whilst now they've made it like super fixed and controlled. So you could carry the momentum and kind of like speed through this section a lot easier. It's nearly done though. Like I said, this one really isn't as bad. I find the Kelp Forest one far harder. Especially because that one's also under the time limit thing, so you have to do it all in one go to get the spatula. So we're done. Alright. And I know exactly where the last 2 socks are, so we are good to get basic 100%. But we do need to swap the sponge before we can get out, because only he can get the ticket out. Alright, other side. Alright, bye Sandy. It was nice to play as you, and that's the last time we'll be playing as you. We don't play as Patrick in this either. Despite the fact it's an odd number level, this is the exception. Because like I said, the original plan was to have a lot more of Patrick's dreams. So I imagine they were originally going to make it so you'd play as all 3 of them. But because that didn't happen, we'll see when we get there. If you don't know, I'm not going to ruin the surprise. It's interesting. I'm just going to make sure I land clean. So I almost don't want to find out if that's glitched. Still. But it is a thing that if you like yank the edge and then go up as you touch the spatula, it can make SpongeBob get stuck in the remake.
For heaven's sake, boy! Cover your ears!
Mr. Krabs? What are you doing in Squidward's dream?
Hard time, boy.
Hard time.
Or at least it feels like it. Do you think you can make it across this sheet of music to the golden spatula on Squidward's big nose?
I hate what they've done to the giant Squidward.
Don't worry, Mr.
Because in the original, it was just him and they just put it in it. But they actually made it look like he's blowing the clarinet. And it looks horrendous.
I love opening presents.
Apparently when this was going through the beta stages, all of the blue notes had the exact same tune, and that was another thing that the tester brought up and was like, no, they should make a different sound depending on where you go, because that's how they work in the original. But there's a lot of other quality of life things that almost didn't make it into this game. Like, this could have been radically different if it wasn't for those testers. And they are a little bit more generous with checkpoints. Oh yeah, I was off my cue with that. They warp you back lightning quick though with this one compared to the usual formula. Like, they know people are gonna fall a lot, so they just made it more convenient. Well, say to be more accurate, kids are gonna fall a lot, so they made it more convenient. The sock's there. We'll circle around for it. Oh, I've got to wait for that to come back. This wasn't controlled in the original. You'd bounce across it yourself. But for some reason, they made that controlled there. Like a real lack of faith moment in their own engine design, I guess. Same with this one. They just made all the trumpet ones controlled. Right, can I get this and make it back? Oh, dang it. And I don't like it because it looks clunky as hell. When we pay attention, we do it like again, you'll see what I mean. Like, it looks really jagged and janky the way the camera takes control and the way the game handles it. Like, it just kind of goes. I'm like, no, don't do that. I liked when they weren't scripted, like in the original. They just made the whole challenge that little bit easier. I like that these twists, instead of just breaking off to let you know they're gonna go, that it gives you more time to react because you can see, well, they're going, kind of thing. They didn't do that in the original. They just crumble and break away.
Too pretty. Can't take it.
But this one doesn't. It just shakes. But as a rule, there's a lot of them that... Oh!
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ah, no, I was a bit cocky. I'm getting impatient. I was like, yeah, I'll be able to make that on the swing back. No, you need to wait. This is like the last bit of this section, though, to be fair. What's this note doing here? That trumpet coming up, though, that one is always scripted. That last blue note doesn't mean anything. That one's scripted. That one takes you up to the tambourine up there. But that one's always done this. And then you can just nab the spatula. But yeah, they did Squidward dirty with this particular model. They really did. So in the original, it was just Squidward's face. I didn't open the other box. Good dang it. It didn't also open the other box. Good. I'll warp here so I can at least activate it. There we go. And the next one, Mr. Crab Stream, get the last sock. Get the last sock of the game, we're on 79. Oh, screw it, you can damage... Okay, you can't damage rush this anymore. Because you taking damage reset your double jump in the original, so you could damage rush through it easily. You can't do that anymore, you have to actually pay attention a little bit. But you can see when they're about to twist anyway. You can kind of damage push through a little bit. Before I activate that though, there is a... this here for some strange reason. Starting the 50. Right, Sandy's was a sliding challenge. Squidward's was a platforming challenge. This is a combat challenge.
Squidward, this is amazing.
Being able to get trophies for this game was a dream come true. Yeah. Did you know that one trophy is completely redundant? They have a trophy that says get 100 golden spatulas, and they have a trophy that says get 100%. Percentage of both the original and remake is only based on your spatula count. So you get 100% when you get your 100th spatula. It's a redundant trophy. Like it's impossible for you to get one or the other. 100% is 100 spatulas, and 100 spatulas is 100%. And so when it's you get the trophy for getting 100 spatulas, and then immediately afterwards the trophy for get 100%.
Mr. Krabs is dreaming of the Krusty Krab.
What a surprise. I can't escape work anywhere.
Whoa! Lunch rush! I'd better grab my hat and...
Forget the hat! Get that spatula and get us out of here!
It's like a shiny
Whilst the
golden
Patrick
toothpick
challenge,
that
if they'd
holds
finished it,
together
would
the
have been a
bun of-
Patrick-centric challenge, so it would have been throwing stuff as well as platforming and navigating things with fruit and ice. And that alone in concept was like, oh, that seems kind of cool. And they kind of did it a little bit more with the movie game, where they made Patrick-specific levels and Patrick-specific zones. They didn't finish that cutscene. What's supposed to happen is the spatula breaks down, and then the camera pans up to show you that when an enemy dies from the spatula, or enemy dies full stop, you get more access to areas of this zone. So you're killing things to build up the Krabby Patties. Oh, okay. I was trying to get the sock as well. Let me just deal with the obstacle, and then I'll worry about the sock.
There's nothing like the smell of bubbles in the morning. Smells like victory.
What am I doing on health? I've got 3.
Slippery road ahead. Just my size.
Is that enough for that one? Yes, it is. Okay, let's go get that.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
And they put bubbles on, this is new to the remake, and it's a smart choice. They put bubbles on the generators, so you can't just cruise bubble them all from a distance. You have to actually do it legit. That makes sense, that's smart.
I feel like a new sponge.
Get up there, Sponge. I know the platforms bounce a little.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
There we go. Now we can deal with the last of the enemies. Actually try and nab this sock, actually, before I...
Boy,
so I don't have to run across back here again on the other side. Yeah.
It shines.
Alright, and then we can... let's talk to Squid.
Finally! Now we can leave. But first, I need my paycheck. Mr. Crab! Excuse me. Mr. Crab.
Just responding to a message. There we go. last one. All these are going to activate so you can navigate across. So you have to be a little bit quick on that one if you want to get it. I'll go into Patrick's rock. Alright, this is what they did to Patrick's challenge. It was originally going to be a big food thing.
Spatula. Give it here.
And they turned it into a pitch black room, and Patrick's just sitting here. And this is the challenge.
Not so fast, SpongeBob. You'll have to pass my test before you get this golden spatula.
Very well, sir. Challenge accepted.
Very well. Your challenge is to find the golden spatula.
You're holding it.
You did it! Now here is your reward.
Yeah, if there's ever been a more blatant we ran out of time when this is the original game's development, there it is. I said this was originally going to be a whole level of its own. It was going to be Patrick themed. It was going to have throwing puzzles. It was going to have ice throwing stuff. It was going to have dealing with enemies like ground pounding them. It was going to have like a giant food aesthetic. And this is what got replaced by it because they ran out of time in the original, and in the remake there was a lot of murmurs that they were gonna do something with it, but they just never did. Maybe if the game wasn't rushed together in 9 months, they might have. In the same vein, they might have actually put the Squidward boss in the main game somewhere. And that's everything in all the levels, yes. So if we turn in these socks, that will put us to 90, and then the 2 final parts of the final boss will put us to 92. The last 8 you buy from Mr. Krabs, which, like I said, I'm not grinding that out. The reward for getting 100% is a recreation of the TV show's opening using the in-game cast. Which is cute, but it's not worth it enough.
Wow, I don't...
Now I'm going to bank all of these in, because I love doing this in the remake. It is something I like in the remake. In the original, you did when you turned them in, it would do the animation of you getting them. Whilst in this, it puts the spatula next to him. So instead of getting it in a... instead of getting it in like a scripted scene, you can just get them all at once. So I always do this.
Spatula.
I don't...
And then you just pick up 8. I mean, you bonk it up to 90. Yeah. As in, the last few you buy from Mr. Krabs, and it costs, I think, 28,000 in total now. It used to cost something like 60-odd thousand when the game launched. It was insanely high. But that's everything in the main game. That's all level spatulas and all socks. It's just that the only ones left are the ones you buy from Mr. Krabs. Literally. And then that'll bring you to 100%. So let's do these 2 final bosses.
They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love.
Enter Plankton's lab for the final boss, and it's a great final boss theme for the record.
Look at that guy, with that big square head and those short shorts. That's the most hideous thing I've ever seen.
Wait, that hideous thing looks like me.
Yeah, screw you, Patrick.
Jumpin' jelly beans? A robot SpongeBob.
There's definitely something funny going on here. And I don't mean you. Something else funny. Plankton! You're behind all this, aren't you?
Yes, yes, it was me all the time. Behold, the Duplicatotron. I registered the name, so don't even think of ripping me off. With this, I can make a robot copy of anyone. I was going to make an army of loyal robots that would obey my every command.
But they're running amok!
I forgot to set the switch to obey Plankton. Ugh. But now that Daddy's home, I can fix that! What's wrong now? It should be working! It is working! They're obeying me! I knew I shouldn't have made a copy of myself, but I'm just so cute. You've interfered with my plans for the last time. SpongeBob, meet SpongeBob.
I think it's kind of depressing that it doesn't have the green dots on it from the original in the cutscene. It's only during the combat. Because it has a bunch of green dots on it during fight. This.
It looks
I will fight it the way you expected to fight it.
Suck it to him,
You can absolutely cheese this fight because of, you know, how it's programmed, but I'll do it the way you expected to do it.
Suck it to him, SpongeBob! And the robot is
Because you can shoot down Plankton before he even starts shooting. Now, what's in the original you couldn't, because you'd be super quick on it.
It looks like SpongeBob
and you could also chain it as well. Like if you were quick on the draw, you could chain it to force the SpongeBob out of its habit, like out of the sequence. Like you could do this and immediately, like immediately try and get another hit in. Like you can cheese this fight in a lot of ways.
I say the fishanity? It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. That's the ticket. And the robot
so you can just do that now, because you couldn't in the original. Also, the mechanical limbs on the left-hand side of its head stretch when it goes to talk, instead of actually having pieces in between.
The humanity, or should I say the fishanity? Suck it to
if you want health, you have to go drop down to the platform below. But that will leave you open by doing it. Okay, I have to go down anyway.
Ow!
I feel like a new sponge.
Won't be winning that way.
You can do this, and then you can just do this for free.
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is just about over.
Like you can really just like toy with this boss if you want to.
I feel like a new sponge.
You stay there for a sec, so I can go get you.
That's the ticket.
Fresh like a spring breeze.
Like, why fight the fight legit? Actually, no, I'll do it legit. For the last hit.
That does it. SpongeBob is back in the fight.
Just to show you where it gets to at the end.
That was a doozy.
You have to kind of get on it a little bit. It only does the garata for the first one in the remake, whilst it did it for all of them in the original. Can you see what I mean on the side of the mouth, though? It's kind of stretched.
It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. That's the
there we go, there's our 91. But that's only the first half of the final boss. And we also get to see a glimmer of what was going to be a scrapped middle phase. There was going to be another phase at some point, either between this one and the next one, that never made it into the final version.
Did he say married?
I'll repair you, baby.
You're going to fight the muscle version of this boss, and you don't anymore.
No, Patrick. I think the robot is getting bigger.
SpongeBob, he just flew into your head.
Well, then I'm going to follow him into my head. I mean, into my robot version's head, which is like my head, but bigger and more metallic.
Will you go already?
Here I come, robot Plankton.
This is just getting too weird for me.
Now we do the inside. I said there was a scrapped phase where you would actually fight the muscle version of the robot, but we don't anymore. This arena looks kind of cool, I'll admit. So when the game launched, there was a very major thing that I hope they've addressed now, but there's a part of me that kind of doubts it. None of the bosses would respawn after you dealt with them. So you'd fight the final boss, and if you wanted to rematch the final boss, this would just be an empty arena and you could just run around it freely. And it was so weird. It just didn't feel right at all. I hope they patched it out. I'd like to think they have, because that was a huge, oddity in the original. I'm probably going to die, though, because I didn't enter with full health. The odds of me getting this in one...
Take that!
With one hit.
SpongeBob to mission control. The launch is a go.
Oh, right. He's actually destroyed a duplicator. Alright, where are you coming from? Also, there was a sound effect as well where it could like you charge up the cannon, you wouldn't just shoot. And he would shoot for a bit longer than that. You actually had to like deal with it and evade it for a while, whilst now it kind of doesn't do anything. As I said, one day I'll cover the original, and hopefully even if you haven't played it yourself, you'll notice how night and day it is. Like graphically this might be better, but in every single other sense of the word, the original is better. The only reason it gets away with it is that it's still a remake of one of my all-time favorite games, you know? So even if it's not perfect, I let it get away with murder a little bit. Well, that might be too much.
Oh no.
And also, there's the other thing, and I actually don't like it. In the original, there was no checkpoints in this fight. In this one, they checkpoint every fuse. I genuinely prefer the original in that one. I know that is... Oh, they wanted to make it a bit more kid-friendly. But I did just fine doing it when I was a little kid. It was a fair challenge, and it felt satisfying to me when I was like 6 or 7 to actually overcome it. Oh, you're from behind. In the original, he always comes up from the ramp, so you can actually like cheese him. If you know he's coming, you can just do that preemptively, and so you can hit him with that instead of having to use the cruise. But it's genuinely like it's the only thing of like everything else that they made easier. I get why. That's the only thing where I'm like, it's the grand finale of the game. You shouldn't make it so it checkpoints every single fuse we hit. Make the player work for it. I said I managed to do it when I was like 5 or 6. Ow. But then that could just as easily be another weird like clunk or shift in the system that messed with things that they couldn't deal with in time. So making that they checkpoints after the fuses meant they didn't have to like re-render in all the fuses after they were broken. Like maybe they could only be one and done because of just how they handled it in the system. I don't know. Alright, once you've done these ones though, the final 3 are up at the brain. And you have to circle around, and there is no more enemies. It's just you and the robot plankton.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Which you can interrupt because it has the slowest charge time. There's one. This spring we're approaching is a little finicky. I'll tell you right off the bat. This one at launch didn't always work. Try and hit it dead on and you should be fine, but it's not ideal. Like it'd send you to this one, and either this one would send you wrong, or... Okay, we got through it just fine. But that one used to be finicky. I missed it, so I'm just going to wait for me to shoot. Once you hit this, that's game. And that's the end. So that is the entire end of it. You don't fight the muscle form, unfortunately. Patrick! Squidward! Come on, guys! Come on, guys, have a little bit more faith in Spongebob. I know he's an idiot, but he's our idiot. Like, Sandy was the only one who had faith.
I still have lots of robots all over Bikini Bottom. I'll summon them all.
This, I always get a laugh out of this as well. Uh-oh!
I'll destroy you.
You'll destroy me? I'll destroy you!
I'll destroy you.
Well, I'll destroy you twice as hard. Well, I'll destroy you plus 1. Well, I'll destroy you plus infinity. Come here and fight me like a real robot.
Shut up, you
stupid robot. Who are you calling stupid? I went to community college, you oversized coffee grinder. Yeah, I'll show you.
Well, Plankton, I hope you learned your lesson.
Oh, I certainly did. Next time I'll get it right.
Ouch! We won! Who wants to get ice cream?
I do. Need I remind you all that there are still robots.
Oh yeah, this is something that everyone thought if they did a Battle for Bikini Bottom 2, they'd continue off, that there's still robots around. But, no, what the game is more implying is that you should be going for 100%. Even though she says that even if you get 100%. I think that's more what they're going for, because Cosmic Shake is going a different direction. And even if you don't want to count Cosmic Shake, the game that was treated as the sequel to it for the longest time, the movie game, has nothing to do with the robots, it's based on, you know, the movie. And so all the enemies are instead Plankton's henchmen, instead of robots, like the bucket hats. When you beat the game, you unlock this, and this, I'll say it right off the bat, they start you at the end instead of the start. So I'm actually going to beeline over to the start of where you're supposed to actually begin all of this on, because I always found it real weird that they did it in the remake. You're supposed to start here. This is where you start in the original, and then you could, like, mess around and whatnot as your credits roll.
Too pretty.
Because you can jump, you can kind of cheese parts of it that you weren't supposed to originally. Like, now you can do sections. Because you're supposed to bounce to the ground there, but now you can do it that way. You can go up this. Whee! Whee! These launch you to the sky, so be careful. Like, they send you across the universe. Ah, let me out! And you'd come over here. Ah! And you'd be like, oh, there's a fin. This was used to be super thin in the original, but they thickened it out. Then you could ride this along and get on this lift, which would then take you up, and you can do this nice little bit down here where you'd roll all the way down. It was like a really nice, relaxing, harmless section leading you to the end. It says start there, but it was the end in the original. I don't get why they did that. And this would take you back around to here, so you could get these. That was a purple, that one at the top. I don't know why it's only red now. I don't know why all of these are red. They used to be purple ones in here as well, because they want to reward you for getting the distance. And then when you were done, you would come over here, and it'd come up saying press R1 to leave. And now, yeah, there it is, to enter Bikini Bottom. And so you'd leave the credits. And you could re-access it at any point you wanted without having to do the final boss again, because there would be a thing to activate it in the town. Not anymore. There would be a little thing made here, and you could go to it, press R1 and re-enter it. They got rid of it. Keep in mind that launch, none of the main bosses would respawn. Once you left, you had no ability to re-access it whatsoever, whilst now you can at least rematch the final boss. But that's so stupid. That's such an oversight to not bring that back so you can re-access it. The last thing I'll show before we call it a wrap is the police station allows you to view all the robots. The fodder. Nifty electrical touch attack. Not tall enough to ride most... excuse me. To ride most roller coasters, but more vicious than a pack of rabid clams. And I'll go down. The hammer. Impressive meat byproduct attack. Smarter than it looks. Goes well with broccoli and a nice chianti. Tartar. Uncanny flying tartar sauce attack. Smells somewhat better than stale fish. G-Love, or Glove, has the most vicious smack attack, hands down. Except foot manicures. Expert's foot manicure. Lemon squeezer and does delightful hand puppet shows. Monsoon. The shocking electrical attack, rather sensitive, reads poetry, likes plants, and enjoys zapping wandering denizens. Sleepy Time, mostly harmless, unless woken. Somewhat moody, likes to express himself by blasting everything in sight or finger painting. Chug, there's a chugster. Annoying missile attack, likes to throw tantrums. I like how it specifies annoying missile attack, like it knows. It knows. In the original, they were annoying because they would throw where you're going, not where you are. Whilst in this, they dumbed them down a bit. And other various military-grade ordnance, not terribly friendly. Tubelets come in threes or a 6-pack with coupon. Inexplicably, Jello attack stays crunchy even in milk. Slick, the main big threat. Disgusting oil blob attack, doesn't wear underwear or bathe very regularly. Just the kind of robot your mother warned you about, kids. Bombot. Bot follows you, go boom. This is just a bot to get for your friends you like least. Bzbot. Lemon-scented gamma ray attack, somewhat unpredictable. Borrows money without returning it, blasts things at random. The Chomp Bot, somewhat unstable critter, beware its stinky doggo breath, likes to chew toys, random citizens, and mimes. Arf. Here's one mean varmint, packs a 45 caliber cat crusher, most powerful doghouse made. The Arf Dog, pesky little critter, bites the hand that feeds it, impressive array of tricks, fetching sponges, chasing squirrels, spontaneously combusts. And then Plankton is the finest model citizen I know. He likes helping people, singing, hacking computer... never mind the last bit. Plankton's the best. But yeah, that's your, like, Spectre. And actually, if I, options... Quit. I can load up my main file and show you the concept art gallery when you've got 40,000 in there. Yeah, I loaded it up yesterday just to test that everything worked. So it's the last bunch you buy from Mr. Krabs to cap you up at 100. This is the concept art. Okay. This is 40,000 shinies you have to grind for, to just remember that. Alright, the Tiki design, that's kind of cool. How the enemy looks, some alternate retakes and sketches of how the enemy should look. A bit of Murmalair, a bit of the Slick, and how they originally were going to make it a lot different. The Sleepy Time concept, in fact it has an alarm bell at one point. The Plankton Bot, and the Monsoon. The boss that didn't make it into the game or into the remake, despite being promised it would be making into the remake, because what they did is that they shoehorned it into this really bad little co-op extra mode in this remake that I won't be showing because I don't really like it at all. Sand Mountain, the Sponge Bot, Kelp Forest, a bit of the lava tubes. God, look at how beautiful the jellyfish caves looked in the original design, in the concept art. So come on, the Arf. Watson the Zapper, the cow things, dried up Spongebob. I said that was a real late addition. The bus stop changes, now they cleaned it up and changed it a little bit. The light doesn't turn on the light bulb anymore, which is depressing. You can see in the concepts next to it, they showed the original footage of the game where the lights turned on. So they had it in the concept document, they just didn't do it, unfortunately. The Sandy Bot, King Jellyfish, Dutchie, Brawn, Pat, the Arena, the Stone Tiki platform, and then that's it. 40,000 shinies, that's it. It's a little underwhelming. Like, if it was, like, an art gallery, a cutscene viewer, a soundtrack gallery, or something like that, so if it made it more varied, then the 40,000 would be worth it. But no, it's the same in the original. The original has different concept art, because that's concept of the remake, whilst the original is concept of the original. But it was still a bit like, oh, come on. Like, you know, like, they could have used the opportunity to make it a little bit more there. But that's basically everything I can show. So I'm going to wrap it up because I want to do a bit more recording and a bit more writing on Danganronpa. And tomorrow is the big one because the Elden Ring drops. So thank you all so much for watching as always, and I'll see you next time. Peace. Sponge!